The Serpent's Shadow by Riordan. Book 3. Chapter 1. We Crash and Burn a Party. Sadie Kane here. If you're listening to this, congratulations. You survived Doomsday. I'd like to apologize straight away for any inconvenience the end of the world may have caused you. The earthquakes, rebellions, riots, tornadoes, floods, tsunamis, and of course the giant snake who swallowed the sun. I'm afraid most of that was our fault. Carter and I decided we should at least explain how it happened. This will probably be our last recording. By the time you've heard our story, the reason for that will be obvious. Our problem started in Dallas, when the fire-breathing sheep destroyed the King Tut exhibit. That night, the Texas magicians were hosting a party in the sculpture garden across the street from the Dallas Museum of Art. The men wore tuxedos and cowboy boots. The women wore evening dresses and hairdos like explosions of candy floss. Carter says it's called cotton candy in America. I don't care. I was raised in London, so you'll just have to keep up and learn the proper way of saying things. A band played old-timey country music on the pavilion. Strings of fairy lights glimmered in the trees. Magicians did occasionally pop out of secret doors in the sculptures or summon sparks of fire to burn away pesky mosquitoes, but otherwise it seemed like quite a normal party. The leader of the 51st Gnome, J.D. Grissom, was chatting with his guests and enjoying a plate of beef tacos when we pulled him away for an emergency meeting. I felt bad about that, but there wasn't much choice, considering the danger he was in. An attack. He frowned. The Tut exhibit has been open for a month now. If Apophis was going to strike, wouldn't he have done it already? J.D. was tall and stout, with a rugged, weathered face, feathery red hair, and hands as rough as bark. He looked about 40, but it's hard to tell with magicians. He might have been 400. He wore a black suit with a bolo tie and a large silver Lone Star belt buckle, like a Wild West marshal. "Let's talk on the way," Carter said. He started leading us toward the opposite side of the garden. I must admit my brother acted remarkably confident. He was still a monumental dork, of course. His nappy brown hair had a chunk missing on the left side where his griffin had given him a love bite, and you could tell from the nicks on his face that he hadn't quite mastered the art of shaving. But since his 15th birthday he'd shot up in height and put on muscle from hours of combat training. He looked poised and mature in his black linen clothes, especially with that khopesh sword at his side. I could almost imagine him as a leader of men without. Laughing hysterically. "Why are you glaring at me, Carter?" That was quite a generous description. Carter maneuvered around the buffet table, grabbing a handful of tortilla chips. "Apophis has a pattern," he told J.D. "The other attacks all happened on the night of the new moon, when darkness is greatest. Believe me, he'll hit your museum tonight, and he'll hit it hard." J.D. Grissom squeezed around a cluster of magicians drinking champagne. "These other attacks," he said. "You mean Chicago and Mexico City?" "And Toronto," Carter said. "And a few others." I knew he didn't want to say more. The attacks we'd witnessed over the summer had left us both with nightmares. True, full-out Armageddon hadn't come yet. It had been 6 months since the chaos snake Apophis had escaped from his underworld prison, but he still hadn't launched a large-scale invasion of the mortal world as we'd expected. For some reason, the Serpent was biding his time, settling for smaller attacks on gnomes that seemed secure and happy. Like this one, I thought. As we passed the pavilion, the band finished their song. A pretty blonde woman with a fiddle waved her bow at J.D. "Come on, sweetie," she called. "We need you on steel guitar." He forced a smile. "Soon, hon. I'll be back." We walked on. J.D. turned to us. "My wife, Anne. Is she also a magician?" I asked. He nodded, his expression turning dark. "These attacks. Why are you so sure Apophis will strike?" "Here." Carter's mouth was full of tortilla chips, so his response was, "Amichimum." "He's after a certain artifact," I translated. "He's already destroyed 5 copies of it. The last one in existence happens to be in your Tut exhibit." "Which artifact?" J.D. asked. I hesitated. Before coming to Dallas, we'd cast all sorts of shielding spells and loaded up on protective amulets to prevent magical eavesdropping, but I was still nervous about speaking our plans aloud. "Better we show you." I stepped around a fountain, where two young magicians were tracing glowing I love you messages on the paving stones with their wands. We've brought our own crack team to help. They're waiting at the museum. If you'll let us examine the artifact, possibly take it with us for safekeeping. Take it with you? JD scowled. The exhibit is heavily guarded. I have my best magicians surrounding it night and day. You think you can do better at Brooklyn House? We stopped at the edge of the garden. Across the street, a 2-story tall King Tut banner hung from the side of the museum. Carter took out his mobile phone. He showed J.D. Grissom an image on the screen, a burned-out mansion that had once been the headquarters for the 100th gnome in Toronto. I'm sure your guards are good, Carter said, but we'd rather not make your gnome a target for Apophis. In the other attacks like this one, the Serpent's minions didn't leave any survivors. J.D. stared at the phone screen, then glanced back at his wife, and who was fiddling her way through a 2-step. Fine, J.D. said. I hope your team is top-notch. They're amazing, I promised. Come on, we'll introduce you. Our crack squad of magicians was busy raiding the gift shop. Felix had summoned 3 penguins, which were waddling around wearing paper King Tut masks. Our baboon friend, Khufu, sat atop a bookshelf reading the history of the pharaohs, which would have been quite impressive except he was holding the book upside down. Walt? Oh, dear Walt, why? Had opened the jewelry cabinet and was examining charm bracelets and necklaces as if they might be magical. Alyssa levitated clay pots with her earth elemental magic, juggling 20 or 30 at a time in a figure 8. Carter cleared his throat. Walt froze, his hands full of gold jewelry. Khufu scrambled down the bookshelf, knocking off most of the books. Alyssa's pottery crashed to the floor. Felix tried to shoo his penguins behind the till. He does have rather strong feelings about the usefulness of penguins. I'm afraid I can't explain it. J.D. Grissom drummed his fingers against his Lone Star belt buckle. This is your amazing team? Yes. I tried for a winning smile. Sorry about the mess. I'll just, I pulled my wand from my belt and spoke a word of power. Hi Nem. I got better at such spells. Most of the time, I could now channel power from my patron goddess Isis without passing out. And I hadn't exploded once. The hieroglyph for joined together glowed briefly in the air. Broken bits of pottery flew back together and mended themselves. Books returned to the shelf. The King Tut masks flew off the penguins, revealing them to be, gasp, penguins. Our friends looked rather embarrassed. Sorry, Walt mumbled, putting the jewelry back in the case. We got bored. I couldn't stay mad at Walt. He was tall and athletic, built like a basketball player, in workout pants and sleeveless tee that showed off his sculpted arms. His skin was the color of hot cocoa. His face every bit as regal and handsome as the statues of his pharaoh ancestors. Did I fancy him? Well, it's complicated. More on that later. J.D. Grissom looked over our team. Nice to meet you all. He managed to contain his enthusiasm. Come with me. The museum's main foyer was a vast white room with empty cafe tables, a stage, and a ceiling high enough for a pet giraffe. On one side, stairs led up to a balcony with a row of offices. On the other side, glass walls looked out at the nighttime skyline of Dallas. J.D. pointed up at the balcony, where 2 men in black linen robes were patrolling. You see? Guards are everywhere. The men had their staffs and wands ready. They glanced down at us, and I noticed their eyes were glowing. Hieroglyphs were painted on their cheekbones like war paint. Alyssa whispered to me, "What's up with their eyes?" Surveillance magic, I guessed. The symbols allow the guards to see into the do-it. Alyssa bit her lip. Since her patron was the earth god Geb, she liked solid things, such as stone and clay. She didn't like heights or deep water. She definitely didn't like the idea of the do-it, the magical realm that coexisted with ours. Once, when I described the do-it as an ocean under our feet with layers and layers of magical dimensions going down forever, I thought Alyssa was going to get seasick. 10-year-old Felix, on the other hand, had no such qualms. Cool, he said. I want glowing eyes. He traced his finger across his cheeks, leaving shiny purple blobs in the shape of Antarctica. Alyssa laughed. Can you see into the do-it now? No, he admitted. But I can see my penguins much better. We should hurry, Carter reminded us. Apophis usually strikes when the moon is at the top of its transit. Which is? Ak. Khufu held up all 10 fingers. Leave it to a baboon to have perfect astronomical sense. In 10 minutes, I said. Just brilliant. We approached the entrance of the King Tut exhibit, which was rather hard to miss because of the giant golden sign that read King Tut exhibit. 2 magicians stood guard with full-grown leopards on leashes. Carter looked at JD in astonishment. How did you get complete access to the museum? The Texan shrugged. My wife, Anne, is president of the board. Now, which artifact did you want to see? I studied your exhibit maps, Carter said. Come on. I'll show you. The leopards seemed quite interested in Felix's penguins, but the guards held them back and let us pass. Inside, the exhibit was extensive, but I doubt you care about the details. A labyrinth of rooms with sarcophagi, statues, furniture, bits of gold jewelry, blah, blah, blah. I would have passed it all by. I've seen enough Egyptian collections to last several lifetimes. Thank you very much. Besides, everywhere I looked, I saw reminders of bad experiences. We passed cases of Shabti figurines, no doubt enchanted to come to life when called upon. I killed my share of those. We passed statues of glowering monsters and gods whom I'd fought in person. The vulture Nekbet, who'd once possessed my gran, long story. The crocodile Sobuk, who tried to kill my cat, longer story. And the lion goddess Sekhmet, whom we'd once vanquished with hot sauce, don't even ask. Most upsetting of all, a small alabaster statue of our friend Bess, the dwarf god. The carving was eons old, but I recognized that pug nose, the bushy sideburns, the potbelly, and the endearingly ugly face that looked as if it had been hit repeatedly with a frying pan. We'd only known Bess for a few days, but he'd literally sacrificed his soul to help us. Now, each time I saw him, I was reminded of a debt I could never repay. I must have lingered at his statue longer than I realized. The rest of the group had passed me and were turning into the next room, about 20 meters ahead, when a voice next to me said, Pust! I looked around. I thought the statue of Bess might have spoken. Then the voice called again, Hey doll, listen up. Not much time. In the middle of the wall, eye level with me, a man's face bulged from the white, textured paint as if trying to break through. He had a beak of a nose, cruel thin lips, and a high forehead. Though he was the same color as the wall, he seemed very much alive. His blank eyes managed to convey a look of impatience. You won't save the scroll, doll, he warned. Even if you did, you'd never understand it. You need my help. I'd experienced many strange things since I'd begun practicing magic, so I wasn't particularly startled. Still, I knew better than to trust any old white spackled apparition who spoke to me, especially one who called me doll. He reminded me of a character from those silly mafia movies the boys at Brooklyn House like to watch in their spare time. Someone's Uncle Vinny, perhaps. Who are you? I demanded. The man snorted. Like you don't know. Like there's anybody who doesn't know. You've got 2 days until they put me down. You want to defeat Apophis. You'd better pull some strings and get me out of here. I have no idea what you're talking about, I said. The man didn't sound like Set the god of evil or the Serpent Apophis or any of the other villains I'd dealt with before, but one could never be sure. There was this thing called magic, after all. The man jutted out his chin. Okay, I get it. You want a show of faith. You'll never save the scroll, but go for the golden box. That'll give you a clue about what you need, if you're smart enough to understand it. Day after tomorrow at sunset, doll. Then my offer expires. 'Cause that's when I get permanently. He choked. His eyes widened. He strained as if a noose were tightening around his neck. He slowly melted back into the wall. Sadie, Walt called from the end of the corridor. You okay? I looked over. Did you see that? See what? He asked. Course not, I thought. What fun would it be if other people saw my vision of Uncle Vinny? Then I couldn't wonder if I were going stark raving mad. Nothing, I said, and I ran to catch up. The entrance to the next room was flanked by two giant obsidian sphinxes with the bodies of lions and the heads of rams. Carter says that particular type of sphinx is called a cryosphinx. Thanks, Carter. We were all dying to know that bit of useless information. Ack, Khufu warned, holding up 5 fingers. 5 minutes left, Carter translated. Give me a moment, JD said. This room has the heaviest protective spells. I'll need to modify them to let you through. I said nervously. But the spells will still keep out enemies, like giant chaos snakes, I hope? JD gave me an exasperated look, which I tend to get a lot. I do know a thing or two about protective magic, he promised. Trust me. He raised his wand and began to chant. Carter pulled me aside. You okay? I must have looked shaken from my encounter with Uncle Vinny. I'm fine, I said. Saw something back there. Probably just one of Apophis's tricks. But my eyes drifted to the other end of the corridor. Walt was staring at a golden throne in a glass case. He leaned forward with one hand on the glass as if he might be sick. Hold that thought, I told Carter. I moved to Walt's side. Light from the exhibit bathed his face, turning his features reddish-brown like the hills of Egypt. What's wrong? I asked. Tutankhamun died in that chair, he said. I read the display card. It didn't say anything about Tut dying in the chair, but Walt sounded very sure. Perhaps he could sense the family curse. King Tut was Walt's great times a billion granduncle, and the same genetic poison that killed Tut at 19 was now coursing through Walt's bloodstream, getting stronger the more he practiced magic. Yet Walt refused to slow down. Looking at the throne of his ancestor, he must have felt as if he were reading his own obituary. We'll find a cure, I promised. As soon as we deal with Apophis. He looked at me and my voice faltered. We both knew our chances of defeating Apophis were slim. Even if we succeeded, there was no guarantee Walt would live long enough to enjoy the victory. Today was one of Walt's good days, and still I could see the pain in his eyes. Guys, Carter called. We're ready. The room beyond the cryosphinxes was a greatest hits collection from the Egyptian afterlife. A life-sized wooden Anubis stared down from his pedestal. Atop a replica of the scales of justice sat a golden baboon, which Khufu immediately started flirting with. There were masks of pharaohs, maps of the underworld, and loads of canopic jars that had once been filled with mummy organs. Carter passed all that by. He gathered us around a long papyrus scroll in a glass case on the back wall. This is what you're after? JD frowned. The Book of Overcoming Apophis? You do realize that even the best spells against Apophis aren't very effective. Carter reached in his pocket and produced a bit of burned papyrus. This is all we could salvage from Toronto. It was another copy of the same scroll. JD took the papyrus scrap. It was no bigger than a postcard and too charred to let us make out. More than a few hieroglyphs. Overcoming Apophis, he read. But this is one of the most common magic scrolls. Hundreds of copies have survived from ancient times. No, I fought the urge to look over my shoulder, in case any giant serpents were listening in. Apophis is after only one particular version, written by this chap. I tapped the information plaque next to the display. Attributed to Prince Kamwasit. I read, better known as Seton. JD scowled. That's an evil name. One of most villainous magicians who ever lived. So we've heard, I said. And Apophis is destroying only Seton's version of the scroll. As far as we can tell, only 6 copies existed. Apophis has already burned 5. This is the last one. JD studied the burned papyrus scrap doubtfully. If Apophis has truly risen from the do-it with all his power, why would he care about a few scrolls? No spell could possibly stop him. Why hasn't he already destroyed the world? We've been asking ourselves the same question for months. Apophis is afraid of this scroll, I said, hoping I was right. Something in it must hold the secret to defeating him. He wants to make sure all copies are destroyed before he invades the world. Sadie, we need to hurry, Carter said. The attack could come any minute. I stepped closer to the scroll. It was roughly 2 meters long and a half meter tall, with dense lines of hieroglyphs and colorful illustrations. I'd seen loads of scrolls like this describing ways to defeat chaos, with chants designed to keep the serpent Apophis from devouring the sun god Ra on his nightly journey through the Duat. Ancient Egyptians had been quite obsessed with this subject. Cheery bunch, those Egyptians. I could read the hieroglyphs, one of my many amazing talents, but the scroll was a lot to take in. At first glance, nothing struck me as particularly helpful. There were the usual descriptions of the River of Night, down which Ra's sun boat traveled. Been there, thanks. There were tips on how to handle the various demons of the Duat. Met them, killed them, got the t-shirt. Sadie, Carter asked. Anything? Don't know yet, I grumbled. Give me a moment. I found it annoying that my bookish brother was the combat magician, while I was expected to be the great reader of magic. I barely had the patience for magazines, much less musty scrolls. You'd never understand it, the face in the wall had warned. You need my help. We'll have to take it with us, I decided. I'm sure I can figure it out with a little more. The building shook. Khufu shrieked and leaped into the arms of the golden baboon. Felix's penguins waddled around frantically. That sounded like... J.D. Grissom blanched. An explosion outside. The party. It's a diversion, Carter warned. Apophis is trying to draw our defenses away from the scroll. They're attacking my friends, J.D. said in a strangled voice. My wife. Go, I said. I glared at my brother. We can handle the scroll. J.D.'s wife is in danger. J.D. clasped my hands. Take the scroll. Good luck. He ran from the room. I turned back to the display. Walt, can you open the case? We need to get this out of here as fast. Evil laughter filled the room. A dry, heavy voice, deep as a nuclear blast, echoed all around us. I don't think so, Sadie Kane. My skin felt as if it were turning to brittle papyrus. I remembered that voice. I remembered how it felt being so close to chaos, as if my blood were turning to fire, and the strands of my DNA were unraveling. I think I'll destroy you with the guardians of Ma'at, Apophis said. Yes, that will be amusing. At the entrance to the room, the two obsidian cryosphinxes turned. They blocked the exit, standing shoulder to shoulder. Flames curled from their nostrils. In the voice of Apophis, they spoke in unison. No one leaves this place alive. Goodbye, Sadie Kane. Chapter 2. I have a word with chaos. Would you be surprised to learn that things went badly from there? I didn't think so. Our first casualties were Felix's penguins. The cryosphinxes blew fire at the unfortunate birds, and they melted into puddles of water. No! Felix cried. The room rumbled, much stronger this time. Khufu screamed and jumped on Carter's head, knocking him to the floor. Under different circumstances that would have been funny, but I realized Khufu had just saved my brother's life. Where Carter had been standing, the floor dissolved, marble tiles crumbling as if broken apart by an invisible jackhammer. The area of disruption snaked across the room, destroying everything in its path, sucking artifacts into the ground and chewing them to bits. Yes, snaked was the right word. The destruction slithered exactly like a serpent, heading straight for the back wall and the book of overcoming Apophis. Scroll! I shouted. No one seemed to hear. Carter was still on the floor, trying to pry Khufu off his head. Felix knelt in shock at the puddles of his penguins, while Walt and Alyssa tried to pull him away from the fiery cryosphinxes. I slipped my wand from my belt and shouted the first word of power that came to mind. Drowa! Golden hieroglyphs, the command for boundary, blazed in the air. A wall of light flashed between the display case and the advancing line of destruction. I'd often used the spell to separate quarreling initiates, or to protect the snack cupboard from late-night nom-nom raids, but I'd never tried it for something so important. As soon as the invisible jackhammer reached my shield, the spell began to fall apart. The disturbance spread up the wall of light, shaking it to pieces. I tried to concentrate, but a much more powerful force, chaos itself, was working against me, invading my mind and scattering my magic. In a panic, I realized I couldn't let go. I was locked in a battle I couldn't win. Apophis was shredding my thoughts as easily as he'd shredded the floor. Walt knocked the wand out of my hands. Darkness washed over me. I slumped into Walt's arms. When my vision cleared, my hands were burned and steaming. I was too shocked to feel the pain. The book of Overcoming Apophis was gone. Nothing remained except a pile of rubble and a massive hole in the wall, as if a tank had smashed through. Despair threatened to close up my throat, but my friends gathered around me. Walt held me steady. Carter drew his sword. Khufu showed his fangs and barked at the cryosphinxes. Alyssa wrapped her arms around Felix, who was sobbing into her sleeve. He had quickly lost his courage when his penguins were taken away. So that's it, I shouted at the cryosphinxes. Burn up the scroll and run away as usual? Are you so afraid to show yourself in person? More laughter rolled through the room. The cryosphinxes stood unmoving in the doorway, but figurines and jewelry rattled in the display cases. With a painful creaking sound, the golden baboon statue that Khufu had been chatting up suddenly turned its head. But I am everywhere. The serpent spoke through the statue's mouth. I can destroy anything you value, and anyone you value. Khufu wailed in outrage. He launched himself at the baboon and knocked it over. It melted into a steaming pool of gold. A different statue came to life, a gilded wooden pharaoh with a hunting spear. Its eyes turned the color of blood. Its carved mouth twisted into a smile. Your magic is weak, Sadie Kane. Human civilization has grown as old and rotten. I will swallow the sun god and plunge your world into darkness. The sea of chaos will consume you all. As if the energy were too much for it to contain, the pharaoh statue burst. Its pedestal disintegrated, and another line of evil jackhammer magic snaked across the room, churning up the floor tiles. It headed for a display against the east wall, a small golden cabinet. Save it, said a voice inside me, possibly my subconscious, or possibly the voice of Isis, my patron goddess. We'd shared thoughts so many times, it was hard to be sure. I remembered what the face in the wall had told me. Go for the golden box. That'll give you a clue about what you need. The box! I yelped. Stop him! My friends stared at me. From somewhere outside, another explosion shook the building. Chunks of plaster rained from the ceiling. Are these children the best you could send against me? Apophis spoke from an ivory shabdi in the nearest case, a miniature sailor on a toy boat. Walt Stone, you are the luckiest. Even if you survive tonight, your sickness will kill you before my great victory. You won't have to watch your world destroyed. Walt staggered. Suddenly I was supporting him. My burned hands hurt so badly, I had to fight down a surge of nausea. The line of destruction trundled across the floor, still heading for the golden cabinet. Alyssa thrust out her staff and barked a command. For a moment, the floor stabilized, smoothing into a solid sheet of gray stone. Then new cracks appeared, and the force of chaos blasted its way through. Brave Alyssa, the serpent said, the earth you love will dissolve into chaos. You will have no place to stand. Alyssa's staff burst into flames. She screamed and threw it aside. Stop it, Felix yelled. He smashed the glass case with his staff and demolished the miniature sailor along with a dozen other shabdi. Apophis's voice simply moved to a jade amulet of Isis on a nearby mannequin. Ah, little Felix, I find you amusing. Perhaps I'll keep you as a pet, like those ridiculous birds you love. I wonder how long you'll last before your sanity crumbles. Felix threw his wand and knocked over the mannequin. The crumbling trail of chaos was now halfway to the golden cabinet. He's after that box, I managed to say. Save the box. Granted, it wasn't the most inspiring call to battle, but Carter seemed to understand. He jumped in front of the advancing chaos, stabbing his sword into the floor. His blade cut through the marble tile like ice cream. A blue line of magic extended to either side, Carter's own version of a force field. The line of disruption slammed against the barrier and stalled. Poor Carter Kane. The serpent's voice was all around us now, jumping from artifact to artifact, each one bursting from the power of chaos. Your leadership is doomed. Everything you tried to build will crumble. You will lose the ones you love the most. Carter's blue defensive line began to flicker. If I didn't help him quickly, Apophis, I yelled. Why wait to destroy me? Do it now, you overgrown rat snake. A hiss echoed through the room. Perhaps I should mention that one of my many talents is making people angry. Apparently it worked on snakes, too. The floor settled. Carter released his shielding spell and almost collapsed. Khufu, bless his baboon wits, leaped to the golden cabinet, picked it up, and bounded off with it. When Apophis spoke again, his voice hardened with anger. Very well, Sadie Kane. It's time to die. The two ram-headed sphinxes stirred, their mouths glowing with flames. Then they lunged straight at me. Fortunately, one of them slipped in a puddle of penguin water and skidded off to the left. The other would have ripped my throat out had it not been tackled by a timely camel. Yes, an actual full-sized camel. If you find that confusing, just think how the cryosphinx must have felt. Where did the camel come from, you ask? I may have mentioned Walt's collection of amulets. 2 of them summoned disgusting camels. I'd met them before, so I was less than excited when a ton of dromedary flesh flew across my line of sight, plowed into the Sphinx, and collapsed on top of it. The Sphinx growled in outrage as it tried to free itself. The camel grunted and farted. Hindenburg, I said. Only one camel could possibly fart that badly. Walt, why in the world? Sorry, he yelled. Wrong amulet. The technique worked at any rate. The camel wasn't much of a fighter, but it was quite heavy and clumsy. The cryosphinx snarled and clawed at the floor, trying unsuccessfully to push the camel off. But Hindenburg just splayed his legs, made alarmed honking sounds, and let loose gas. I moved to Walt's side and tried to get my bearings. The room was quite literally in chaos. Tendrils of red lightning arced between exhibits. The floor was crumbling. The walls cracked. Artifacts were coming to life and attacking my friends. Carter fended off the other cryosphinx, stabbing it with his khopesh, but the monster parried his strikes with its horns and breathed fire. Felix was surrounded by a tornado of canopic jars that pummeled him from every direction as he swatted them with his staff. An army of tiny shabdi had surrounded Alyssa, who was chanting desperately, using her earth magic to keep the room in one piece. The statue of Anubis chased Khufu around the room, smashing things with its fists as our brave baboon cradled the golden cabinet. All around us, the power of chaos grew. I felt it in my ears like a coming storm. The presence of Apophis was shaking apart the entire museum. How could I help all my friends at once, protect that gold cabinet, and keep the museum from collapsing on top of us? Sadie, Walt prompted. What's the plan? The first cryosphinx finally pushed Hindenburg off its back. It turned and blew fire at the camel, which let loose one final fart and shrank back into a harmless gold amulet. Then the cryosphinx turned toward me. It did not look pleased. Walt, I said, guard me. Sure. He eyed the cryosphinx uncertainly. While you do what? Good question, I thought. We have to protect that cabinet, I said. It's some sort of clue. We have to restore Ma'at, or this building will implode and we'll all die. How do we restore Ma'at? Instead of answering, I concentrated. I lowered my vision into the do-it. It's hard to describe what it's like to experience the world on many levels at once. It's a bit like looking through 3D glasses and seeing hazy, colorful auras around things, except the auras don't always match the objects, and the images are constantly shifting. Magicians have to be careful when they look into the do-it. Best case scenario, you'll get mildly nauseous. Worst case scenario, your brain will explode. In the do-it, the room was filled with the writhing coils of a giant red snake. The magic of Apophis slowly expanding and encircling my friends. I almost lost my concentration along with my dinner. Isis, I called. A little help? The goddess's strength surged through me. I stretched out my senses and saw my brother battling the cryosphinx. Standing in Carter's place was the warrior god Horus, his sword blazing with light. Swirling around Felix, the canopic jars were the hearts of evil spirits, shadowy figures that clawed and snapped at our young friend. Though Felix had a surprisingly powerful aura in the do-it, his vivid purple glow seemed to keep the spirits at bay. Alyssa was surrounded by a dust storm in the shape of a giant man. As she chanted, Geb the earth god lifted his arms and held up the ceiling. The Shabdi army surrounding her blazed like a wildfire. Khufu looked no different in the duet, but as he leaped around the room evading the Anubis statue, the golden cabinet he was carrying flapped open. Inside was pure darkness, as if it were full of octopus ink. I wasn't sure what that meant, but then I looked at Walt and gasped. In the duet, he was shrouded in flickering gray linen, mummy cloth. His flesh was transparent. His bones were luminous, as if he were a living X-ray. His curse, I thought. He's marked for death. Even worse, the cryosphinx facing him was the center of the chaos storm. Tendrils of red lightning arced from its body. Its ram face changed into the head of Apophis, with yellow serpentine eyes and dripping fangs. It lunged at Walt, but before it could strike, Walt threw an amulet. Golden chains exploded in the monster's face, wrapping around its snout. The cryosphinx stumbled and thrashed like a dog in a muzzle. "Sadie, it's all right." Walt's voice sounded deeper and more confident, as if he were older in the duet. "Speak your spell. Hurry." The cryosphinx flexed its jaws. The gold chains groaned. The other cryosphinx had backed Carter against a wall. Felix was on his knees, his purple aura failing in a swirl of dark spirits. Alyssa was losing her battle against the crumbling room as chunks of the ceiling fell around her. The Anubis statue grabbed Khufu's tail and held him upside down while the baboon howled and wrapped his arms around the gold cabinet. Now or never, I had to restore order. I channeled the power of Isis, drawing so deeply on my own magic reserves. I could feel my soul start to burn. I forced myself to focus, and I spoke the most powerful of all divine words, Ma'at. The hieroglyph burned in front of me, small and bright like a miniature sun. "Good," Walt said. "Keep at it." Somehow he'd managed to pull in the chains and grab the Sphinx's snout. While the creature bore down on him with all its force, Walt's strange gray aura was spreading across the monster's body like an infection. The cryosphinx hissed and writhed. I caught a whiff of decay like the air from a tomb, so strong that I almost lost my concentration. "Sadie," Walt urged, "maintain the spell." I focused on the hieroglyph. I channeled all my energy into that symbol for order and creation. The word shone brighter. The coils of the serpent burned away like fog in sunlight. The two cryosphinxes crumbled to dust. The canopic jars fell and shattered. The Anubis statue dropped Khufu on his head. The army of Shabdi froze around Alyssa, and her earth magic spread through the room, sealing cracks and shoring up walls. I felt Apophis retreating deeper into the duet, hissing in anger. Then I promptly collapsed. "I told you she could do it," said a kindly voice, my mother's voice. But of course that was impossible. She was dead, which meant I spoke with her only occasionally, and only in the underworld. My vision returned, hazy and dim. Two women hovered over me. One was my mum, her blonde hair clipped back, her deep blue eyes sparkling with pride. She was transparent, as ghosts tend to be, but her voice was warm and very much alive. "It isn't the end yet, Sadie. You must carry on." Next to her stood Isis in her white silky gown, her wings of rainbow light flickering behind her. Her hair was glossy black, woven with strands of diamonds. Her face was as beautiful as my mum's, but more queenly, less warm. Don't misunderstand. I knew from sharing Isis's thoughts that she cared for me in her own way, but gods are not human. They have trouble thinking of us as more than useful tools or cute pets. To gods, a human lifespan doesn't seem much longer than that of the average gerbil. "I would not have believed it," Isis said. "The last magician to summon Ma'at was Hatshepsut herself, and even she could only do it while wearing a fake beard. I had no idea what that meant. I decided I didn't want to know. I tried to move but couldn't. I felt as if I were floating at the bottom of a bathtub, suspended in warm water, the two women's faces rippling at me from just above the surface. "Sadie, listen carefully," my mother said. "Don't blame yourself for the deaths. When you make your plan, your father will object. You must convince him. Tell him it's the only way to save the souls of the dead. Tell him." Her expression turned grim. Tell him it's the only way he'll see me again. You must succeed, my sweet. I wanted to ask what she meant, but I couldn't seem to speak. Isis touched my forehead. Her fingers were as cold as snow. We must not tax her any further. Farewell for now, Sadie. The time rapidly approaches when we must join together again. You are strong, even stronger than your mother. Together we will rule the world. You mean together we will defeat Apophis, my mother corrected. Of course, Isis said. That's what I meant. Their faces blurred together. They spoke in a single voice. I love you. A blizzard swept across my eyes. My surroundings changed, and I was standing in a dark graveyard with Anubis. Not the musty old jackal-headed god as he appeared in Egyptian tomb art, but Anubis as I usually saw him. A teenaged boy with warm brown eyes, tousled black hair, and a face that was ridiculously, annoyingly gorgeous. I mean, please, being a god, he had an unfair advantage. He could look like anything he wanted. Why did he always have to appear in this form that twisted my insides to pretzels? Wonderful, I managed to say. If you're here, I must be dead. Anubis smiled. Not dead, though you came close. That was a risky move. A burning sensation started in my face and worked its way down my neck. I wasn't sure if it was embarrassment, anger, or delight at seeing him. Where have you been? I demanded. 6 months. Not a word. His smile melted. They wouldn't let me see you. Who wouldn't let you? There are rules, he said. Even now they're watching. But you're close enough to death that I can manage a few moments. I need to tell you, you have the right idea. Look at what isn't there. It's the only way you might survive. Right? I grumbled. Thanks for not speaking in riddles. The warm sensation reached my heart. It began to beat, and suddenly I realized I'd been without a heartbeat since I'd passed out. That probably wasn't good. Sadie, there's something else. Anubis's voice became watery. His image began to fade. I need to tell you. Tell me in person, I said. None of this death vision nonsense. I can't. They won't let me. You still sound like a little boy. You're a god, aren't you? You can bloody well do what you like. Anger smoldered in his eyes. Then, to my surprise, he laughed. I'd forgotten how irritating you are. I'll try to visit, briefly. We have something to discuss. He reached out and brushed the side of my face. You're waking now. Goodbye, Sadie. Don't leave. I grasped his hand and held it against my cheek. The warmth spread throughout my body. Anubis faded away. My eyes flew open. Don't leave. My burned hands were bandaged, and I was gripping a hairy baboon paw. Khufu looked down at me, rather confused. Ak. Oh Fab. I was flirting with a monkey. I sat up groggily. Carter and our friends gathered around me. The room hadn't collapsed, but the entire King Tut exhibit was in ruins. I had a feeling we would not be invited to join the Friends of the Dallas Museum anytime soon. What happened? I stammered. How long? You were dead for 2 minutes, Carter said, his voice shaky. I mean, no heartbeat, Sadie. I was afraid. He choked up. Poor boy. He really would have been lost without me. Ouch, Carter. Don't pinch. You summoned Ma'at, Alyssa said in amazement. That's like impossible. I suppose it was rather impressive. Using divine words to create an object like an animal or a chair or a sword, that's hard enough. Summoning an element like fire or water is even trickier. But summoning a concept like order, that's just not done. At the moment, however, I was in too much pain to appreciate my own amazingness. I felt as if I'd just summoned an anvil and dropped it on my head. Lucky try, I said. What about the golden cabinet? Ak. Khufu gestured proudly to the gilded box, which sat nearby, safe and sound. Good baboon, I said. Extra Cheerios for you tonight. Walt frowned. But the book of overcoming Apophis was destroyed. How will a cabinet help us? You said it was some kind of clue? I found it hard to look at Walt without feeling guilty. My heart had been torn between him and Anubis for months now, and it just wasn't fair of Anubis to pop into my dreams, looking all hot and immortal, when poor Walt was risking his life to protect me and getting weaker by the day. I remembered how he had looked in the duet, in his ghostly gray mummy linen. No, I couldn't think about that. I forced myself to concentrate on the golden cabinet. Look at what isn't there, Anubis had said. Bloody gods and their bloody riddles. The face in the wall, Uncle Vinny, had told me the box would give us a hint about how to defeat Apophis, if I was smart enough to understand it. I'm not sure what it means yet, I admitted. If the Texans let us take it back to Brooklyn House. A horrible realization settled over me. There were no more sounds of explosions outside. Just eerie silence. The Texans, I yelped. What's happened to them? Felix and Alyssa bolted for the exit. Carter and Walt helped me to my feet, and we ran after them. The guards had all disappeared from their stations. We reached the museum foyer, and I saw columns of white smoke outside the glass walls, rising from the sculpture garden. No, I murmured. No, no. We tore across the street. The well-kept lawn was now a crater as big as an Olympic pool. The bottom was littered with melted metal sculptures and chunks of stone. Tunnels that had once led into the 51st Gnome's headquarters had collapsed like a giant anthill some bully had stepped on. Around the rim of the crater were bits of smoking evening ware, smashed plates of tacos, broken champagne glasses, and the shattered staffs of magicians. Don't blame yourself for the deaths, my mother had said. I moved in a daze to the remains of the patio. Half the concrete slab had cracked and slid into the crater. A charred fiddle lay in the mud next to a gleaming bit of silver. Carter stood next to me. We should search, he said. There might be survivors. I swallowed back a sob. I wasn't sure how, but I sensed the truth with absolute certainty. There aren't any. The Texas magicians had welcomed us and supported us. J.D. Grissom had shaken my hand and wished me luck before running off to save his wife. But we'd seen the work of Apophis in other gnomes. Carter had warned J.D. The Serpent's minions don't leave any survivors. I knelt down and picked up the gleaming piece of silver, a half-melted Lone Star belt buckle. They're dead, I said. All of them. Chapter 3. We win a box full of nothing. On that happy note, Sadie hands me the microphone. Thanks a lot, sis. I wish I could tell you that Sadie was wrong about the 51st Gnome. I'd love to say we found all the Texas magicians safe and sound. We didn't. We found nothing except the remnants of a battle. Burned ivory wands, a few shattered shabti, scraps of smoldering linen and papyrus. Just like in the attacks on Toronto, Chicago, and Mexico City, the magicians had simply vanished. They'd been vaporized, devoured, or destroyed in some equally horrible way. At the edge of the crater, one hieroglyph burned in the grass. Isfit, the symbol for chaos. I had a feeling Apophis had left it there as a calling card. We were all in shock, but we didn't have time to mourn our comrades. The mortal authorities would be arriving soon to check out the scene. We had to repair the damage as best we could and remove all traces of magic. There wasn't much we could do about the crater. The locals would just have to assume there'd been a gas explosion. We tended to cause a lot of those. We tried to fix the museum and restore the King Tut collection, but it wasn't as easy as cleaning up the gift shop. Magic can only go so far. So if you go to a King Tut exhibit someday and notice cracks or burn marks on the artifacts, or maybe a statue with its head glued on backward, well, sorry. That was probably our fault. As police blocked the streets and cordoned off the blast zone, our team gathered on the museum roof. In better times we might have used an artifact to open a portal to take us back home. But over the last few months, as Apophis had gotten stronger, portals had become too risky to use. Instead, I whistled for our ride. Freak the Griffin glided over from the top of the nearby Fairmont Hotel. It's not easy finding a place to stash a griffin, especially when he's pulling a boat. You can't just parallel park something like that and put a few coins in the meter. Besides, Freak tends to get nervous around strangers and swallow them. So I'd settled him on top of the Fairmont with a crate of frozen turkeys to keep him occupied. They have to be frozen. Otherwise he eats them too fast and gets hiccups. Sadie is telling me to hurry up with the story. She says you don't care about the feeding habits of griffins. Well, excuse me. Anyway, Freak came in for a landing on the museum roof. He was a beautiful monster if you like psychotic falcon-headed lions. His fur was the color of rust, and as he flew, his giant hummingbird wings sounded like a cross between chainsaws and kazoos. Freak! Freak cawed. Yeah, buddy, I agreed. Let's get out of here. The boat trailing behind him was an ancient Egyptian model, shaped like a big canoe made from bundles of papyrus reeds, enchanted by Walt so that it stayed airborne no matter how much weight it carried. The first time we'd flown Air Freak, we'd strung the boat underneath Freak's belly, which hadn't been very stable. And you couldn't simply ride on his back, because those high-powered wings would chop you to shreds. So the sleigh boat was our new solution. It worked great, except when Felix yelled down at the mortals, "Ho, ho, ho, Merry Christmas!" Of course, most mortals can't see magic clearly, so I'm not sure what they thought they saw as we passed overhead. No doubt it caused many of them to adjust their medication. We soared into the night sky, the 6 of us and a small cabinet. I still didn't understand Sadie's interest in the golden box, but I trusted her enough to believe it was important. I glanced down at the wreckage of the sculpture garden. The smoking crater looked like a ragged mouth, screaming. Fire trucks and police cars had surrounded it with a perimeter of red and white lights. I wondered how many magicians had died in that explosion. Freak picked up speed. My eyes stung, but it wasn't from the wind. I turned so my friends couldn't see. Your leadership is doomed. Apophis would say anything to throw us into confusion and make us doubt our cause. Still, his words hit me hard. I didn't like being a leader. I always had to appear confident for the sake of the others, even when I wasn't. I missed having my dad to rely on. I missed Uncle Amos, who'd gone off to Cairo to run the House of Life. As for Sadie, my bossy sister, she always supported me. But she'd made it clear she didn't want to be an authority figure. Officially, I was in charge of Brooklyn House. Officially, I called the shots. In my mind, that meant if we made mistakes like getting an entire gnome wiped off the face of the earth, then the fault was mine. Okay, Sadie would never actually blame me for something like that, but that's how I felt. Everything you tried to build will crumble. It seemed incredible that not even a year had passed since Sadie and I first arrived at Brooklyn House, completely clueless about our heritage and our powers. Now we were running the place, training an army of young magicians to fight Apophis using the path of the gods, a kind of magic that hadn't been practiced in thousands of years. We'd made so much progress, but judging from how our fight against Apophis had gone tonight, our efforts hadn't been enough. You will lose the ones you love the most. I'd already lost so many people. My mom had died when I was 7. My dad had sacrificed himself to become the host of Osiris last year. Over the summer, many of our allies had fallen to Apophis, or been ambushed and disappeared thanks to the rebel magicians who didn't accept my Uncle Amos as the new chief lector. Who else could I lose? Sadie? No, I'm not being sarcastic. Even though we'd grown up separately for most of our lives. Me traveling around with Dad, Sadie living in London with Gran and Gramps. She was still my sister. We'd grown close over the last year. As annoying as she was, I needed her. Wow, that's depressing. And there's the punch in the arm I was expecting. Ow. Or maybe Apophis meant someone else like Zia Rashid. Our boat rose above the glittering suburbs of Dallas. With a defiant squawk, Freak pulled us into the Duet. Fog swallowed the boat. The temperature dropped to freezing. I felt a familiar tingle in my stomach, as if we were plunging from the top of a roller coaster. Ghostly voices whispered in the mist. Just when I started to think we were lost, my dizziness passed. The fog cleared. We were back on the East Coast, sailing over New York Harbor toward the nighttime lights of the Brooklyn waterfront and home. The headquarters of the 21st Gnome perched on the shoreline near the Williamsburg Bridge. Regular mortals wouldn't see anything but a huge dilapidated warehouse in the middle of an industrial yard. But to magicians, Brooklyn House was as obvious as a lighthouse. A 5-story mansion of limestone blocks and steel-framed glass rising from the top of the warehouse, glowing with yellow and green lights. Freak landed on the roof, where the cat goddess Bast was waiting for us. My kittens are alive. She took my arms and looked me over for wounds, then did the same to Sadie. She tooted disapprovingly as she examined Sadie's bandaged hands. Bast's luminous feline eyes were a little unsettling. Her long black hair was tied back in a braid, and her acrobatic bodysuit changed patterns as she moved, by turns tiger stripes, leopard spots, or calico. As much as I loved and trusted her, she made me a little nervous when she did her mother-cat inspections. She kept knives up her sleeves, deadly iron blades that could slip into her hands with the flick of her wrists, and I was always afraid she might make a mistake, pat me on the cheek, and end up decapitating me. At least she didn't try to pick us up by the scruffs of our necks or give us a bath. "What happened?" she asked. "Everyone is safe?" Sadie took a shaky breath. "Well, we told her about the destruction of the Texas gnome." Bast growled deep in her throat. Her hair poofed out, but the braid held it down so her scalp looked like a heated pan of Jiffy Pop popcorn. "I should have been there," she said. "I could have helped." "You couldn't," I said. "The museum was too well protected. Gods are almost never able to enter magicians' territory in their physical forms. Magicians have spent millennia developing enchanted wards to keep them out. We'd had enough trouble reworking the wards on Brooklyn House to give Bast access without opening ourselves up to attacks by less friendly gods. Taking Bast to the Dallas Museum would have been like trying to get a bazooka through airport security. If not totally impossible, then at least pretty darn slow and difficult. Besides, Bast was our last line of defense for Brooklyn House. We needed her to protect our home base and our initiates. Twice before, our enemies had almost destroyed the mansion. We didn't want there to be a third time. Bast's bodysuit turned pure black, as it tended to do when she was moody. "Still, I'd never forgive myself if you—" She glanced at our tired, frightened crew. "Well, at least you're back safe. What's the next step?" Walt stumbled. Alyssa and Felix caught him. "I'm fine," he insisted, though he clearly wasn't. "Carter, I can get everyone together if you want. A meeting on the terrace." He looked like he was about to pass out. Walt would never admit it, but our main healer, Jazz, had told me that his level of pain was almost unbearable all the time now. He was only able to stay on his feet because she kept tattooing pain relief hieroglyphs on his chest and giving him potions. In spite of that, I'd asked him to come to Dallas with us. Another decision that weighed on my heart. The rest of our crew needed sleep too. Felix's eyes were puffy from crying. Alyssa looked like she was going into shock. If we met now, I wouldn't know what to say. I had no plan. I couldn't stand in front of the whole gnome without breaking down. Not after having caused so many deaths in Dallas. I glanced at Sadie. We came to a silent agreement. "We'll meet tomorrow," I told the others. "You guys get some sleep." "What happened with the Texans?" My voice caught. "Look, I know how you feel. I feel the same way. But it wasn't your fault. I'm not sure they bought it." Felix wiped a tear from his cheek. Alyssa put her arm around him and led him toward the stairwell. Walt gave Sadie a glance I couldn't interpret, maybe wistfulness or regret, then followed Alyssa downstairs. "Ack." Khufu patted the golden cabinet. "Yeah," I said. "Could you take it to the library?" That was the most secure room in the mansion. I didn't want to take any chances after all we'd sacrificed to save the box. Khufu waddled away with it. Freak was so tired, he didn't even make it to his covered roost. He just curled up where he was and started snoring, still attached to the boat. Traveling through the Duet takes a lot out of him. I undid his harness and scratched his feathery head. "Thanks, buddy. Dream of big fat turkeys." He cooed in his sleep. I turned to Sadie and Bast. "We need to talk." It was almost midnight, but the great room was still buzzing with activity. Julian, Paul, and a few of the other guys were crashed on the couches watching the sports channel. The ankle-biters, our 3 youngest trainees, were coloring pictures on the floor. Chip bags and soda cans littered the coffee table. Shoes were tossed randomly across the snakeskin rug. In the middle of the room, the 2-story-tall statue of Thoth, the ibis-headed god of knowledge, loomed over our initiates with his scroll and quill. Somebody had put one of Amos's old pork pie hats on the statue's head, so he looked like a bookie taking bets on the football game. One of the ankle-biters had colored the god's obsidian toes pink and purple with crayons. We're big on respect here at Brooklyn House. As Sadie and I came down the stairs, The guys on the couch got to their feet. "How did it go?" Julian asked. "Walt just came through, but he wouldn't say." "Our team is safe," I said. "The 51st gnome. Not so lucky." Julian winced. He knew better than to ask for details in front of the little kids. "Did you find anything helpful?" "We're not sure yet," I admitted. I wanted to leave it at that, but our youngest ankle-biter, Shelby, toddled over to show me her crayon masterpiece. "I kill a snake," she announced. "Kill, kill, kill. Bad snake." She'd drawn a serpent with a bunch of knives sticking out of its back and X's in its eyes. If Shelby had made that picture at school, it probably would have earned her a trip to the guidance counselor. But here even the littlest ones understood something serious was happening. She gave me a toothy grin, shaking her crayon like a spear. I stepped back. Shelby might have been a kindergartner, but she was already an excellent magician. Her crayons sometimes morphed into weapons, and the things she drew tended to peel off the page, like the red, white, and blue unicorn she had summoned for the 4th of July. "Awesome picture, Shelby." I felt like my heart was being wrapped tight in mummy linen. Like all the littlest kids, Shelby was here with her parents' consent. The parents understood that the fate of the world was at stake. They knew Brooklyn House was the best and safest place for Shelby to master her powers. Still, what kind of childhood was this for her? Channeling magic that would destroy most adults, learning about monsters that would give anybody nightmares. Julian ruffled Shelby's hair. "Come on, sweetie. Draw me another picture. Okay?" Shelby said. "Kill?" Julian steered her away. Sadie, Bast, and I headed to the library. The heavy oaken doors opened to a staircase that descended into a huge cylindrical room like a well. Painted on the domed ceiling was Nut, the sky goddess, with silver constellations glittering on her dark blue body. The floor was a mosaic of her husband, Geb, the earth god, his body covered with rivers, hills, and deserts. Even though it was late, our self-appointed librarian, Cleo, still had her 4 Shabti statues at work. The clay men rushed around, dusting shelves, rearranging scrolls, and sorting books in the honeycombed compartments along the walls. Cleo herself sat at the work table, jotting notes on a papyrus scroll while she talked to Khufu, who squatted on the table in front of her, patting our new antique cabinet and grunting in baboon, like, "Hey, Cleo, wanna buy a gold box?" Cleo wasn't much in the bravery department, but she had an incredible memory. She could speak 6 languages, including English, her native Portuguese. She was Brazilian, ancient Egyptian, and a few words of baboon. She'd taken it upon herself to create a master index to all our scrolls, and had been gathering more scrolls from all over the world to help us find information on Apophis. It was Cleo who'd found the connection between the Serpent's recent attacks and the scrolls written by the legendary magician Serpent. She was a great help, though sometimes she got exasperated when she had to make room in her library for our school texts, internet stations, large artifacts, and Bast's back issues of Cat Fancy magazine. When Cleo saw us coming down the stairs, she jumped to her feet. "You're alive. Don't sound so surprised," Sadie muttered. Cleo chewed her lip. "Sorry, I'm glad." Khufu came in alone, so I was worried. He was trying to tell me something about this gold box. "But it's empty." "Did you find the book of overcoming Apophis?" "The scroll burned," I said. "We couldn't save it." Cleo looked like she might scream. "But that was the last copy. How could Apophis destroy something so valuable?" I wanted to remind Cleo that Apophis was out to destroy the entire world, but I knew she didn't like to think about that. It made her sick from fear. Getting outraged about the scroll was more manageable for her. The idea that anybody could destroy a book of any kind made Cleo want to punch Apophis in the face. One of the Shabti jumped onto the table. He tried to stick a scanner label on the golden cabinet, but Cleo shooed the clay man away. "All of you, back to your places." She clapped her hands, and the 4 Shabti returned to their pedestals. They reverted to solid clay, though one was still wearing rubber gloves and holding a feather duster, which looked a little odd. Cleo leaned in and studied the gold box. "There's nothing inside. Why did you bring it?" "That's what Sadie, Bast, and I need to discuss," I said. "If you don't mind, Cleo." "I don't mind." Cleo kept examining the cabinet. Then she realized we were all staring at her. "Oh, you mean privately?" "Of course." She looked a little upset about getting kicked out, but she took Khufu's hand. "Come on, Babuino Zinho. We'll get you a snack." "Ak," Khufu said happily. He adored Cleo, possibly because of her name. For reasons none of us quite understood, Khufu loved things that ended in O, like avocados, Oreos, and armadillos. Once Cleo and Khufu were gone, Sadie, Bast, and I gathered around our new acquisition. The cabinet was shaped like a miniature school locker. The exterior was gold, but it must have been a thin layer of foil covering wood, because the whole thing wasn't very heavy. The sides and top were engraved with hieroglyphs and pictures of the pharaoh and his wife. The front was fitted with latched double doors, which opened to reveal, well, not much of anything. There was a tiny pedestal marked by gold footprints, as if an ancient Egyptian Barbie doll had once stood there. Sadie studied the hieroglyphs along the sides of the box. "It's all about Tut and his queen, wishing them a happy afterlife, blah, blah. There's a picture of him hunting ducks. Honestly, that was his idea of paradise." "I like ducks," Bass said. I moved the little doors back and forth on their hinges. "Somehow I don't think the ducks are important. Whatever was inside here, it's gone now. Maybe grave robbers took it or—" Bass chuckled. "Grave robbers took it." "Sure." I frowned at her. "What's so funny?" She grinned at me, then Sadie, before apparently realizing we didn't get the joke. "Oh, I see. You actually don't know what this is. I suppose that makes sense. Not many have survived." "Not many what?" I asked. "Shadow boxes." Sadie wrinkled her nose. "Isn't that a sort of school project? Did one for English once. Deadly boring." "I wouldn't know about school projects," Bass said haughtily. "That sounds suspiciously like work. But this is an actual shadow box. A box to hold a shadow." Bass didn't sound like she was kidding, but it's hard to tell with cats. "It's in there right now," she insisted. "Can't you see it? A little shadowy bit of Tut." "Hello, Shadow Tut." She wriggled her fingers at the empty box. "That's why I laughed when you said grave robbers might have stolen it." "Ha, that would be a trick." I tried to wrap my mind around this idea. "But I've heard Dad lecture on, like, every possible Egyptian artifact. I never once heard him mention a shadow box." "As I told you," Bass said, "not many have survived. Usually the shadow box was buried far away from the rest of the soul. Tut was quite silly to have it placed in his tomb. Perhaps one of the priests put it there against his orders, out of spite." I was totally lost now. To my surprise, Sadie was nodding enthusiastically. "That must have been what Anubis meant," she said. "Pay attention to what's not there." When I looked into the do-it, I saw darkness inside the box. And Uncle Vinny said it was a clue to defeating Apophis. I made a timeout T with my hands. "Back up. Sadie, where did you see Anubis? And since when do we have an uncle named Vinny?" She looked a little embarrassed, but she described her encounter with the face in the wall, then the visions she'd had of our mom and Isis and her godly, almost boyfriend Anubis. I knew my sister's attention wandered a lot, but even I was impressed by how many mystical side trips she'd managed, just walking through a museum. "The face in the wall could have been a trick," I said. "Possibly, but I don't think so. The face said we would need his help, and we had only 2 days until something happened to him. He told me this box would show us what we needed. Anubis hinted I was on the right track, saving this cabinet. And Mom," Sadie faltered. "Mom said this was the only way we'd ever see her again. Something is happening to the spirits of the dead." Suddenly I felt like I was back in the do-it, wrapped in freezing fog. I stared at the box, but I still didn't see anything. How do shadows tie into Apophis and spirits of the dead? I looked at Bast. She dug her fingernails into the table, using it like a scratching post, the way she does when she's tense. "We go through a lot of tables." "Bast?" Sadie asked gently. "Apophis and shadows," Bast mused. "I'd never considered." She shook her head. "These are really questions you should ask Thoth. He's much more knowledgeable than I." A memory surfaced. My dad had given a lecture at a university somewhere, Munich, maybe? The students had asked him about the Egyptian concept of the soul, which had multiple parts, and my dad mentioned something about shadows. Like one hand with 5 fingers, he'd said. One soul with 5 parts. I held up my own fingers, trying to remember. 5 parts of the soul, what are they? Bass stayed silent. She looked pretty uncomfortable. Carter, Sadie asked. What does that have to do? Just humor me, I said. The first part is the BA, right? Our personality. Chicken form, Sadie said. Trust Sadie to nickname part of your soul after poultry. But I knew what she meant. The BA could leave the body when we dreamed, or it could come back to the earth as a ghost after we died. When it did, it appeared as a large glowing bird with a human head. Yeah, I said. Chicken form. Then there's the Ka, the life force that leaves the body when it dies. Then there's the IB, the heart. The record of good and bad deeds, Sadie agreed. That's the bit they weigh on the scales of justice in the afterlife. And fourth, I hesitated. The Ren, Sadie supplied. Your secret name. I was too embarrassed to look at her. Last spring she'd saved my life by speaking my secret name, which had basically given her access to my most private thoughts and darkest emotions. Since then she'd been pretty cool about it, but still, that's not the kind of leverage you want to give your little sister. The Ren was also the part of the soul that our friend Bess had given up for us in our gambling match 6 months ago with the moon god Khonsu. Now Bess was a hollow shell of a god, sitting in a wheelchair in the underworld's divine nursing home. Right? I said. But the 5th part? I looked at Bast. It's the shadow, isn't it? Sadie frowned. The shadow? How can a shadow be part of your soul? It's just a silhouette, isn't it? A trick of the light. Bast held her hand over the table. Her fingers cast a vague shadow over the wood. You can never be free of your shadow, your shut. All living beings have them. So do rocks, pencils, and shoes, Sadie said. Does that mean they have souls? You know better, Bast chided. Living beings are different from rocks. Well, most are, anyway. The shut is not just a physical shadow. It's a magical projection. The silhouette of the soul. So this box, I said. When you say it holds King Tut's shadow, I mean it holds 1/5 of his soul, Bast confirmed. It houses the pharaoh's shut so it will not be lost in the afterlife. My brain felt like it was about to explode. I knew the stuff about shadows must be important, but I didn't see how. It was like I'd been handed a puzzle piece, but it was for the wrong puzzle. We'd failed to save the right piece. An irreplaceable scroll that might have helped us beat Apophis. And we'd failed to save an entire gnome full of friendly magicians. All we had to show from our trip was an empty cabinet decorated with pictures of ducks. I wanted to knock King Tut's shadow box across the room. Lost shadows, I muttered. This sounds like that Peter Pan story. Bast's eyes glowed like paper lanterns. What do you think inspired the story of Peter Pan's lost shadow? There have been folktales about shadows for centuries, Carter, all handed down since the days of Egypt. But how does that help us? I demanded. The book of Overcoming Apophis would have helped us. Now it's gone. Okay, I sounded angry. I was angry. Remembering my dad's lectures made me want to be a kid again, traveling the world with him. We'd been through some weird stuff together, but I'd always felt safe and protected. He'd always known what to do. Now all I had left from those days was my suitcase, gathering dust in my closet upstairs. It wasn't fair, but I knew what my dad would say about that. Fair means everyone gets what they need, and the only way to get what you need is to make that happen yourself. Great, Dad. I'm facing an impossible enemy, and what I need in order to defeat him just got destroyed. Sadie must have read my expression. Carter will figure it out, she promised. Bast, you were about to say something earlier about Apophis and shadows. No, I wasn't, Bast murmured. Why are you so nervous about this? I asked. Do gods have shadows? Does Apophis? If so, how do they work? Bast gouged some hieroglyphs in the table with her fingernails. I was pretty sure the message read, Danger. Honestly, children, this is a question for Thoth. Yes, gods have shadows. Of course we do. But it's not something we're supposed to talk about. I'd rarely seen Bast look so agitated. I wasn't sure why. This was a goddess who'd fought Apophis face to face, claw to fang, in a magical prison for thousands of years. Why was she scared of shadows? Bast, I said. If we can't figure out a better solution, we'll have to go with Plan B. The goddess winced. Sadie stared dejectedly at the table. Plan B was something only Sadie, Bast, Walt, and I had discussed. Our other initiates didn't know about it. We hadn't even told our Uncle Amos. It was that scary. I would hate that, Bast said. But Carter, I really don't know the answers. And if you start asking about shadows, you'll be delving into very dangerous. There was a knock on the library doors. Cleo and Khufu appeared at the top of the stairs. Sorry to disturb, Cleo said. Carter, Khufu just came down from your room. He seems anxious to talk with you. Ak, Khufu insisted. Bast translated from baboon speak. He says there's a call for you on the scrying bowl, Carter. A private call. As if I weren't stressed enough already. Only one person would be sending me a scrying vision, and if she was contacting me so late at night, it had to be bad news. Meeting adjourned, I told the others. See you in the morning. Chapter 4. I consult the pigeon of war. I was in love with a birdbath. Most guys checked their phone for texts, or obsessed over what girls were saying about them online. Me, I couldn't stay away from the scrying bowl. It was just a bronze saucer on a stone pedestal, sitting on the balcony outside my bedroom. But whenever I was in my room, I found myself stealing glances at it, resisting the urge to rush outside and check for a glimpse of Zia. The weird thing was, I couldn't even call her my girlfriend. What do you call somebody when you fall in love with her replica Shabdi? Then rescue the real person only to find she doesn't share your feelings. And Sadie thinks her relationships are complicated. Over the past 6 months, since Zia had gone to help my uncle at the first gnome, the bowl had been our only contact. I'd spent so many hours staring into it, talking with Zia. I could hardly remember what she looked like without enchanted oil rippling across her face. By the time I reached the balcony, I was out of breath. From the surface of the oil, Zia stared up at me. Her arms were crossed, her eyes so angry, they looked like they might ignite. The first scrying bowl Walt had made actually did ignite, but that's another story. Carter, she said, I'm going to strangle you. She was beautiful when she threatened to kill me. Over the summer, she'd let her hair grow out so that it swept over her shoulders in a glossy black wave. She wasn't the Shabdi I'd first fallen for, but her face still had a sculpted beauty. Delicate nose, full red lips, dazzling amber eyes. Her skin glowed like terracotta warm from the kiln. You heard about Dallas, I guessed. Zia, I'm sorry. Carter, everyone has heard about Dallas. Other gnomes have been sending Amos BA messengers for the past hour, demanding answers. Magicians as far away as Cuba felt ripples in the Dewitt. Some claimed you blew up half of Texas. Some said the entire 51st gnome was destroyed. Some said you were dead. The concern in her voice lifted my spirits a little, but it also made me feel guiltier. I wanted to tell you in advance, I said. But by the time we realized Apophis's target was Dallas, we had to move immediately. I told her what had happened at the King Tut exhibit, including our mistakes and casualties. I tried to read Zia's expression. Even after so many months, it was hard to guess what she was thinking. Just seeing her tended to short-circuit my brain. Half the time I could barely remember how to speak in complete sentences. Finally she muttered something in Arabic, probably a curse. I'm glad you survived, but the 51st destroyed? She shook her head in disbelief. I knew and Grissom. She taught me healing magic when I was young. I remembered the pretty blonde lady who had played with the band, and the ruined fiddle at the edge of the explosion. They were good people, I said. Some of our last allies, Zia said. The rebels are already blaming you for their deaths. If any more gnomes desert Amos. She didn't have to finish that thought. Last spring, the worst villains in the House of Life had formed a hit squad to destroy Brooklyn House. We'd defeated them. Amos had even given them amnesty when he became the new chief lector. But some refused to follow him. The rebels were still out there, gathering strength, turning other magicians against us. As if we needed more enemies. "They're blaming me?" I asked. "Did they contact you?" "Worse. They broadcasted a message to you." The oil rippled. I saw a different face, Sarah Jacoby, leader of the rebels. She had milky skin, spiky black hair, and dark, permanently startled eyes lined with too much coal. In her pure white robes, she looked like a Halloween ghoul. She stood in a room lined with marble columns. Behind her glowered half a dozen magicians, Jacoby's elite killers. I recognized the blue robes and shaven head of Kwai, who'd been exiled from the North Korean gnome for murdering a fellow magician. Next to him stood Petrovich, a scar-faced Ukrainian who'd once worked as an assassin for our old enemy Vlad Menshikov. The others I couldn't identify, but I doubted that any of them was as bad as Sarah Jacoby herself. Until Menshikov had released her, she'd been exiled in Antarctica for causing an Indian Ocean tsunami that killed more than 250,000 people. "Carter Kane," she shouted. Because this was a broadcast, I knew it was just a magical recording, but her voice made me jump. "The House of Life demands your surrender," she said. "Your crimes are unforgivable. You must pay with your life." My stomach barely had time to drop before a series of violent images flashed across the oil. I saw the Rosetta Stone exploding in the British Museum, the incident that had unleashed Set and killed my father last Christmas. How had Jacoby gotten a visual of that? I saw the fight at Brooklyn House last spring, when Sadie and I had arrived in Ra's sunboat to drive out Jacoby's hit squad. The images she showed made it look like we were the aggressors, a bunch of hooligans with godly powers beating up on poor Jacoby and her friends. "You released Set and his brethren," Jacoby narrated. "You broke the most sacred rule of magic and cooperated with the gods. In doing so, you unbalanced Ma'at, causing the rise of Apophis." "That's a lie," I said. "Apophis was rising anyway." Then I remembered I was yelling at a video. The scenes kept shifting. I saw a high-rise building on fire in the Shibuya district of Tokyo, headquarters of the 234th Gnome. A flying demon with the head of a samurai sword crashed through a window and carried off a screaming magician. I saw the home of the old chief lector, Michel Desjardins, a beautiful Paris townhouse on the Rue des Pyramids, now in ruins. The roof had collapsed. The windows were broken. Ripped scrolls and soggy books littered the dead garden, and the hieroglyph for chaos smoldered on the front door like a cattle brand. "All this you have caused," Jacoby said. "You have given the chief lector's mantle to a servant of evil. You have corrupted young magicians by teaching the path of the gods. You've weakened the House of Life and left us at the mercy of Apophis. We will not stand for this. Any who follow you will be punished." The vision changed to Sphinx House in London, headquarters for the British Gnome. Sadie and I had visited there over the summer and managed to make peace with them after hours of negotiations. I saw Kwai storming through the library, smashing statues of the gods and raking books off the shelves. A dozen British magicians stood in chains before their conqueror, Sarah Jacoby, who held a gleaming black knife. The leader of the gnome, a harmless old guy named Sir Lester, was forced to his knees. Sarah Jacoby raised her knife. The blade fell and the scene shifted. Jacoby's ghoulish face stared up at me from the surface of the oil. Her eyes were as dark as the sockets of a skull. "The Kanes are a plague," she said. "You must be destroyed. Surrender yourself and your family for execution. We will spare your other followers as long as they renounce the path of the gods. I do not seek the office of chief lector, but I must take it for the good of Egypt. When the Kanes are dead, we will be strong and united again. We will undo the damage you've caused and send the gods and Apophis back to the do-it. Justice comes swiftly, Carter Kane. This will be your only warning." Sarah Jacoby's image dissolved in the oil, and I was alone again with Zia's reflection. "Yeah," I said shakily. "For a mass murderer, she's pretty convincing." Zia nodded. "Jacoby has already turned or defeated most of our allies in Europe and Asia. A lot of the recent attacks against Paris, Tokyo, Madrid, those were Jacoby's work, but she's blaming them on Apophis or Brooklyn House. That's ridiculous. You and I know that, she agreed. But the magicians are scared. Jacoby is telling them that if the Kanes are destroyed, Apophis will go back to the do-it and things will return to normal. They want to believe it. She's telling them that following you is a death sentence. After the destruction of Dallas. I get it, I snapped. It wasn't fair for me to get mad at Zia, but I felt so helpless. Everything we did seemed to turn out wrong. I imagined Apophis laughing in the underworld. Maybe that's why he hadn't attacked the House of Life in full force yet. He was having too much fun watching us tear each other apart. Why didn't Jacoby direct her message at Amos? I asked. He's the chief lector. Zia glanced away as if checking on something. I couldn't see much of her surroundings, but she didn't seem to be in her dorm room at the First Gnome, or in the Hall of Ages. Like Jacoby said, they consider Amos a servant of evil. They won't talk to him, because he was possessed by Set, I guessed. That wasn't his fault. He's been healed. He's fine. Zia winced. What? I asked. He is fine, isn't he? Carter, it's complicated. Look, the main problem is Jacoby. She's taken over Menshikov's old base in St. Petersburg. It's almost as much of a fortress as the First Gnome. We don't know what she's up to or how many magicians she has. We don't know when she'll strike or where. But she's going to attack soon. Justice comes swiftly. This will be your only warning. Something told me Jacoby wouldn't attack Brooklyn House again. Not after she'd been humiliated last time. But if she wanted to take over the House of Life and destroy the Kanes, what else could her target be? I locked eyes with Zia, and I realized what she was thinking. No, I said. They'd never attack the First Gnome. That would be suicide. It survived for 5,000 years. Carter, we're weaker than you realize. We were never fully staffed. Now many of our best magicians have disappeared, possibly gone over to the other side. We've got some old men and a few scared children left, plus Amos and me. She spread her arms in exasperation. And half the time I'm stuck here. Wait, I said. Where are you? Somewhere to Zia's left. A man's voice warbled. Hello. Zia sighed. Great. He's up from his nap. An old man stuck his face in the scrying bowl. He grinned, showing exactly 2 teeth. His bald, wrinkly head made him look like a geriatric baby. Zebras are here. He opened his mouth and tried to suck the oil out of the bowl, making the whole scene ripple. My lord, no. Zia pulled him back. You can't drink the enchanted oil. We've talked about this. Here, have a cookie. Cookies, he squealed. We. The old man danced off with a tasty treat in his hands. Zia's senile grandfather? Nope, that was Ra, god of the sun, first divine pharaoh of Egypt and archenemy of Apophis. Last spring we'd gone on a quest to find him and revive him from his twilight sleep, trusting he would rise in all his glory and fight the chaos snake for us. Instead, Ra woke up senile and demented. He was excellent at gumming biscuits, drooling, and singing nonsense songs. Fighting Apophis? Not so much. You're babysitting again? I asked. Zia shrugged. It's after sunrise here. Horus and Isis watch him most nights on the sunboat. But during the day, well, Ra gets upset if I don't come to visit, and none of the other gods want to watch him. Honestly, Carter, she lowered her voice, I'm afraid of what they'd do if I left Ra alone with them. They're getting tired of him. Ra said in the background. My heart sank. Yet another thing to feel guilty about. I'd saddled Zia with nanny duty for a sun god. Stuck in the throne room of the gods every day, helping Amos run the First Gnome every night. Zia barely had time to sleep, much less go on a date. Even if I could get up the courage to ask her. Of course, that wouldn't matter if Apophis destroyed the world, or if Sarah Jacoby and her magical killers got to me. For a moment I wondered if Jacoby was right, if the world had gone sideways because of the Kane family, and if it would be better off without us. I felt so helpless. I briefly considered calling on the power of Horus. I could have used some of the war god's courage and confidence. But I suspected that joining my thoughts with Horus's wouldn't be a good idea. My emotions were jumbled enough without another voice in my head, egging me on. I know that expression, Zia chided. You can't blame yourself, Carter. If it weren't for you and Sadie, Apophis would have already destroyed the world. There's still hope. Plan B, I thought. Unless we could figure out this mystery about shadows and how they could be used to fight Apophis, we'd be stuck with Plan B, which meant certain death for Sadie and me even if it worked. But I wasn't going to tell Zia that. She didn't need any more depressing news. You're right, I said. We'll figure out something. I'll be back at the first gnome tonight. Call me then, okay? We should talk about... Something rumbled behind her, like a stone slab grinding across the floor. Sobuk's here, she whispered. I hate that guy. Talk later. Wait, Zia, I said. Talk about what? But the oil turned dark, and Zia was gone. I needed to sleep. Instead, I paced my room. The dorm rooms at Brooklyn House were amazing, comfortable beds, HD TVs, high-speed wireless internet, and magically restocking mini-fridges. An army of enchanted brooms, mops, and dusters kept everything tidy. The closets were always full of clean, perfectly fitting clothes. Still, my room felt like a cage. Maybe that's because I had a baboon for a roommate. Khufu wasn't here much, usually downstairs with Cleo or letting the ankle-biters groom his fur. But there was a baboon-shaped depression on his bed, a box of Cheerios on the nightstand, and a tire swing installed in the corner of the room. Sadie had done that last part as a joke, but Khufu loved it so much, I couldn't take it down. The thing was, I'd gotten used to his being around. Now that he spent most of his time with the kindergartners, I missed him. He'd grown on me in an endearing, annoying way, kind of like my sister. Yeah, Sadie, you saw that one coming. Screensaver pictures floated across my laptop monitor. There was my dad at a dig site in Egypt, looking relaxed and in charge in his khaki fatigues. His sleeves rolled up on his dark, muscular arms as he showed off the broken stone head of some pharaoh statue. Dad's bald scalp and goatee made him look slightly devilish when he smiled. Another picture showed Uncle Amos on stage at a jazz club, playing his saxophone. He wore round dark glasses, a blue pork pie hat, and a matching silk suit, impeccably tailored as always. His cornrows were braided with sapphires. I'd never actually seen Amos play on stage, but I liked this photo because he looked so energetic and happy, not like he did these days with the weight of leadership on his shoulders. Unfortunately, the photo also reminded me of Grissom, the Texas magician with her fiddle, having so much fun earlier this evening just before she died. The screensaver changed. I saw my mom bouncing me on her knee when I was a baby. I had this ridiculous fro back then, which Sadie always teases me about. In the photo, I'm wearing a blue onesie stained with pureed yams. I'm holding my mom's thumbs, looking startled as she bounces me up and down, like I'm thinking, get me off of this ride. My mom is as beautiful as always, even in an old t-shirt and jeans, her hair tied back in a bandana. She smiles down at me like I'm the most wonderful thing in her life. That photo hurt to look at, but I kept looking at it. I remembered what Sadie had told me, that something was affecting the spirits of the dead, and we might not see our mom again unless we figured it out. I took a deep breath. My dad, my uncle, my mom, all of them powerful magicians. All had sacrificed so much to restore the house of life. They were older, wiser, and stronger than me. They'd had decades to practice magic. Sadie and I had had 9 months. Yet we needed to do something no magician had ever managed: defeat Apophis himself. I went to my closet and took down my old traveling case. It was just a black leather carry-on bag, like a million others you might see in an airport. For years I'd lugged it around the world as I traveled with my dad. He'd trained me to live with only the possessions I could carry. I opened the suitcase. It was empty now except for one thing: a statuette of a coiled serpent carved in red granite, engraved with hieroglyphs. The name, Apophis, was crossed out and overwritten with powerful binding spells, but still the statuette was the most dangerous object in the whole house, a representation of the enemy. Sadie, Walt, and I had made this thing in secret, over Bast's strong objections. We'd only trusted Walt because we needed his charm-making skills. Not even Amos would have approved such a dangerous experiment. One mistake, one miscast spell, and this statue could turn from a weapon against Apophis into a gateway, allowing him free access to Brooklyn House. But we'd had to take the risk. Unless we found some other means of defeating the Serpent, Sadie and I would have to use this statue for Plan B. "Foolish idea," said a voice from the balcony. A pigeon was perched on the railing. There was something very unpigeon-like about its stare. It looked fearless, almost dangerous. And I recognized that voice, which was more manly and warlike than you'd normally expect from a member of the dove family. "Horace?" I asked. The pigeon bobbed its head. "May I come in?" I knew he wasn't just asking out of courtesy. The house was heavily enchanted to keep out unwanted pests like rodents, termites, and Egyptian gods. "I give you permission to enter," I said formally. "Horace, in the form of a, pigeon." "Thank you." The pigeon hopped off the railing and waddled inside. "Why?" I asked. Horace ruffled his feathers. "Well, I looked for a falcon, but they're a little scarce in New York. I wanted something with wings, so a pigeon seemed the best choice. They've adapted well to cities, aren't scared of people. They're noble birds, don't you think?" "Noble," I agreed. "That's the first word that comes to mind when I think of pigeons." "Indeed," Horace said. Apparently sarcasm didn't exist in ancient Egypt, because Horace never seemed to get it. He fluttered onto my bed and pecked at a few Cheerios left over from Khufu's lunch. "Hey," I warned, "if you poop on my blankets, please. War gods do not poop on blankets." "Well, except for that one time. Forget I said anything." Horace hopped to the edge of my suitcase. He peered down at the statuette of Apophis. "Dangerous," he said. "Much too dangerous, Carter." I hadn't told him about Plan B, but I wasn't surprised that he knew. Horace and I had shared minds too many times. The better I got at channeling his powers, the better we understood each other. The downside of godly magic was that I couldn't always shut off that connection. "It's our emergency backup," I said. "We're trying to find another way." "By looking for that scroll," he recalled. "The last copy of which burned up tonight in Dallas." I resisted the urge to spike the pigeon. "Yes, but Sadie found this shadow box. She thinks it's some sort of clue. You wouldn't know anything about using shadows against Apophis, would you?" The pigeon turned its head sideways. "Not really. My understanding of magic is fairly straightforward. Hit enemies with a sword until they're dead. If they rise again, hit them again. Repeat as necessary. It worked against Set." "After how many years of fighting?" The pigeon glared at me. "What's your point?" I decided to avoid an argument. Horus was a war god. He loved to fight, but it had taken him years to defeat Set, the god of evil. And Set was small stuff next to Apophis, the primordial force of chaos. Whacking Apophis with a sword wasn't going to work. I thought about something Bast had said earlier in the library. "Would Thoth know more about shadows?" I asked. "Probably," Horus grumbled. "Thoth isn't good for much except studying his musty old scrolls." He regarded the serpent figurine. "Funny. I just remembered something. Back in the old days, the Egyptians used the same word for statue and shadow, because they're both smaller copies of an object. They were both called a shut." "What are you trying to tell me?" The pigeon ruffled its feathers. "Nothing. It just occurred to me, looking at that statue while you were talking about shadows. An icy feeling spread between my shoulder blades. Shadows, statues. Last spring Sadie and I had watched as the old Chief Lector Desjardins cast an execration spell on Apophis. Even against minor demons, execration spells were dangerous. You're supposed to destroy a small statue of the target and, in doing so, utterly destroy the target itself, erasing it from the world. Make a mistake and things start exploding, including the magician who cast it. Down in the underworld, Desjardins had used a makeshift figurine against Apophis. The Chief Lector had died casting the execration, and had only managed to push Apophis a little deeper into the do-it. Sadie and I hoped that, with a more powerful magic statue, both of us working together might be able to execrate Apophis completely, or at least throw him so deep into the do-it that he'd never return. That was Plan B. But we knew such a powerful spell would tap so much energy, it would cost us our lives. Unless we found another way. Statues as shadows, shadows as statues. Plan C began forming in my mind. An idea so crazy, I didn't want to put it into words. Horus, I said carefully, does Apophis have a shadow? The pigeon blinked its red eyes. What a question. Why would you? He glanced down at the red statue. Oh, that's clever, actually. Certifiably insane, but clever. You think Seton's version of the book of overcoming Apophis, the one Apophis was so anxious to destroy, you think it contained a secret spell for? I don't know, I said. It's worth asking Thoth. Maybe he knows something. Maybe, Horus said grudgingly. But I still think a frontal assault is the way to go. Of course you do. The pigeon bobbed its head. We are strong enough, you and I. We should combine forces, Carter. Let me share your form as I once did. We could lead the armies of gods and men and defeat the serpent. Together we'll rule the world. The idea might have been more tempting if I hadn't been looking at a plump bird with Cheerio dust on its plumage. Letting the pigeon rule the world sounded like a bad idea. I'll get back to you on that, I said. First, I should talk to Thoth. Bah! Horus flapped his wings. He's still in Memphis at that ridiculous sports stadium of his. But if you plan on seeing him, I wouldn't wait too long. Why not? That's what I came to tell you, Horus said. Matters are getting complicated among the gods. Apophis is dividing us, attacking us one by one, just as he's doing with you magicians. Thoth was the first to suffer. Suffer how? The pigeon puffed up. A wisp of smoke curled from its beak. Oh dear, my host is self-destructing. Can't hold my spirit for much longer. Just hurry, Carter. I'm having trouble keeping the gods together, and that old man R.A. isn't helping our morale. If you and I don't lead our armies soon, we may not have any armies left to lead. But, the pigeon hiccuped another wisp of smoke. Gotta go. Good luck. Horus flew out the window, leaving me alone with the statuette of Apophis and a few gray feathers. I slept like a mummy. That was the good part. The bad part was that Bast let me sleep until the afternoon. Why didn't you wake me up? I demanded. I've got things to do. Bast spread her hands. Sadie insisted. You had a rough night last night. She said you needed your rest. Besides, I'm a cat. I respect the sanctity of sleep. I was still mad, but part of me knew Sadie was right. I'd expended a lot of magical energy the previous night and had gone to sleep really late. Maybe, just maybe, Sadie had my best interests at heart. I just caught her making faces at me, so maybe not. I showered and dressed. By the time the other kids got back from school, I was feeling almost human again. Yes, I said school as in normal old school. We'd spent last spring tutoring all the initiates at Brooklyn House. But with the start of the fall semester, Bast had decided that the kids could use a dose of regular mortal life. Now they went to a nearby academy in Brooklyn during the day and learned magic in the afternoons and on weekends. I was the only one who stayed behind. I'd always been homeschooled. The idea of dealing with lockers, schedules, textbooks, and cafeteria food on top of running the 21st Gnome was just too much for me. You'd think the other kids would have complained, especially Sadie. But, in fact, attending school was working out okay for them. The girls were happy to have more friends, and less dorky boys to flirt with, they claimed. The guys could play sports with actual teams rather than one-on-one with Khufu using Egyptian statues for hoops. As for Bast, she was happy to have a quiet house, so she could stretch out on the floor and snooze in the sunlight. At any rate, by the time the others got home, I'd done a lot of thinking about my conversations with Zia and Horus. The plan I'd formulated last night still seemed crazy, but I decided that it might be our best shot. After briefing Sadie and Bast, who, disturbingly, agreed with me, we decided it was time to tell the rest of our friends. We gathered for dinner on the main terrace. It's a nice place to eat with invisible barriers that keep out the wind, and a great view of the East River and Manhattan. The food magically appeared, and it was always tasty. Still, I dreaded eating on the terrace. For 9 months we'd had all our important meetings there. I'd come to associate sit-down dinners with disasters. We filled up our plates from the buffet as our guardian albino crocodile Philip of Macedonia splashed happily in his swimming pool. Eating next to a 20-foot-long crocodile took some getting used to, but Philip was well-trained. He only ate bacon, stray waterfowl, and the occasional invading monster. Bast sat at the head of the table with a can of Purina Fancy Feast. Sadie and I sat together at the opposite end. Khufu was off babysitting the ankle-biters, and some of our newer recruits were inside doing their homework or catching up on spellcrafting, but most of our main people were present, a dozen senior initiates. Considering how badly last night had turned out, everyone seemed in strangely good spirits. I was kind of glad they didn't yet know about Sarah Jacoby's video death threat. Julian kept bouncing in his chair and grinning for no particular reason. Cleo and Jazz were whispering together and giggling. Even Felix seemed to have recovered from his shock in Dallas. He was sculpting tiny shabty penguins out of his mashed potatoes and bringing them to life. Only Walt looked glum. The big guy had nothing on his dinner plate except 3 carrots and a wedge of Jell-O. Khufu insisted Jell-O had major healing properties. Judging from the tightness around Walt's eyes and the stiffness of his movements, I guessed his pain was even worse than last night. I turned to Sadie. "What's going on? Everybody seems distracted." She stared at me. "I keep forgetting you don't go to school. Carter, it's the first dance tonight. 3 other schools will be there. We can hurry up the meeting, can't we?" "You're kidding," I said. "I'm thinking about plans for Doomsday, and you're worried about being late to a dance?" "I've mentioned it to you a dozen times," she insisted. "Besides, we need something to boost our spirits. Now tell everyone your plan. Some of us still have to decide what to wear." I wanted to argue, but the others were looking at me expectantly. Cleared my throat. "Okay, I know there's a dance, but at 7, Jess said. You are coming, right?" She smiled at me. Was she flirting? Sadie just called me dense. Hey, I had other things on my mind. So anyway, I stammered. "We need to talk about what happened in Dallas and what happens next." That killed the mood. The smiles faded. My friends listened as I reviewed our mission to the 51st Gnome, the destruction of the Book of Overcoming Apophis, and the retrieval of the Shadow Box. I told them about Sarah Jacoby's demand for my surrender, and the turmoil among the gods that Horus had mentioned. Sadie stepped in. She explained her weird encounter with the face in the wall, 2 gods, and our ghost mother. She shared her gut feeling that our best chance to defeat Apophis had something to do with shadows. Cleo raised her hand. "So, the rebel magicians have a death warrant out for you. The gods can't help us. Apophis could arise at any time, and the last scroll that might have helped us to defeat him has been destroyed. But we shouldn't worry, because we have an empty box and a vague hunch about shadows." "Why, Cleo," Bass said with admiration. "You have a catty side." I pressed my hands against the surface of the table. It would have taken very little effort to summon the strength of Horus and smash it to kindling. But I doubted that would help my reputation as a calm, collected leader. "This is more than a vague hunch," I said. "Look, you've all learned about execration spells, right?" Our crocodile, Philip, grunted. He slapped the pool with his tail and made it rain on our dinner. Magical creatures are a little sensitive about the word execration. Julian dabbed the water off his grilled cheese sandwich. "Dude, you can't execrate Apophis. He's massive. Desjardins tried it and got killed." "I know," I said. "With a standard execration, you destroy a statue that represents the enemy. But what if you could crank up the spell by destroying a more powerful representation? Something more connected to Apophis?" Walt sat forward, suddenly interested. "His shadow?" Felix was so startled he dropped his spoon, crushing one of his mashed potato penguins. "Wait, what?" "I got the idea from Horus," I said. "He told me statues were called shadows in ancient times." "But that was just like symbolic," Alyssa said. "Wasn't it?" Bass set down her empty Fancy Feast can. She still looked nervous about the whole topic of shadows, but when I'd explained to her that it was either this or Sadie and me dying, she'd agreed to support us. "Maybe not," the cat goddess said. "I'm no expert on execration, mind you. Nasty business. But it's possible that a statue used for execration was originally meant to represent the target's shadow, which is an important part of the soul. So, Sadie said. We could cast an execration spell on Apophis, but instead of destroying a statue, we could destroy his actual shadow. Brilliant, eh? That's nuts, Julian said. How do you destroy a shadow? Walt shooed a mashed potato penguin away from his jello. It's not nuts. Sympathetic magic is all about using a small copy to manipulate the actual target. It's possible the whole tradition of making little statues to represent people and gods. Maybe at one time those statues actually contained the target's should. There are lots of stories about the souls of the gods inhabiting statues. If a shadow was trapped in a statue, you might be able to destroy it. Could you make a statue like that? Alyssa asked. Something that could bind the shadow of Apophis himself? Maybe. Walt glanced at me. Most of the folks at the table didn't know we'd already made a statue of Apophis that might work for that purpose. Even if I could, we'd need to find the shadow. Then we'd need some pretty advanced magic to capture it and destroy it. Find a shadow? Felix smiled nervously, like he hoped we were joking. Wouldn't it be right? Under him? And how do you capture it? Step on it? Shine a light on it? It'll be more complicated than that, I said. This ancient magician Seton, the guy who wrote his own version of the book of overcoming Apophis, I think he must have created a spell to catch and destroy shadows. That's why Apophis was so anxious to burn the evidence. That's his secret weakness. But the scroll is gone, Cleo said. There's still someone we can ask, Walt said. Thoth. If anyone knows the answers, he will. The tension around the table seemed to ease. At least we'd given our initiates something to hope for, even if it was a long shot. I was grateful we had Walt on our side. His charm-making ability might be our only hope of binding a shadow to the statue, and his vote of confidence carried weight with the other kids. We need to visit Thoth right away, I said. Tonight. Yes, Sadie agreed. Right after the dance. I glared at her. You aren't serious. Oh yes, brother dear. She smiled mischievously, and for a second I was afraid she might invoke my secret name and force me to obey. We're attending the dance tonight, and you're coming with us. Chapter 5. A Dance with Death. Cheers, Carter. At least you have the sense to hand me the microphone for important things. Honestly, he drones on and on about his plans for the apocalypse, but he makes no plans at all for the school dance. My brother's priorities are severely skewed. I don't think I was being selfish wanting to go to the dance. Of course, we had serious business to deal with. That's exactly why I insisted on partying first. Our initiates needed a morale boost. They needed a chance to be normal kids, to have friends and lives outside Brooklyn House, something worth fighting for. Even armies in the field fight better when they take breaks for entertainment. I'm sure some general somewhere has said that, by sunset, I was ready to lead my troops into battle. I'd picked out quite a nice black strapless dress and put black lowlights in my blonde hair, with just a touch of dark makeup for that risen from the grave look. I wore simple flats for dancing, despite what Carter says. I do not wear combat boots all the time, just 90% of the time. The silver tied amulet from my mother's jewelry box, and the pendant Walt had given me for my last birthday with the Egyptian symbol of eternity. Shin. Walt had an identical amulet among his own collection of talismans, which provided us a magic line of communication, and even the ability to summon the other person to our side in emergencies. Unfortunately, the Shin amulets didn't mean we were dating exclusively, or even dating at all. If Walt had asked me, I think I would have been fine with it. Walt was so kind and gorgeous, perfect, really, in his own way. Perhaps if he'd asserted himself a bit more, I would have fallen for him and been able to let go of that other boy, the godly one. But Walt was dying. He had this silly idea that it would be unfair to me if we started a relationship under those circumstances. As if that would stop me. So we were stuck in this maddening limbo. Flirting, talking for hours, a few times even sharing a kiss when we let our guard down. But eventually Walt would always pull away and shut me out. Why couldn't things be simple? I bring this up because I literally ran into Walt as I was coming down the stairs. Oh, I said. Then I noticed he was still wearing his old muscle shirt, jeans, and no shoes. You're not ready yet? I'm not going, he announced. My mouth fell open. What? Why? Sadie. You and Carter will need me when you visit Thoth. If I'm going to make it, I have to rest. But I forced myself to stop. It wasn't right for me to pressure him. I didn't need magic to see that he really was in great pain. Centuries of magical healing knowledge at our disposal, yet nothing we tried seemed to help. Walt, I ask you, what's the point of being a magician if you can't wave your wand and make the people you care about feel better? Right? I said. I was just hoping. Anything I said would have sounded bratty. I wanted to dance with him. Gods of Egypt. I dressed up for him. The mortal boys at school were all right, I suppose, but they seemed quite shallow compared to Walt, or, yes, fine, compared to Anubis. As for the other boys of Brooklyn House, dancing with them would have made me feel a bit odd, like I was dancing with my cousins. I could stay, I offered, but I suppose I didn't sound very convincing. Walt managed a faint smile. No, go, Sadie. Really, I'm sure I'll be feeling better when you get back. Have a good time. He brushed past me and climbed the steps. I took several deep breaths. Part of me did want to stay and look after him. Going without him didn't seem right. Then I glanced down into the great room. The older kids were joking and talking, ready to leave. If I didn't go, they might feel obliged to stay too. Something like wet cement settled in my stomach. All the joy and excitement suddenly went out of the evening for me. For months, I'd been struggling to adjust to life in New York after so many years in London. I'd been forced to balance life as a young magician with the challenges of being an ordinary schoolgirl. Now, just when this dance had seemed to offer me a chance to combine both worlds and have a lovely night out, my hopes were dashed. I still have to go and pretend to have fun, but I'd only be doing it out of duty, to make the others feel better. I wondered if this was what being a grown-up felt like. Horrible. The only thing that cheered me up was Carter. He emerged from his room dressed like a junior professor, in a coat and tie, button-down shirt and trousers. Poor boy. Of course he'd never been to a dance any more than he'd been to school. He had no clue whatsoever. You look wonderful. I tried to keep a straight face. You do realize it's not a funeral? Shut up, he grumbled. Let's get this over with. The school the kids and I attended was Brooklyn Academy for the Gifted. Everyone called it BAG. We had no end of jokes about this. The students were baggies. The glamour girls with nose jobs and Botox lips were plastic bags. Our alumni were old bags. And naturally our headmistress, Mrs. Laird, was the bag lady. Despite the name, the school was quite nice. All the students were gifted in some sort of art, music, or drama. Our schedules were flexible, with lots of independent study time, which worked perfectly for us magicians. We could pop off to battle monsters as needed. And, as magicians, it wasn't difficult for us to pass ourselves off as gifted. Alyssa used her earth magic to make sculptures. Walt specialized in jewelry. Cleo was an amazing writer, since she could retell stories that had been forgot since the days of ancient Egypt. As for me, I needed no magic. I was a natural at drama. Stop laughing, Carter. You might not expect this in the middle of Brooklyn, but our campus was like a park, with acres of green lawns, well-tended trees and hedges, even a small lake with ducks and swans. The dance was held in the pavilion in front of the administration building. A band played in the gazebo. Lights were strung in the trees. Teacher chaperones walked the perimeter on bush patrol, making sure none of the older students sneaked off into the shrubbery. I tried not to think about it, but the music and crowd reminded me of Dallas the night before. A very different sort of party which had ended badly. I remembered J.D. Grissom clasping my hand, wishing me luck before he ran off to save his wife. Horrible guilt welled inside me. I forced it down. It wouldn't do the Grissoms any good for me to start crying in the middle of the dance. It certainly wouldn't help my friends enjoy themselves. As our group dispersed into the crowd, I turned to Carter, who was fiddling with his tie. Right, I said. You need to dance. Carter looked at me in horror. What? I called over one of my mortal friends, a lovely girl named Lacey. She was a year younger than I, so she looked up to me greatly. I know it's hard not to. She had cute blonde pigtails, a mouthful of braces, and was possibly the only person at the dance more nervous than my brother. She'd seen pictures of Carter before, however, and seemed to find him hot. I didn't hold that against her. In most ways, she had excellent taste. Lacey Carter. I introduced them. You look like your pictures. Lacey grinned. The bands of her braces were alternating pink and white to match her dress. Carter said, he doesn't know how to dance, I told Lacey. I'd be ever so grateful if you'd teach him. Sure, she squealed. She grabbed my brother's hand and swept him away. I started to feel better. Perhaps I could have fun tonight after all. Then I turned and found myself face to face with one of my not-so-favorite mortals. Drew Tanaka, head of the popular girl clique, with her supermodel goon squad in tow. Sadie. Drew threw her arm around me. Her perfume was a mixture of roses and tear gas. So glad you're here, sweetie. If I'd known you were coming, you could have ridden in the limo with us. Her friends made sympathetic sounds and grinned to show they were not at all sincere. They were dressed more or less the same, in the latest silky designer bits their parents had no doubt commissioned for them during the last fashion week. Drew was the tallest and most glamorous. I used the word as an insult, with awful pink eyeliner and frizzy black curls that were apparently Drew's own personal crusade to bring back the 1980s perm. She wore a pendant, a glittering platinum and diamond D, possibly her initial or her grade average. I gave her a tight smile. A limo, wow. Thanks for that. But between you, your friends, and your egos, I doubt there would have been extra room. Drew pouted. That's not nice, hon. Where is Walt? Is the poor baby still sick? Behind her, some of the girls coughed into their fists, mimicking Walt. I wanted to pull my staff from the do-it and turn them all into worms for the ducks. I was pretty sure I could manage that, and I doubted anyone would miss them, but I kept my temper. Lacey had warned me about Drew the first day of school. Apparently the two of them had gone to some summer camp together, blah blah. I didn't really listen to the details, and Drew had been just as much of a tyrant there. That did not, however, mean she could be a tyrant with me. Walt's at home, I said. I did tell him you'd be here. Funny, that didn't seem to motivate him much. What a shame, Drew sighed. You know, maybe he's not really sick. He might just be allergic to you, hon. That does happen. I should go to his place with some chicken soup or something. Where does he live? She smiled sweetly. I didn't know if she actually fancied Walt or if she just pretended because she hated me. Either way, the idea of turning her into an earthworm was becoming more appealing. Before I could do anything rash, a familiar voice behind me said, "Hello, Sadie." The other girls let out a collective gasp. My pulse quickened from slow walk to 50-meter dash. I turned and found that, yes, indeed, the god Anubis had crashed our dance. He had the nerve to look amazing, as usual. He's so annoying that way. He wore skinny black trousers with black leather boots and a biker's jacket over an Arcade Fire t-shirt. His dark hair was naturally disheveled, as if he'd just woken up, and I fought the urge to run my fingers through it. His brown eyes glittered with amusement. Either he was happy to see me, or he enjoyed seeing me flustered. "Oh my God," Drew whimpered. "Who?" Anubis ignored her, bless him for that, and held out his elbow for me. A sweet old-fashioned gesture. "May I have this dance?" "I suppose," I said as non-committally as I could. I looped my arm through his, and we left the plastic bags behind us, all of them muttering, "Oh my God! Oh my God!" No, actually, I wanted to say, "He's my amazingly hot boy god." Find your own. The uneven paving stones made for a dangerous dance floor. All around us, kids were tripping over each other. Anubis didn't help matters, as all the girls turned and gawked at him as he led me through the crowd. I was glad Anubis had my arm. My emotions were so jumbled. I felt dizzy. I was ridiculously happy that he was here. I felt crushingly guilty that poor Walt was at home alone while I strolled arm in arm with Anubis. But I was relieved that Walt and Anubis weren't both here together. That would have been beyond awkward. The relief made me feel guiltier and so on. Gods of Egypt, I was a mess. As we reached the middle of the dance floor, the band suddenly switched from a dance number to a love ballad. "Was that your doing?" I asked Anubis. He smiled, which wasn't much of an answer. He put one hand on my hip and clasped my other hand. like a proper gentleman. We swayed together. I'd heard of dancing on air, but it took me a few steps to realize we were actually levitating. A few millimeters off the ground, not enough for anyone to notice, just enough for us to glide across the stones while others stumbled. A few meters away, Carter looked quite awkward as Lacey showed him how to slow dance. Really, Carter, it isn't quantum physics. I gazed up at Anubis's warm brown eyes and his exquisite lips. He'd kissed me once, for my birthday, last spring, and I'd never quite got over it. You'd think a god of death would have cold lips, but that wasn't the case at all. I tried to clear my head. I knew Anubis must be here for some reason, but it was awfully hard to focus. I thought, I gulped and barely managed not to drool on myself. Oh, brilliant, Sadie, I thought. Let's try for a complete sentence now, shall we? I thought you could only appear in places of death, I said. Anubis laughed gently. This is a place of death, Sadie. The Battle of Brooklyn Heights, 1776. Hundreds of American and British troops died right where we're dancing. How romantic, I muttered. So we're dancing on their graves? Anubis shook his head. Most never received proper burials. That's why I decided to visit you here. These ghosts could use a night of entertainment, just like your initiates. Suddenly, spirits were twirling all around us, luminous apparitions in 18th century clothes. Some wore the red uniforms of British regulars. Others had ragtag militia outfits. They pirouette with lady ghosts in plain farm dresses or fancy silk. A few of the posh women had piles of curly hair that would have made even Drew jealous. The ghosts seemed to be dancing to a different song. I strained my ears and could faintly hear violins and a cello. None of the regular mortals seemed to notice the spectral invasion. Even my friends from Brooklyn House were oblivious. I watched as a ghostly couple waltzed straight through Carter and Lacey. As Anubis and I danced, Brooklyn Academy seemed to fade and the ghosts became more real. One soldier had a musket wound in his chest. A British officer had a tomahawk sticking out of his powdered wig. We danced between worlds, waltzing side by side with smiling, gruesomely slaughtered phantoms. Anubis certainly knew how to show a girl a good time. You're doing it again, I said, taking me out of phase, or whatever you call it. A little, he admitted. We need privacy to talk. I promised you I'd visit in person, and you did, but it's going to cause trouble. This may be the last time I can see you. There's been grumbling about our situation. I narrowed my eyes. Was the god of the dead blushing? Our situation, I repeated. Us. The word set my ears buzzing. I tried to keep my voice even. As far as I'm aware, there is no official us. Why would this be the last time we can talk? He was definitely blushing now. Please just listen. There's so much I need to tell you. Your brother has the right idea. The shadow of Apophis is your best hope, but only one person can teach you the magic you need. Thoth may guide you somewhat, but I doubt he'll reveal the secret spells. It's too dangerous. Hold on. I was still reeling from the comment about us, and the idea that this might be the last time I saw Anubis. That sent my brain cells into panic mode, thousands of tiny Sadies running around in my skull, screaming and waving their arms. I tried to focus. You mean Apophis does have a shadow? It could be used to execrate. Please don't use that word. Anubis grimaced. But yes, all intelligent entities have souls, so all of them have shadows, even Apophis. I know this much, being the guide of the dead. I have to make souls my business. Could his shadow be used against him? In theory, yes, but there are many dangers. Naturally, Anubis twirled me through a pair of colonial ghosts. Other students watched us, whispering as we danced, but their voices sounded distant and distorted, as if they were on the far side of a waterfall. Anubis studied me with a sort of tender regret. Sadie, I wouldn't set you on this path if there was another way. I don't want you to die. I can agree with that, I said. Even talking about this sort of magic is forbidden, he warned. But you need to know what you're dealing with. The shut is the least understood part of the soul. It's how to explain a soul of last resort, an afterimage of the person's life force. You've heard that the souls of the wicked are destroyed in the hall of judgment, when Amit devours their hearts, I said. Yes. Anubis lowered his voice. We say that this completely destroys the soul. But that's not true. The shadow lingers. Occasionally, not often, Osiris has decided to review a judgment. If someone was found guilty, but new evidence comes to light, there must be a way to retrieve a soul from oblivion. I tried to grasp that. My thoughts felt suspended in midair like my feet, not able to connect with anything solid. So, you're saying the shadow could be used to reboot a soul? Like a computer's backup drive? Anubis looked at me strangely. Ugh, I'm sorry. I sighed. I've been spending too much time with my geeky brother. He speaks like a computer. No, Anubis said. It's actually a good analogy. I just never thought of it that way. Yes, the soul isn't completely destroyed until the shadow is destroyed. So in extreme cases, with the right magic, it's possible to reboot the soul using the shut. Conversely, if you were to destroy a god's shadow or even Apophis's shadow as part of an X, the sort of spell you mentioned, the shut would be infinitely more powerful than a regular statue, I guessed. We could destroy him, possibly without destroying ourselves. Anubis glanced around us nervously. Yes, but you can see why this sort of magic is secret. The gods would never want such knowledge in the hands of a mortal magician. This is why we always hide our shadows. If a magician were able to capture a god's shut and use it to threaten us, right? My mouth felt dry. But I'm on your side. I'd only use the spell on Apophis. Surely Thoth will understand that. Perhaps. Anubis didn't sound convinced. Start with Thoth at least. Hopefully he'll see the need to assist you. I fear, though, you may still need better guidance. More dangerous guidance. I gulped. You said only one person could teach us the magic. Who? The only magician crazy enough to ever research such a spell. His trial is tomorrow at sunset. You'll have to visit your father before then. Wait, what? Wind blew through the pavilion. Anubis's hand tightened on mine. We have to hurry, he said. There's more I need to tell you. Something is happening with the spirits of dead. They're being... Look, there. He pointed to a pair of nearby specters. The woman danced barefoot in a simple white linen dress. The man wore breeches and a frock coat like a colonial farmer. But his neck was canted at a funny angle, as if he'd been hanged. Black mist coiled around the man's legs like ivy. Another 3 waltz steps, and he was completely engulfed. The murky tendrils pulled him into the ground, and he disappeared. The woman in white kept dancing by herself, apparently unaware that her partner had been consumed by evil fingers of smog. What was that? I asked. We don't know, Anubis said. As Apophis grows stronger, it's happening more frequently. Souls of the dead are disappearing, being drawn farther down into the duat. We don't know where they're going. I almost stumbled. My mother, is she all right? Anubis gave me a pained look, and I knew the answer. Mum had warned me, we might never see her again unless we discovered a way to defeat Apophis. She'd sent me that message urging me to find the serpent's shadow. It had to be connected to her dilemma somehow. She's missing, I guessed. My heart pounded against my ribs. It's got something to do with this business about shadows, hasn't it? Sadie, I wish I knew. Your father he's trying his best to find her. But... The wind interrupted him. Have you ever stuck your hand out of a moving car and felt the air push against you? It was a bit like that, but 10 times more powerful. A wedge of force pushed Anubis and me apart. I staggered backward, my feet no longer levitating. Sadie? Anubis reached out, but the wind pushed him farther away. Stop that, said a squeaky voice between us. No public displays of affection on my watch. The air took on human form. At first it was just a faint silhouette. Then it became more solid and colorful. Before me stood a man in an old-fashioned aviator's outfit, leather helmet, goggles, scarf, and a bomber's jacket, like photos I'd seen of the Royal Air Force pilots during World War II. He wasn't flesh and blood, though. His form swirled and shifted. I realized he was put together from blown rubbish. specks of dirt, scraps of paper, bits of dandelion fuzz, dried leaves, all churning about, but held together in such a tight collage by the wind that from a distance he might have passed for a normal mortal. He wagged his finger at Anubis. "This is the final insult, boy." His voice hissed like air from a balloon. "You have been warned numerous times." "Hold on," I said. "Who are you?" "And Anubis is hardly a boy. He's 5,000 years old." "Exactly," the aviator snapped. "A mere child. And I didn't give you permission to speak." "Girl!" The aviator exploded. The blast was so powerful, my ears popped and I fell on my bum. Around me, the other mortals, my friends, teachers, and all the students, simply collapsed. Anubis and the ghosts seemed unaffected. The aviator formed again, glaring down at me. I struggled to my feet and tried to summon my staff from the duet. No such luck. "What have you done?" I demanded. "Sadie, it's all right," Anubis said. "Your friends are only unconscious. Shu just lowered the air pressure." "Shu?" I demanded. "Shu who?" Anubis pressed his fingers to his temples. "Sadie. This is Shu, my great-grandfather." Then it struck me. Shu was one of those ridiculous godly names I'd heard before. I tried to place it. Ah, the god of flip-flops. No, wait. Leaky balloons. No. Air. Shu hissed. God of the air. His body dissolved into a tornado of debris. When he formed again, he was in ancient Egyptian costume, bare-chested with a white loincloth and a giant ostrich feather sprouting from his braided headband. He changed back into RAF clothes. "Stick with the pilot's outfit," I said. "The ostrich feather really doesn't work for you." Shu made an unfriendly whooshing sound. "I'd prefer to be invisible. Thank you very much. But you mortals have polluted the air so badly. It's getting harder and harder. It's dreadful what you've done. The last few millennia. Haven't you people heard of spare the air days? Carpooling? Hybrid engines? And don't get me started on cows. Did you know that every cow belches and farts over 100 gallons of methane a day? There are 1.5 billion cows in the world. Do you have any idea what that does to my respiratory system?" From his jacket pocket, Shu produced an inhaler and puffed on it. "Shocking." I raised an eyebrow at Anubis, who looked mortally embarrassed, or perhaps immortally embarrassed. "Shu," he said, "we were just talking. If you'll let us finish." "Oh, talking," Shu bellowed, no doubt releasing his own share of methane, while holding hands and dancing and other degenerate behavior. "Don't play innocent, boy. I've been a chaperone before, you know. I kept your grandparents apart for eons." Suddenly I remembered the story of Nut and Geb, the sky and earth. Ra had commanded Nut's father, Shu, to keep the two lovers apart, so they would never have children who might someday usurp Ra's throne. That strategy hadn't worked, but apparently Shu was still trying. The air god waved his hand in disgust at the unconscious mortals, some of whom were just starting to groan and stir. "And now, Anubis, I find you in this den of iniquity, this morass of questionable behavior, this school," I suggested. "Yes," Shu nodded so vigorously. His head disintegrated into a cloud of leaves. "You heard the decree of the gods, boy. You've become entirely too close to this mortal. You are hereby banned from further contact." "What?" I shouted. "That's ridiculous. Who decreed this?" Shu made a sound like a blown-out tire. Either he was laughing or giving me a windy raspberry. "The entire council, girl, led by Lord Horus and Lady Isis." I felt as if I were dissolving into scraps of rubbish myself. Isis and Horus? Couldn't believe it. Stabbed in the back by my two supposed friends. Isis and I were going to have words about this. I turned to Anubis, hoping he'd tell me it was a lie. He raised his hands miserably. "Sadie, I was trying to tell you. Gods are not allowed to become directly, involved with mortals. That's only possible when a god inhabits a human form. And as you know, I've never worked that way." I gritted my teeth. I wanted to argue that Anubis had quite a nice form, but he told me often that he could only manifest in dreams or in places of death. Unlike other gods, he'd never taken a human host. It was so bloody unfair. We hadn't even dated properly. One kiss 6 months ago, and Anubis was grounded from seeing me forever? You can't be serious. I'm not sure who made me angrier, the fussy air god chaperone or Anubis himself. You're not really going to let them rule you like this? He has no choice, Shu cried. The effort made him cough so badly. His chest exploded into dandelion fluff. He took another blast from his inhaler. Brooklyn ozone levels, deplorable. Now off with you, Anubis. No more contact with this mortal. It is not proper. And as for you, girl, stay away from him. You have more important things to do. Oh yes, I said. And what about you, Mr. Trash Tornado? We're preparing for war, and the most important thing you can do is keep people from waltzing. The air pressure rose suddenly. Blood roared in my head. See here, girl, Shu growled. I've already helped you more than you deserve. I heeded that Russian boy's prayer. I brought him here all the way from St. Petersburg to speak with you. So, Shu. The wind blasted me backward. The ghosts blew away like smoke. The unconscious mortals began to stir, shielding their faces from the debris. Russian boy, I shouted over the gale. What on earth are you talking about? Shu disbanded into rubbish and swirled around Anubis, lifting him off his feet. Sadie. Anubis tried to fight his way toward me, but the storm was too strong. Shu, at least let me tell her about Walt. She has a right to know. I could barely hear him above the wind. Did you say Walt? I shouted. What about him? Anubis said something I couldn't make out. Then the flurry of debris completely obscured him. When the wind died, both gods were gone. I stood alone on the dance floor, surrounded by dozens of kids and adults who were starting to wake up. I was about to run to Carter to make sure he was all right. Yes, Carter, honestly I was. Then, at the edge of the pavilion, a young man stepped into the light. He wore a gray military outfit with a wool coat too heavy for the warm September night. His enormous ears seemed to be the only things holding up his oversized hat. A rifle was slung across his shoulder. He couldn't have been more than 17, and though he was definitely not from any of the schools at the dance, he looked vaguely familiar. St. Petersburg, Shu had said. Yes, I'd met this boy briefly last spring. Carter and I had been running from the Hermitage Museum. This boy had tried to stop us. He'd been disguised as a guard, but revealed himself as a magician from the Russian gnome, one of the servants of the evil Vlad Menshikov. I grabbed my staff from the do-it, successfully this time. The boy raised his hands in surrender. Nyet, he pleaded. Then, in halting English, he said, Sadie Kane, we need to talk. Chapter 6. Amos plays with action figures. His name was Leonid, and we agreed not to kill each other. We sat on the steps of the gazebo and talked while the students and teachers struggled to wake up around us. Leonid's English was not good. My Russian was non-existent, but I understood enough of his story to be alarmed. He'd escaped the Russian gnome and somehow convinced Shu to whisk him here to find me. Leonid remembered me from our invasion of the Hermitage. Apparently I'd made a strong impression on the young man. No surprise. I am rather memorable. Oh, stop laughing, Carter. Using words, hand gestures, and sound effects, Leonid tried to explain what had happened in St. Petersburg since the death of Vlad Menshikov. I couldn't follow it all, but this much I understood. Qui Jacobi Apophis first gnome, many deaths soon, very soon. Teachers began corralling students and calling parents. Apparently they feared the mass blackout might have been caused by bad punch or hazardous gas. Drew's perfume, perhaps, and they decided to evacuate the area. I suspected we'd have police and paramedics on the scene shortly. I wanted to be gone before then. I dragged Leonid over to meet my brother, who was stumbling around, rubbing his eyes. What happened? Carter asked. He scowled at Leonid. Who? I gave him the 1-minute version. Anubis's visit, Shu's intervention, the Russians' appearance. Leonid has information about an impending attack on the first gnome, I said. The rebels will be after him. Carter scratched his head. You want to hide him at Brooklyn House? No, I said. I've got to take him to Amos straight away. Leonid choked. Amos? He turned into Set. Eat face. Amos will not eat your face, I assured him. Jacoby's been telling you stories. Leonid still looked uneasy. Amos not become Set? How to explain without making it sound worse? I didn't know the correct Russian for. He was possessed by Set, but it wasn't his fault, and he's much better now. No Set, I said. Good Amos. Carter studied the Russian. He looked at me with concern. Sadie, what if this is a trap? You trust this guy? Oh, I can handle Leonid. He doesn't want me to morph him into a banana slug. Do you, Leonid? Nyet, Leonid said solemnly. No banana slug. There, you see. What about visiting Thoth? Carter asked. That can't wait. I saw the worry in his eyes. I imagined he was thinking the same thing I was. Our mum was in trouble. The spirits of the dead were disappearing, and it had something to do with the shadow of Apophis. We had to find the connection. You visit Thoth, I said. Take Walt. And, keep an eye on him, all right? Anubis wanted to tell me something about him, but there wasn't time. And in Dallas, when I looked at Walt in the duet, I couldn't make myself finish. Just thinking about Walt wrapped in mummy linen brought tears to my eyes. Fortunately, Carter seemed to get the general idea. I'll keep him safe, he promised. How will you get to Egypt? I pondered that. Leonid had apparently flown here via Shu Airways, but I doubted that fussy aviator god would be willing to help me, and I didn't want to ask. We'll risk a portal, I said. I know they've been a bit wonky, but it's just one quick jump. What could go wrong? You could materialize inside a wall, Carter said, or wind up scattered through the duet in a million pieces. Why, Carter, you care? But really, we'll be fine. And we haven't got much choice. I gave him a quick hug. I know, horribly sentimental, but I wanted to show solidarity. Then, before I could change my mind, I took Leonid's hand and raced across campus. My head was still spinning from my talk with Anubis. How dare Isis and Horus keep us apart when we weren't even together? And what had Anubis wanted to tell me about Walt? Perhaps he'd wanted to end our ill-fated relationship and give his blessing for me to date Walt. Lame. Or perhaps he wanted to declare his undying love and fight Walt for my affections. Highly unlikely, nor would I appreciate being fought over like a basketball. Or perhaps, most probable, he'd wanted to break some bad news. Anubis had visited Walt on several occasions that I knew of. They'd both been rather tight-lipped about what was discussed, but since Anubis was the guide of the dead, I assumed he'd been preparing Walt for death. Anubis might have wanted to warn me that the time was nigh, as if I needed another reminder. Anubis, off limits. Walt, at death's door. If I lost both of the guys I liked, well, there wasn't much point in saving the world. All right, that was a slight exaggeration, but only slight. On top of that, my mum was in trouble, and Sarah Jacoby's rebels were planning some horrible attack on my uncle's headquarters. Why then, did I feel so hopeful? An idea started to tug at me, a tiny glimmer of possibility. It wasn't just the prospect that we might find a way to defeat the Serpent. Anubis's words kept playing in my mind. The shadow lingers. There must be a way to retrieve a soul from oblivion. If a shadow could be used to bring back a mortal soul that had been destroyed, could it do the same for a god? I was so lost in thought, I barely noticed when we reached the Fine Arts building. Leonid stopped. Me, this for portal? He pointed to a block of carved limestone in the courtyard. Yes, I said. Thanks. Long story short, when I started at BAG, I reckoned it would be good to have an Egyptian relic close by for emergencies. So I did the logical thing. I borrowed a chunk of limestone frieze from the nearby Brooklyn Museum. Honestly, the museum had enough rocks. I didn't think they'd miss this one. I'd left a facsimile in its place and asked Alyssa to present the actual Egyptian frieze to her art teacher as her class project, an attempt to simulate an ancient art form. The teacher had been duly impressed. He'd installed Alyssa's artwork in the courtyard outside his classroom. The carving showed mourners at a funeral, which I thought appropriate for a school setting. It wasn't a powerful or important piece of art, But all relics of ancient Egypt have some amount of power, like magical batteries. With the right training, a magician can use them to jumpstart spells that would otherwise be impossible, such as opening portals. I got rather good at this particular magic. Leonid watched my back as I began to chant. Most magicians wait for auspicious moments to open gates. They spend years memorizing a timetable of important anniversaries like the time of day each god was born, the alignment of the stars, and whatnot. I suppose I should have worried about such things, but I didn't. Given the thousands of years of Egyptian history, there were so many auspicious moments that I simply chanted until I hit one. Of course, I had to hope my portal didn't open during an inauspicious moment. That could have caused all sorts of nasty side effects. But what's life without taking a few risks? Carter is shaking his head and muttering. I have no idea why. The air rippled in front of us. A circular doorway appeared, a swirling vortex of golden sand, and Leonid and I jumped through. I'd like to say my spell worked perfectly and we ended up in the first gnome. Sadly, I was a bit off the mark. The portal spit us out roughly 100 meters above Cairo. I found myself free-falling through the cool night air toward the city lights below. I didn't panic. I could have cast any number of spells to get out of this situation. I could have even assumed the form of a kite, the bird of prey, not the kind with a string, although that wasn't my favorite way to travel. Before I could decide on a plan of action, Leonid grabbed my hand. The direction of the wind changed. Suddenly, we were gliding over the city in a controlled descent. We set down softly in the desert just outside the city limits near a cluster of ruins that I knew from experience hid an entrance to the first gnome. I looked at Leonid in amazement. You summoned the power of Shu. Shu, he said grimly. Yes, necessary. I do, forbidden. I smiled with delight. You clever boy. You learned the path of the gods on your own? I knew there was a reason I didn't turn you into a banana slug. Leonid's eyes widened. No banana slug, please. It was a compliment, silly, I said. Forbidden is good. Sadie likes forbidden. Now come on. You need to meet my uncle. No doubt Carter would describe the underground city in excruciating detail, with exact measurements of each room, boring history on every statue and hieroglyph, and background notes on the construction of the magical headquarters of the House of Life. I will spare you that pain. It's big. It's full of magic. It's underground. There. Sorted. At the bottom of the entry tunnel, we crossed a stone bridge over a chasm, where I was challenged by a BA. The glowing bird spirit, with the head of a famous Egyptian I probably should have known, asked me a question. What color are the eyes of Anubis? Brown. I suppose he was trying to trick me with an easy question. The BA let us pass into the city proper. I hadn't visited in 6 months, and I was distressed to see how few magicians were about. The first gnome had never been crowded. Egyptian magic had withered over the centuries as fewer and fewer young initiates learned the arts. But now most shops in the central cavern were closed. At the market stalls, no one was haggling over the price of ankhs or scorpion venom. A bored-looking amulet salesman perked up as we approached, then slumped as we passed by. Our footsteps echoed in the silent tunnels. We crossed one of the subterranean rivers, then wound our way through the library quarter and the Chamber of Birds. Carter says I should tell you why it's called that. It's a cave full of all sorts of birds. Again. Carter, why are you banging your head against the table? I brought my Russian friend down a long corridor, past a sealed tunnel that had once led up to the Great Sphinx of Giza, and finally to the bronze doors of the Hall of Ages. It was my uncle's hall now, so I strolled right in. Impressive place? Certainly. If you filled it with water, the hall would have been large enough for a pot of whales. Running down the middle, a long blue carpet glittered like the River Nile. Along either side marched rows of columns, and between them shimmered curtains of light displaying scenes from Egypt's past. All sorts of horrible, wonderful, heart-wrenching events. I tried to avoid looking at them. I knew from experience that those images could be dangerously absorbing. Once I'd made the mistake of touching the lights, and the experience had almost turned my brain into oatmeal. The first section of light was gold, the age of the gods. Farther along, the old kingdom glowed silver, then the middle kingdom in coppery brown, and so on. Several times as we walked, I had to pull Leonid back from scenes that caught his eye. Honestly, I wasn't much better. I got teary-eyed when I saw a vision of Bess entertaining the other gods by doing cartwheels in a loincloth. I cried because I missed seeing him so full of life. I mean, though the sight of Bess in a loincloth is enough to make anyone's eyes burn. We passed the bronze curtain of light for the new kingdom. I stopped abruptly. In the shifting mirage, a thin man in priestly robes held a wand and a knife over a black bull. The man muttered as if blessing the animal. I couldn't tell much about the scene, but I recognized the man's face. A beaky nose, high forehead, thin lips that twisted in a wicked smile as he ran the knife along the poor animal's throat. "That's him," I muttered. I walked toward the curtain of light. And yet, Leonid grabbed my arm. "You tell me the lights are bad, stay away." You're right," I said. "But that's Uncle Vinny." I was positive it was the same face that had appeared in the wall at the Dallas Museum, but how could that be? The scene I was looking at must have happened thousands of years ago. "Not Vinny," Leonid said. "Kane Wasset." Sorry. I wasn't sure if I'd heard him correctly, or even in what language he'd spoken. "Is that a name?" "He is." Leonid slipped into Russian, then sighed in exasperation. "Too difficult to explain. Let us see Amos, who will not eat my face." I forced myself to look away from the image. "Good idea. Let's keep going." At the end of the hall, the curtains of red light for the modern age changed to dark purple. Supposedly this marked the beginning of a new age, though none of us knew exactly what sort of era it would be. If Apophis destroyed the world, I guessed it would be the age of extremely short lives. I'd expected to see Amos sitting at the foot of the pharaoh's throne. That was the traditional place for the chief lector, symbolizing his role as the pharaoh's main advisor. Of course, the pharaohs rarely needed advising these days, as they'd all been dead for several thousand years. The dais was empty. That stumped me. I'd never considered where the chief lector hung out when he wasn't on display. Did he have a dressing room, possibly with his name and a little star on the door? There. Leonid pointed. Once again, my clever Russian friend was right. On the back wall, behind the throne, a faint line of light shone along the floor, the bottom edge of a door. "A creepy secret entrance," I said. "Well done, Leonid." On the other side, we found a sort of war room. Amos and a young woman in camouflage clothes stood at opposite ends of a large table inlaid with a full-color world map. The table's surface was crowded with tiny figurines. Painted ships, monsters, magicians, cars, and markers with hieroglyphs. Amos and the camouflage girl were so engrossed in their work, moving figurines across the map, they didn't notice us at first. Amos wore traditional linen robes. With his barrel-shaped figure, they made him look a bit like Friar Tuck, except with darker skin and cooler hair. His braided locks were decorated with gold beads. His round glasses flashed as he studied the map. Draped around his shoulders was the leopard skin cape of the chief lector. As for the young woman, oh gods of Egypt, it was Zia. I'd never seen her in modern clothes before. She wore camouflage cargo pants, hiking boots, and an olive-colored tank top that flattered her coppery skin. Her black hair was longer than I remembered. She looked so much more grown-up and gorgeous than she'd been 6 months ago. I was glad Carter hadn't come along. He would have had difficulty picking up his jaw from the floor. Yes, you would have, Carter. She looked quite stunning in a commando girl sort of way. Amos moved one of the figurines across the map. "Here," he told Zia. "All right," she said. "But that leaves Paris undefended." Cleared my throat. "Are we interrupting?" Amos turned and broke into a grin. "Sadie." He crushed me in a hug, then rubbed my head affectionately. "Ow," I said. He chuckled. "I'm sorry. It's just so good to see you." He glanced at Leonid. "And this is..." Zia cursed. She wedged herself between Amos and Leonid. "He's one of the Russians. Why is he here?" "Calm down," I told her. "He's a friend." I explained about Leonid's appearance at the dance. Leonid tried to help, but he kept slipping into Russian. "Wait," Amos said. "Let's make this easier." He touched Leonid's forehead. "Medwa." In the air above us, The hieroglyph for speak burned red. There, Amos said. That should help. Leonid's eyebrows shot up. You speak Russian? Amos smiled. Actually, for the next few minutes, we'll all be speaking ancient Egyptian, but it will sound to each of us like our native tongue. Brilliant, I said. Leonid, you'd best make the most of your time. Leonid took off his army cap and fidgeted with the brim. Sarah Jacobi and her lieutenant, Quai, they mean to attack you. We know that, Amos said dryly. No, you don't understand. Leonid's voice trembled with fear. They are evil. They are working with Apophis. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but when he said that name, several figurines on the world map sparked and melted. My heart felt much the same way. Hold on, I said. Leonid, how do you know this? His ears turned pink. After the death of Menshikov, Jacobi and Quai came to our gnome. We gave them refuge. Soon Jacobi took over, but my comrades did not object. They, hate the Kanes very much. He looked at me guiltily. After you broke into our headquarters last spring, well, the other Russians blame you for Menshikov's death and the rise of Apophis. They blame you for everything. Quite used to that, I said. You didn't feel the same? He pinched his oversized cap. I saw your power. You defeated the Jezuharu monster. You could have destroyed me, but you didn't. You did not seem evil. Thanks for that. After we met, I became curious. I began reading old scrolls, learning to channel the power of the god Shu. I have always been a good air elementalist. Amos grunted. That took courage, Leonid. Exploring the path of the gods on your own in the middle of the Russian gnome? You were brave. I was foolhardy. Leonid's forehead was damp with sweat. Jacobi has killed magicians for lesser crimes. One of my friends, an old man named Mikhail, he once made the mistake of saying all Kanes might not be bad. Jacobi arrested him for treason. She gave him to Quai, who does magic with lightning, terrible things. I heard Mikhail screaming in the dungeon for 3 nights before he died. Amos and Zia exchanged grave looks. I had a feeling this wasn't the first time they'd heard about Quai's torture methods. I'm so sorry, Amos said. But how can you be sure Jacobi and Quai are working for Apophis? The young Russian glanced at me for reassurance. You can trust Amos, I promised. He'll protect you. Leonid chewed his lip. Yesterday I was in one of the chambers deep under the hermitage, a place I thought was secret. I was studying a scroll to summon Shu, very forbidden magic. I heard Jacobi and Quai approaching, so I hid. I overheard the 2 of them speaking, but their voices were splintered. I don't know how to explain. They were possessed? Zia asked. Worse, Leonid said. They were each channeling dozens of voices. It was like a war council. I heard many monsters and demons, and presiding over the meeting was one voice, deeper and more powerful than the rest. I'd never heard anything like it, as if darkness could speak. Apophis, Amos said. Leonid had gone very pale. Please understand, most magicians in St. Petersburg, they are not evil. They are only scared and desperate to survive. Jacobi has convinced them she will save them. She has misled them with lies. She says the Kanes are demons. But she and Quai, they are the monsters. They are no longer human. They have set up a camp at Abu Simbel. From there, they will lead the rebels against the first gnome. Amos turned to his map. He traced his finger south along the river Nile to a small lake. I sense nothing at Abu Simbel. If they are there, they've managed to hide themselves completely from my magic. They are there, Leonid promised. Zia scowled. Under our very noses, within easy striking distance. We should have killed the rebels at Brooklyn House when we had the chance. Amos shook his head. We are servants of Ma'at, order and justice. We don't kill our enemies for things they might do in the future. And now our enemies will kill us, Zia said. On the table map, 2 more figurines sparked and melted in Spain. A miniature ship broke into pieces off the coast of Japan. Amos grimaced. More losses. He chose a cobra figurine from Korea and pushed it toward the shipwreck. He swept away the melted magicians from Spain. What is that map? I asked. Zia moved a hieroglyph token from Germany to France. Iskandar's war map. As I once told you, he was an expert at statuary magic. I remembered. The old chief lector had been so good, he'd made a replica of Zia herself. But I decided not to bring that up. Those tokens stand for actual forces, I guessed. Yes, Amos said. The map shows us our enemies' movements, at least most of them. It also allows us to send our forces by magic to where they are needed. And, how are we doing? His expression told me all I needed to know. We are spread too thin, Amos said. Jacoby's followers strike wherever we are weakest. Apophis sends his demons to terrorize our allies. The attacks seem coordinated. Because they are, Leonid said. Quai and Jacoby are under the Serpent's control. I shook my head in disbelief. How could Quai and Jacoby be so stupid? Don't they understand Apophis is going to destroy the world? Chaos is seductive, Amos said. No doubt Apophis has made them promises of power. He whispers in their ears, convincing them they are too important to be destroyed. They believe they can make a new world better than the old, and the change is worth any price, even mass annihilation. I couldn't grasp how anyone could be so deluded, but Amos spoke as if he understood. Of course, Amos had been through this. He'd been possessed by Set, god of evil and chaos. Compared to Apophis, Set was a minor nuisance, but he'd still been able to turn my uncle, one of the most powerful magicians in the world, into a helpless puppet. If Carter and I hadn't defeated Set and forced him to return to the Do-It, well, the consequences wouldn't have been pretty. Zia picked up a falcon figurine. She moved it toward Abu Simbel, but the little statue began to steam. She was forced to drop it. They've put up powerful wards, she said. We won't be able to eavesdrop. They will attack in 3 days, Leonid said. At the same time, Apophis will rise, at dawn on the autumn equinox. Another equinox? I grumbled. Didn't that last bit of nastiness happen on one of those? You Egyptians have an unhealthy obsession with equinoxes. Amos gave me a stern look. Sadie, as I'm sure you're aware, the equinox is a time of great magic significance, when day and night are equal. Besides, the autumn equinox marks the last day before darkness overtakes the light. It is the anniversary of Ra's retreat into the heavens. I feared that Apophis might make his move at that time. It's a most inauspicious day. Inauspicious. I frowned. But inauspicious is bad. Why would they? Oh, I realized for the forces of chaos, our bad days must have been their good days. That meant they probably had a lot of good days. Amos leaned on his staff. His hair seemed to be turning gray before my eyes. I remembered Michel Desjardins, the last chief lector, and how quickly he had aged. I couldn't bear the idea of that happening to Amos. We don't have the strength to defeat our enemies, he said. I will have to use other means. Amos, no, Zia said. Please. I wasn't sure what they were talking about. Zia sounded horrified, and anything that scared her, I didn't want to know about. Actually, I said, Carter and I have a plan. I told them about our idea of using Apophis's own shadow against him. Perhaps saying this in front of Leonid was reckless, but he had risked his life to warn us about Sarah Jacoby's plans. He had trusted me. The least I could do was return the favor. When I finished explaining, Amos gazed at his map. I've never heard of such magic. Even if it's possible. It is, I insisted. Why else would Apophis delay his doomsday attack so he could track down and destroy every scroll by this fellow Seton? Apophis is afraid we'll figure out the spell and stop him. Zia crossed her arms. But you can't. You just said all copies were destroyed. We'll ask Thoth for help, I said. Carter's on his way there now. And in the meantime, I have an errand to run. I may be able to test our theory about shadows. How? Amos asked. I told him what I had in mind. He looked as if he wanted to object, but he must have seen the defiance in my eyes. We're related, after all. He knows how stubborn Kanes can be when they set their minds to something. Very well, he said. First you must eat and rest. You can leave at dawn. Zia, I want you to go with her. Zia looked startled. Me? But I might. Is it wise? Again, I got the feeling I'd missed an important conversation. What had Amos and Zia been discussing? You'll be fine, Amos assured her. Sadie will need your help, and I will arrange for someone else to watch RA during the day. She looked quite nervous, which wasn't like her. Zia and I had had our differences in the past, but she'd never been short of confidence. Now I almost felt worried for her. Cheer up, I told her. It'll be a laugh. Quick trip to the netherworld, fiery lake of doom. What could go wrong? Chapter 7. I get strangled by an old friend. So, yeah, Sadie goes off on a side adventure with some guy, leaving me to do the boring work of figuring out how to save the world. Why does this sound familiar? Oh right, that's the way Sadie always is. If it's time to move forward, you can count on her to veer sideways on some ADHD tangent of her own. Why are you thanking me, Sadie? That wasn't a compliment. After the Brooklyn Academy dance, I was pretty miffed. Bad enough being forced to slow dance with Sadie's friend Lacey. But passing out on the dance floor, waking up with Lacey snoring in my armpit, and then finding out I'd missed visits from two gods, that was just embarrassing. After Sadie and the Russian guy left, I got our crew back to Brooklyn House. Walt was confused to see us so soon. I pulled him and Bast aside for a quick conference on the terrace. I explained what Sadie had told me about Shu, Anubis, and the Russian dude Leonid. I'll take Freak to Memphis, I said. Be back as soon as I talk to Thoth. I'm going with you, Walt said. Sadie had told me to take him along, of course, but looking at him now, I had second thoughts. Walt's cheeks were sunken. His eyes were glassy. I was alarmed by how much worse he looked since just yesterday. I know this is horrible, but I couldn't help thinking about Egyptian burial practices, how they'd pack a body with embalming salts to slowly dry it up from the inside. Walt looked like he'd been started on that process. Look, man, I said. Sadie asked me to keep you safe. She's worried about you. So am I. He clenched his jaw. If you plan on using a shadow for your spell, you'll have to capture it with that figurine. You'll need a sow, and I'm the best you've got. Unfortunately, Walt was right. Neither Sadie nor I had the skill to capture a shadow, if that was even possible. Only Walt had that kind of charm-making talent. All right, I muttered. Just keep your head down. I don't want my sister going nuclear on me. Bast poked Walt's arm, the way a cat might nudge a bug to see if it was still alive. She sniffed his hair. Your aura is weak, Bast said. But you should be all right to travel. Try not to exert yourself. No magic unless absolutely necessary. Walt rolled his eyes. Yes, Mother. Bast seemed to like that. I'll watch the other kittens, she promised. Initiates. You two be careful. I don't have much love for Thoth, but I don't want you caught up in his problems. What problems? I asked. You'll see. Just come back to me. All this guard duty is cutting into my nap schedule. She shooed us toward Freak's stable and headed back downstairs, muttering something about catnip. We hitched up the boat. Freak squawked and buzzed his wings, anxious to go. He looked like he'd gotten a good rest. Besides, he knew that a journey meant more frozen turkeys for him. Soon we were flying over the East River. Our ride through the Dewitt seemed bumpier than usual, like airplane turbulence, except with ghostly wailing and heavy fog. I was glad I'd had a light dinner. My stomach churned. The boat shuddered as Freak brought us out of the Dewitt. Below us spread a different nighttime landscape. The lights of Memphis, Tennessee, curving along the banks of the Mississippi River. On the shoreline rose a glassy black pyramid, an abandoned sports arena that Thoth had appropriated for his home. Bursts of multicolored light peppered the air, reflections rippling across the pyramid. At first I thought Thoth was hosting a fireworks exhibition. Then I realized his pyramid was under attack. Clambering up the sides was a gruesome assortment of demons, humanoid figures with chicken feet or paws or insect legs. Some had fur. Some had scales or shells like tortoises. Instead of heads, many had weapons or tools sprouting from their necks. Hammers, swords, axes, chainsaws, even a few screwdrivers. At least 100 demons were climbing toward the top, digging their claws into the seams of the glass. Some tried to smash their way through, but wherever they struck, The pyramid flickered with blue light, repelling their attacks. Winged demons swirled through the air, screeching and diving at a small group of defenders. Thoth stood at the peak. He looked like a scruffy college lab assistant in a white medical coat, jeans and t-shirt, a day-old beard and wild Einstein hair, which doesn't sound very intimidating, but you should see him in combat. He threw glowing hieroglyphs like grenades, causing iridescent explosions all around him. Meanwhile, his assistants, a troop of baboons and long-beaked birds called ibises, engaged the enemy. The baboons slammed basketballs into the demons, sending them toppling back down the pyramid. The ibises ran between the monster's legs, jabbing their beaks in the most sensitive places they could find. As we flew closer, I lowered my vision into the duet. The scene there was even scarier. The demons were connected by red coils of energy that formed one massive translucent serpent. The monster encircled the entire pyramid. At the top, Thoth shone in his ancient form, a giant, white-kilted man with the head of an ibis, hurling bolts of energy at his enemies. Walt whistled. How can the mortals not notice a battle like that? I wasn't sure, but I remembered some of the recent disaster news. Huge storms had been causing floods all along the Mississippi River, including here in Memphis. Hundreds of people had been displaced. Magicians might be able to see what was really happening, but any regular mortals still in the city probably thought this was just a major thunderstorm. "I'll help Thoth," I said. "You stay in the boat." "No," Walt said. "Bass said I should use magic only in an emergency. This qualifies." I knew Sadie would kill me if I let Walt get hurt. On the other hand, Walt's tone told me he wasn't going to back down. He can be almost as stubborn as my sister when he wants to be. "Fine," I said. "Hold on. A year ago, if I'd faced a fight like this, I would have curled into a ball and tried to hide. Even our battle at the Red Pyramid last Christmas seemed minor compared to dive bombing an army of demons with no backup except one sick guy and a slightly dysfunctional griffin. But a lot had happened in the past year. Now this was just another bad day in the life of the Kane family. Freak came screaming down out of the night sky and banked hard to the right, shooting across the side of the pyramid. He gulped down smaller demons and shredded the larger ones with his buzzsaw wings. Some that survived got run over by our boat. As Freak began to climb again, Walt and I jumped out, scrambling for footing on the glassy slope. Walt threw an amulet. In a flash of light, a golden sphinx appeared, with a lion's body and the head of a woman. After our experience at the Dallas Museum, I didn't much care for sphinxes, but thankfully this one was on our side. Walt jumped on its back and rode into battle. The sphinx snarled and pounced on a reptilian demon, tearing it to pieces. Other monsters scattered. Couldn't blame them. A massive gold lion would have been scary enough, but the growling woman's head made it even more horrifying, with merciless emerald eyes, a shining Egyptian crown, and a fanged mouth with way too much lipstick. As for me, I summoned my Kopesh from the duet. I called on the power of Horus, and the glowing blue avatar of the war god formed around me. Soon I was encased in a 20-foot-tall hawk-headed apparition. I stepped forward. The avatar mirrored my movements. I swiped my sword at the nearest demons, and the avatar's massive glowing blade plowed them down like bowling pins. Two of the monsters actually had bowling pins for heads, so I guess that was appropriate. The baboons and ibises were slowly making headway against the surge of demons. Freak flew around the pyramid, snapping up winged demons or smacking them out of the air with his boat. Thoth kept flinging hieroglyphic grenades. "Bloated!" he cried. The corresponding hieroglyph flew through the air, bursting against a demon's chest in a spray of light. Instantly, the demon swelled like a water balloon and rolled screaming down the pyramid. Flat! Thoth blasted another demon, who collapsed and shriveled into a monster-shaped doormat. "Intestinal problems," Thoth yelled. The poor demon who got zapped with that one turned green and doubled over. I waded through monsters, tossing them aside and slicing them to dust. Everything was going great until a winged demon did a kamikaze dive into my chest. I toppled backward, slamming against the pyramid with such force that I lost my concentration. My magical armor dissolved. I would have skidded all the way down the pyramid if the demon hadn't grabbed my throat and held me in place. "Carter Kane," he hissed. "You are stupidly persistent." I recognized that face, like an anatomy class cadaver with muscle and sinew but no skin. His lidless eyes glowed red. His fangs were bared in a murderous grin. "You?" I grunted. "Yes," the demon chuckled, his claws tightening around my neck. "Me, face of horror, Set's lieutenant from the Red Pyramid, and the secret mouthpiece of Apophis. We'd killed him in the shadow of the Washington Monument, but I guess that didn't mean anything. Now he was back, and, judging by his rasping voice and glowing red eyes, he was still possessed by my least favorite snake. I didn't remember his being able to fly, but now leathery bat wings sprouted from his shoulders. He straddled me with his chicken legs, his hands digging into my windpipe. His breath smelled like fermented juice and skunk spray. "I could have killed you many times," the demon said. "But you interest me, Carter." I tried to fight him off. My arms had turned to lead. I could barely hold my sword. Around us, the sounds of battle became muted. Freak flew overhead, but his wings beat so sluggishly, I could actually see them. A hieroglyph exploded in slow motion like dye in water. Apophis was dragging me deeper into the duet. "I can feel your turmoil," said the demon. "Why do you fight this hopeless battle? Don't you realize what will happen?" Images raced through my mind. I saw a landscape of shifting hills and fiery geysers. Winged demons turned in the sulphurous sky. Spirits of the dead skittered across the hills, wailing in desperation and clawing for handholds. They were all being pulled in the same direction, toward a blot of darkness on the horizon. Whatever it was, its gravity was as powerful as a black hole. It sucked in the spirits, bending the hills and plumes of fire toward it. Even the demons in the air struggled. Huddled in the shelter of a cliff, the glowing white form of a woman tried to anchor herself against the dark current. I wanted to cry. The woman was my mother. Other ghosts flew past her, wailing helplessly. My mom tried to reach out, but she couldn't save them. The scene shifted. I saw the Egyptian desert at the edge of Cairo under a blazing sun. Suddenly the sands erupted. A giant red serpent rose from the underworld. He lunged at the sky and somehow, impossibly, swallowed the sun in a single gulp. The world darkened. Frost spread across the dunes. Cracks appeared in the ground. The landscape crumbled. Whole neighborhoods of Cairo sank into chasms. A red ocean of chaos swelled up from the Nile, dissolving the city and desert, washing away pyramids that had stood for millennia. Soon there was nothing left but a boiling sea under a starless black sky. "No gods can save you, Carter." Apophis sounded almost sympathetic. "This fate has been decreed since the beginning of time. Yield to me, and I will spare you and those you love. You will ride the sea of chaos. You will be master of your own destiny." I saw an island floating across the boiling ocean, a small patch of green earth like an oasis. My family and I could be together on that island. We could survive. We could have anything we wanted just by imagining it. Death would mean nothing. "All I ask is a token of goodwill," Apophis urged. "Give me Ra. I know you hate him. He represents everything that is wrong with your mortal world. He has grown senile, rotten, weak, and useless. Surrender him to me. I will spare you. Think on this, Carter Kane. Have the gods promised you anything as fair?" The visions faded. Face of horror grinned down at me, but suddenly his features contorted in pain. A fiery hieroglyph burned across his forehead, the symbol for desiccate, and the demon crumbled to dust. I gasped for breath. My throat felt like it was packed with hot coals. Thoth stood over me, looking grim and tired. His eyes swirled with kaleidoscopic colors, like portals to another world. "Carter Kane." He offered me a hand and helped me up. All the other demons were gone. Walt stood at the peak of the pyramid with the baboons and ibises, who were climbing over the golden sphinx lady like she was a merry-go-round animal. Freak hovered nearby, looking full and happy from eating so many demons. "You shouldn't have come," Thoth chided. He brushed demon dust off his t-shirt, which had a flaming heart logo and the words House of Blues. It was much too dangerous, especially for Walt. "You're welcome," I croaked. "It looked like you needed help." "The demons?" Thoth waved dismissively. "They'll be back just before sunrise. They've been attacking every 6 hours for the past week." Quite annoying. Every 6 hours? I tried to imagine that. If Thoth had been fighting off an army like that several times a day for a week, I didn't see how even a god could have that much power. "Where are the other gods?" I asked. "Shouldn't they be helping you?" Thoth wrinkled his nose as if he smelled a demon with intestinal problems. "Perhaps you and Walt should come inside. Now that you're here, we have a lot to talk about." I'll say this for Thoth. He knew how to decorate a pyramid. The former arena's basketball court was still there, no doubt so his baboons could play. Baboons love basketball. The jumbotron still hung from the ceiling, flashing a series of hieroglyphs that announced things like, "Go Team," "Defense," and Thoth 25, Demons 0 in ancient Egyptian. The stadium seating had been replaced with a series of tiered balconies. Some were lined with computer stations like mission control for a rocket launch. Others had chemistry tables cluttered with beakers, Bunsen burners, vials of smoking goo, jars of pickled organs, and stranger things. The nosebleed section was devoted to scroll cubbies, a library easily as big as the one in the first gnome. And behind the left backboard rose a 3-story tall whiteboard covered in computations and hieroglyphs. Hanging from the girders, instead of championship banners and retired numbers, were black tapestries embroidered with gold incantations. Courtside was Thoth's living area, a freestanding gourmet kitchen, a plush collection of couches and easy chairs, piles of books, buckets of Legos and Tinker toys, a dozen flat-screen TVs showing different news programs and documentaries, and a small forest of electric guitars and amplifiers. Everything a scatterbrained god needed to be able to do 20 things at once. Thoth's baboons took Freak into the locker room to groom him and let him rest. I think they were worried he might eat the ibises, since they did look a bit like turkeys. Thoth turned to Walt and me, looking us over critically. "You need rest. Then I'll fix you some dinner." "We don't have time," I said. "We have to." "Carter Kane," Thoth scolded. "You've just battled Apophis, gotten the Horus knocked out of you, been dragged through the Duat and half-strangled. You're no good to anyone until you get some sleep." I wanted to protest, but Thoth pressed his hand to my forehead. Weariness washed over me. "Rest," Thoth insisted. I collapsed on the nearest couch. I'm not sure how long I slept, but Walt got up first. When I woke, he and Thoth were deep in conversation. "No," Thoth said. "It's never been done. And I'm afraid you don't have time." He faltered when he noticed me sitting up. "Ah, good, Carter. You're awake. What did I miss?" "Nothing," he said a little too cheerily. "Come and eat." His kitchen counter was laden with fresh-cut brisket, sausage, ribs, and cornbread, plus an industrial-sized dispenser of iced tea. Thoth had once told me that barbecue was a form of magic, and I guess he was right. The smell of food made me temporarily forget my troubles. I scarfed down a brisket sandwich and drank 2 glasses of tea. Walt nibbled on a rib, but he didn't seem to have much of an appetite. Meanwhile, Thoth picked up a Gibson guitar. He struck a power chord that shook the arena floor. He'd gotten better since I'd last heard him. The chord actually sounded like a chord, not like a mountain goat being tortured. I gestured around with a piece of cornbread. "This place is looking good," Thoth chuckled. "Better than my last headquarters, eh?" The first time Sadie and I had crossed paths with the God of Knowledge, he'd been holed up at a local university campus. He had tested our worth by sending us on a quest to trash Elvis Presley's house. Long story, but hopefully we were past the testing phase now. I preferred hanging out courtside eating barbecue. Then I thought about the vision's face of horror had shown me. My mother in danger, a darkness swallowing the souls of the dead, the world dissolving in a sea of chaos, except for one small island floating across the waves. The memory kind of killed my appetite. So, I pushed my plate away. "Tell me about the demon attacks. And what were you saying to Walt?" Walt stared at his half-eaten pork rib. Thoth strummed a minor chord. Where to start? The attacks began 7 days ago. I'm cut off from the other gods. They haven't come to my rescue, I imagine, because they're having similar problems. Divide and conquer. Apophis understands that basic military principle. Even if my brethren could help me, well, they have other priorities. Ra was recently brought back, as you may recall. Thoth gave me a hard look, like I was an equation he couldn't balance. The sun god must be guarded on his nightly journey. That takes a lot of god power. My shoulders sagged. I didn't need one more thing to feel guilty about. I also didn't think it was fair of Thoth to act so critical of me. Thoth had been on our side, more or less, about bringing back the sun god. Maybe 7 days of demon attacks had started to change his mind. Can't you just leave? I asked. Thoth shook his head. Perhaps you can't see so deeply into the do-it, but the power of Apophis has completely encircled this pyramid. I am quite stuck. I gazed up at the arena's ceiling, which suddenly seemed much lower. Which means, we're stuck too? Thoth waved aside the question. You should be able to pass back through. The Serpent's net is designed to catch a god. You and Walt aren't large or important enough to be caught. I wondered if that were true, or if Apophis was allowing me to come and go, to have the choice of surrendering Ra. You interest me, Carter, Apophis had said. Yield to me and I will spare you. I took a deep breath. But, Thoth, if you're on your own, I mean, how much longer can you last? The god brushed at his lab coat, which was covered with scribbles in a dozen languages. The word time fluttered off his sleeve. Thoth caught it, and suddenly he was checking a gold pocket watch. Let's see. Judging from the weakening of the pyramid's defenses and the rate at which my power is being expended, I'd say I could withstand 9 more attacks, or just over 2 days, which would take us to dawn on the equinox. Ha! That can't be a coincidence. And then, Walt asked, then my pyramid will be breached. My minions will be killed. I'm guessing doomsday will happen all over. In fact, the fall equinox would be a sensible time for Apophis to rise. He'll probably cast me into the abyss, or possibly scatter my essence across the universe in a billion pieces. The physics of a god's death. His pocket watch turned into a pen. He scribbled something on the neck of his guitar. That would make an excellent research paper. Thoth, Walt prompted. Tell Carter what you told me, about why you're being targeted. I thought that was obvious, Thoth said. Apophis wants to distract me from helping you. That is why you've come, isn't it? To find out about the Serpent's shadow. For a moment I was too stunned to speak. How did you know? Please. Thoth played a Jimi Hendrix riff, then set down his guitar. I am the god of knowledge. I knew sooner or later you'd come to the conclusion that your only hope of victory was a shadow execration. A shadow execration, I repeated. That's an actual spell with an actual name? It could work. In theory. And you didn't volunteer this information. Why? Thoth snorted. Knowledge of any value can't be given. It must be sought and earned. You're a teacher now, Carter. You should know this. I wasn't sure whether to strangle him or hug him. So, I'm seeking the knowledge. I'm earning the knowledge. How do I defeat Apophis? I'm so glad you asked. Thoth beamed at me with his multicolored eyes. Unfortunately, I can't tell you. I glanced at Walt. Do you want to kill him, or should I? Now, Thoth said. I can guide you a little, but you'll have to connect the freckles, as they say. Dots, I said. Yes, he said. You're on the right track. The shoot could be used to destroy a god or even Apophis himself. And yes, like all sentient beings, Apophis has a shadow, though he keeps that part of his soul well hidden and well guarded. So where is it? I asked. How do we use it? Thoth spread his hands. The second question I can't answer. The first question I'm not allowed to answer. Walt shoved his plate aside. I've been trying to get it out of him, Carter. For a god of knowledge, he isn't very helpful. Come on, Thoth, I said. Can't we do a quest for you or something? Couldn't we blow up Elvis's house again? Tempting, the god said. But you must understand, giving a mortal the location of an immortal's shadow, even Apophis's, would be a grave crime. The other gods already think I'm a sellout. Over the centuries, I've divulged too many secrets to mankind. I taught you the art of writing. I taught you magic and founded the House of Life. Which is why magicians still honor you, I said. So help us one more time, and give humans knowledge that could be used to destroy the gods? Thoth sighed. Can you understand why my brethren might object to such a thing? I clenched my fists. I thought about my mother's spirit huddling beneath a cliff, fighting to stay put. The dark force had to be Apophis's shadow. Apophis had shown me that vision to make me despair. As his power grew, his shadow grew stronger too. It was pulling in the spirits of the dead, consuming them. I could guess the shadow was somewhere in the Duat, but that didn't help. It was like saying, somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. The Duat was huge. I glared at Thoth. Your other option is not to help us and let Apophis destroy the world. Point taken, he admitted. Which is why I'm still talking to you. There is a way you could find the shadow's location. Long ago, when I was young and naive, I wrote a book, a field study of sorts, called The Book of Thoth. Catchy name, Walt muttered. I thought so, Thoth said. At any rate, it described every form and disguise each god can take, their most secret hiding places, all sorts of embarrassing details, including how to find their shadows? I asked. No comment. At any rate, I never meant for humans to read the book, but it was stolen in ancient times by a crafty magician. Where is it now? I asked. Then I held up my hands. Wait. Let me guess. You can't tell us. Honestly, I don't know, Thoth said. This crafty magician hid the book. Fortunately, he died before he could take full advantage of it, but he did use its knowledge to formulate a number of spells, including the shadow execration. He wrote down his thoughts in a special variation of the Book of Overcoming Apophis. Seton, I said. That's the magician you're talking about. Indeed. His spell was only theoretical, of course. Even I never had that knowledge. And as you know, all copies of his scroll have now been destroyed. So it's hopeless, I said. Dead end. Oh no, Thoth said. You could ask Seton himself. He wrote the spell. He hid the Book of Thoth that, may or may not describe the shadow's location. If he were so inclined, he could help you. But hasn't Seton been dead for thousands of years? Thoth grinned. Yes, and that's only the first problem. Thoth told us about Seton, who'd apparently been pretty famous in ancient Egypt, like Robin Hood, Merlin, and Attila the Hun rolled into one. The more I heard, the less I wanted to meet him. He was a pathological liar, Thoth said. A scoundrel, a traitor, a thief, and a brilliant magician. He prided himself on stealing books of knowledge, including mine. He battled monsters, adventured in the Duat, conquered gods, and broke into sacred tombs. He created curses that couldn't be lifted and unearthed secrets that should have stayed buried. He was quite the evil genius. Walt tugged at his amulets. Sounds like you admire him. The god gave him a sidelong grin. Well, I appreciate the pursuit of knowledge, but I couldn't endorse Seton's methods. He'd stop at nothing to possess the secrets of the universe. He wanted to be a god, you see, not the eye of a god. A full-fledged immortal. Which is impossible, I guessed. Hard, not impossible, Thoth said. Imhotep, the first mortal magician. He was made a god after his death. Thoth turned toward his computers. That reminds me, I haven't seen Imhotep in millennia. I wonder what he's up to. Perhaps I should Google him. Thoth, Walt said. Concentrate, right? So Seton. He created this spell for destroying any being, even a god. I could never endorse such knowledge falling into the hands of a mortal, but hypothetically speaking, if you needed the spell to defeat Apophis, you might be able to convince Seton to teach you the enchantment and lead you to the shadow of Apophis. Except Seton's dead, I said. We keep coming back to that. Walt sat up. Unless you're suggesting we find his spirit in the underworld. But if Seton was so evil, wouldn't Osiris have condemned him in the Hall of Judgment? Ammit would have eaten his heart, and he would have ceased to exist. Normally, yes, Thoth said. But Seton is a special case. He's quite persuasive. Even before the court of the underworld, he was able to manipulate the legal system. Many times, Osiris sentenced him to oblivion, but Seton always managed to evade punishment. He got a lighter sentence, or he made a plea bargain, or he simply escaped. He's managed to survive as a spirit at least all these eons. Thoth turned his swirling eyes toward me. But recently, Carter Kane, your father, became Osiris. He's been cracking down on rebellious ghosts, trying to restore Ma'at to the underworld. The next time the sun sets, approximately 14 hours from now, Seton is scheduled for a new trial. He will come before your father. And this time, my dad won't let him go. I felt like the demon's hands were closing around my throat again. My father was fair but stern. He didn't take excuses from anyone. All the years we traveled together, I could never even get away with leaving my shirt untucked. If Seton was as bad as Thoth said, my father would show him no mercy. He'd toss this guy's heart to Amit the Devourer like it was a doggy biscuit. Walt's eyes shone with excitement. He looked more animated than I'd seen him in a long time. We can plead with your dad, he said. We can get Seton's trial delayed, or ask for a reduced sentence in exchange for Seton's help. The laws of the underworld allow that. I frowned. How do you know so much about dead people's court? I regretted saying that immediately. I realized that he'd probably been preparing himself to face that courtroom. Maybe that's what he'd been discussing with Thoth earlier. I'm afraid you don't have much time, Thoth had said. Sorry, man, I said. It's okay, Walt said. But we have to try. If we can convince your dad to spare Seton. Thoth laughed. That would be amusing, wouldn't it? If Seton got off yet again. Because his evil ways were the only thing that might save the world. Hilarious, I said. The brisket sandwich wasn't sitting well in my stomach. So you're suggesting we go to my father's court and try to save the ghost of an evil psychotic magician. Then we ask this ghost to lead us to Apophis's shadow and teach us how to destroy it, while trusting that he won't escape, kill us, or betray us to the enemy. Thoth nodded enthusiastically. You'd have to be crazy. I certainly hope you are. I took a deep breath. I guess I'm crazy. Excellent. Thoth cheered. One more thing, Carter. To make this work, you'll need Walt's help, but he's running out of time. His only chance. It's fine, Walt snapped. I'll tell him myself. Before I could ask what he meant, the overtime buzzer blared from the arena speakers. It's almost dawn, Thoth said. You two had better leave before the demons return. Good luck. And by all means, give Seton my regards. If you live that long, of course. Chapter 8. My sister, the flower pot. The ride back wasn't fun. Walt and I held on to the boat while our teeth chattered and our eyes jiggled. The magic fog had turned the color of blood. Ghostly voices whispered angrily, like they'd decided to riot and loot the ethereal world. Sooner than I expected, Freak pushed his way out of the Duet. We found ourselves over the New Jersey dockyards, our boat trailing steam as Freak bobbed wearily through the air. In the distance, the Manhattan skyline gleamed gold in the sunrise. Walt and I hadn't spoken during the trip. The Duet tends to put a damper on conversation. Now he regarded me sheepishly. I should explain some things, he said. I can't pretend I wasn't curious. As his sickness had progressed, Walt had gotten more and more secretive. I wondered what he'd been talking about with Thoth. But it wasn't my business. After Sadie learned my secret name last spring and got a free tour of my innermost thoughts, I'd become sensitive about respecting people's privacy. Look, Walt, it's your personal life, I said. If you don't want to tell. But it's not just personal. You need to know what's going on. I won't be around much longer. I gazed down at the harbor, the Statue of Liberty passing below us. For months I'd known Walt was dying. It never got easier to accept. I remembered what Apophis had said at the Dallas Museum. Walt wouldn't live long enough to see the end of the world. Are you sure? I asked. Isn't there some way? Anubis is sure, he said. I've got until sunset tomorrow at the very latest. I didn't want to hear another impossible deadline. By sunset tonight, We had to save the ghost of an evil magician. By sunset tomorrow, Walt would die. And the sunrise after that, if we were really lucky, we could look forward to doomsday. I never liked being thwarted. Whenever I felt like something was impossible, I usually tried even harder out of sheer stubbornness. But at this point, I felt like Apophis was having a good laugh at my expense. "Oh, you're not a quitter?" he seemed to be asking. "How about now? What if we give you a few more impossible tasks? Are you a quitter now?" Anger made a small hard knot in my gut. I kicked the side of the boat and nearly broke my foot. Walt blinked. "Carter, don't say it's all right." I snapped. "It's not all right." I wasn't mad at him. I was mad at the unfairness of his stupid curse, and the fact that I kept failing people who depended on me. My parents had died to give Sadie and me a chance to save the world, which we were close to botching. In Dallas, dozens of good magicians had died because they tried to help me. Now we were about to lose Walt. Sure, he was important to Sadie, but I relied on him just as much. Walt was my unofficial lieutenant at Brooklyn House. The other kids listened to him. He was a calming presence in every crisis, the deciding vote in every debate. I could trust him with any secret, and even with making the execration statue of Apophis, which I couldn't tell my uncle about. "If Walt died, I won't let it happen," I said. "I refuse." Wild thoughts ran through my mind. Maybe Anubis was lying to Walt about his imminent death, trying to push Walt away from Sadie. Okay, unlikely. Sadie wasn't that much of a prize. "Yeah, Sadie, I really said that. Just checking to see if you were still paying attention. Maybe Walt could beat the odds. People survived cancer miraculously. Why not ancient curses? Maybe we could put him in suspended animation like Iskandar had done for Zia, until we found an antidote." Sure, his family had been searching for a cure unsuccessfully for centuries. Jazz, our best healer, had tried everything with no luck. But maybe we'd overlooked something. "Carter," Walt said, "will you let me finish? We've got to make plans." "How can you be so calm?" I demanded. Walt fingered his shin necklace, the twin of the one he'd given Sadie. "I've known about my curse for years. I won't let it stop me from doing what I need to. One way or another, I'm going to help you beat Apophis." "How?" I said. "You just told me." "Anubis has an idea," Walt said. "He's been helping me make sense of my powers." "You mean?" I glanced at Walt's hands. Several times I'd seen him turn objects to ashes simply by touching them, the way he'd done to that cryosphinx in Dallas. The power didn't come from any of his magic items. None of us understood it, and as Walt's disease progressed, he seemed less and less able to control it, which made me think twice about giving the guy a high five. Walt flexed his fingers. "Anubis thinks he understands why I have that ability. And there's more. He thinks there might be a way to extend my life." That was such good news that I let out a shaky laugh. "Why didn't you say so? He can cure you?" "No," Walt said. "Not a cure. And it's risky. It's never been done before." "That's what you were talking to Thoth about." Walt nodded. "Even if Anubis's plan works, there could be side effects. You might not like it." He lowered his voice. "Sadie might not like it." Unfortunately, I had a vivid imagination. I envisioned Walt turning into some sort of undead creature, a withered mummy, a ghostly BA, or a disfigured demon. In Egyptian magic, side effects could be pretty extreme. I tried not to let my emotions show. "We want you to live. Don't worry about Sadie." I could tell from Walt's eyes that he worried about Sadie a lot. Seriously, what did he see in my sister? "Stop hitting me, Sadie. I'm just being honest." Walt flexed his fingers. Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I detected wisps of gray steam curling from his hands, as if just talking about his strange power had made it turn active. "I won't make the decision yet," Walt said. "Not until I'm on my last breath. I want to talk to Sadie first, explain to her." He rested his hand on the side of the boat. That was a mistake. The woven reeds turned gray under his touch. "Walt, stop!" I yelped. He jerked his hand away, but it was too late. The boat crumbled to ashes. We lunged for the ropes. Thankfully, they did not crumble, maybe because Walt was paying more attention now. Freak squawked as the boat disappeared, and suddenly Walt and I were dangling under the griffin's belly, holding on to the ropes for dear life and bonking into each other as we flew above the skyscrapers of Manhattan. "Walt," I yelled over the wind, "you really need to get a handle on that power." "Sorry," he shouted back. My arms were aching, but somehow we made it to Brooklyn House without plummeting to our deaths. Freak set us down on the roof, where Bast was waiting, her mouth agape. "Why are you swinging from ropes?" she demanded. "Because it's so fun," I growled. "What's the news?" Behind the chimneys, a frail voice warbled, "Hallelujah!" The ancient sun god Ra popped out. He gave us a toothless grin and hobbled around the roof, muttering, "Weasels, weasels. Cookie, cookie, cookie." He reached into the folds of his loincloth and tossed cookie crumbs in the air like confetti. And yes, it was just as disgusting as it sounds. Bast tensed her arms, and her knives shot into her hands. Probably just an involuntary reflex. But she looked tempted to use those blades on someone, anyone. She reluctantly slipped the blades back into her sleeves. "The news?" she said. "I'm on babysitting duty, thanks to your Uncle Amos, who asked me for a favor. And Sadie's Shabdi is waiting for you downstairs. Shall we?" Explaining Sadie and her Shabdi would take a whole separate recording. My sister had no talent for crafting magical statues. That didn't stop her from trying. She'd gotten this harebrained idea that she could create the perfect Shabdi to be her avatar, speak with her voice, and do all her chores like a remote-controlled robot. All her previous attempts had exploded or gone haywire, terrorizing Khufu and the initiates. Last week she created a magical thermos with googly eyes that levitated around the room, yelling, "Exterminate! Exterminate!" until it smacked me in the head. Sadie's latest Shabdi was Sadie Jr., a gardener's nightmare. Not being much of an artist, Sadie had fashioned a vaguely human figure out of red ceramic flower pots, held together by magic, string, and duct tape. The face was an upside-down pot with a smiley face drawn in black marker. About time. The pot creature was waiting in my room when Walt and I came in. Its mouth didn't move, but Sadie's voice echoed from inside the face pot as if she were trapped within the Shabdi. That thought made me happy. "Stop smiling," she ordered. "I can see you, Carter." "Oh, and hello, Walt." The pot monster made squeaky grinding noises as it stood up straight. One clunky arm rose and tried to fix Sadie's non-existent hair. Leave it to Sadie to be self-conscious around boys, even when she's made out of pots and duct tape. We traded stories. Sadie told us about the impending attack on the first gnome that was supposed to go down at sunrise on the equinox, and the alliance between Sarah Jacoby's forces and Apophis. Wonderful news. Just great. In return, I told Sadie about our visit with Thoth. I shared the visions Apophis had shown me about our mother's precarious situation in the Duet, which made the pot monster shudder, and the end of the world, which didn't seem to surprise her at all. I didn't tell Sadie about Apophis's offer to spare me if I gave up RA. I didn't feel comfortable announcing that with RA just outside the door, singing songs about cookies. But I told her about the evil ghost Seton, whose trial would start at sunset in the Hall of Judgment. "Uncle Vinny," Sadie said. "Pardon?" I asked. "The face that spoke to me at the Dallas Museum," she said. "It was obviously Seton himself. He warned me that we would need his help to understand the shadow execration spell. He said we'd have to pull some strings and free him before sunset tonight. He meant the trial. We'll have to convince Dad to free him. I did mention that Thoth said he's a murderous psychopath, right?" The pot monster made a clucking sound. "Carter, it'll be fine. Befriending psychopaths is one of our specialties." She turned her flowerpot head toward Walt. "You'll be coming along, I hope?" Her tone had a hint of reproach, like she was still upset that Walt hadn't attended the school dance/mass blackout party. "I'll be there," he promised. "I'm fine." He shot me a warning look, but I wasn't going to contradict him. Whatever he and Anubis were plotting, I could wait for him to explain it to Sadie. Jumping in the middle of the whole Sadie-Walt, Anubis drama sounded about as much fun as diving into a food processor. "Right," Sadie said. "We'll meet you two at the Hall of Judgment before sunset tonight. That should give us time to finish up." Finish up, I asked. And who is us? It's hard to read expressions on a smiley face pot, but Sadie's hesitation told me enough. You aren't in the first gnome anymore, I guessed. What are you doing? A small errand, Sadie said. I'm off to see Bess. I frowned. Sadie went to see Bess in his nursing home almost every week, which was fine and all, but why now? You do understand we're in a hurry. It's necessary, she insisted. I've got an idea that might help us with our shadow project. Don't fret. Zia's with me. Zia. It was my turn to feel self-conscious. If I were a flower pot, I would have checked my hair. That's why Bast is watching RA today? Why exactly are you and Zia? Stop worrying, Sadie chided. I'll take good care of her. And no, Carter, she hasn't been talking about you. I have no idea how she feels about you. What? I wanted to punch Sadie Jr. in her ceramic face. I didn't say anything like that. Now, she chided. I don't think Zia cares what you wear. It's not a date. Just please, brush your teeth for once. I'm going to kill you, I said. Love you too, brother dear. Ta! The pottery creature crumbled into pieces, leaving a mound of shards and a red clay face smiling up at me. Walt and I joined Bast outside my room. We leaned on the rail overlooking the great room while R.A. skipped back and forth on the balcony, singing nursery songs in ancient Egyptian. Down below, our initiates were getting ready for the school day. Julian had a breakfast sausage sticking out of his mouth as he rummaged through his backpack. Felix and Sean were arguing over who stole whose math textbook. Little Shelby was chasing the other ankle-biters with a fistful of crayons that shot rainbow-colored sparks. I'd never had a big family, but living at Brooklyn House, I felt like I had a dozen brothers and sisters. Despite the craziness, I enjoyed it, which made my next decision even harder. I told Bast about our plan to visit the Hall of Judgment. I don't like it, she said. Walt managed a laugh. Is there a plan you'd like better? She tilted her head. Now that you mention it, no. I don't like plans. I'm a cat. Still, if half the things I've heard about Seton are true. I know, I said. But it's our only shot. She wrinkled her nose. You don't want me to come along? You're sure? Maybe I could get Nut or Shu to watch R.A. No, I said. Amos is going to need help at the first gnome. He doesn't have the numbers to fend off an attack from both the rebel magicians and Apophis. Bast nodded. I can't enter the first gnome, but I can patrol outside. If Apophis shows himself, I will engage him in battle. He'll be at full strength, Walt warned. He's getting stronger by the hour. She lifted her chin defiantly. I've fought him before, Walt Stone. I know him better than anyone. Besides, I owe it to Carter's family. And to Lord R.A. Kitty. R.A. appeared behind us, patted Bast on the head, and skipped away. Meow, meow, meow. Watching him prance around, I wanted to scream and throw things. We'd risked everything to revive the old sun god, hoping we'd get a divine pharaoh who could stand toe-to-toe with Apophis. Instead, we got a wrinkly, bald troll in a loincloth. Give me R.A., Apophis had urged. I know you hate him. I tried to put it out of my mind, but I couldn't quite shake that image of an island in the sea of chaos. A personal paradise where the people I loved would be safe. I knew it was a lie. Apophis would never deliver on that promise. But I could understand how Sarah Jacoby and Quai might be tempted. Besides, Apophis knew how to strike a nerve. I did resent R.A. for being so weak. Horus agreed with me. We don't need the old fool. The war god's voice spoke inside my head. I'm not saying you should give him to Apophis, but he is useless. We should put him aside and take the throne of the gods for ourselves. He made it sound so tempting, such an obvious solution. But no. If Apophis wanted me to give up R.A., then R.A. must be valuable in some way. The sun god still had a role to play. I just had to figure out what it was. Carter, Bast frowned. I know you're worried about me, but your parents saved me from the abyss for a reason. Your mother foresaw that I would make a difference in the final battle. I will fight Apophis to the death if necessary. He won't get past me. I wavered. Bast had already helped us so much. She had almost been destroyed fighting the crocodile god Sobek. She'd enlisted her friend Bess to help us, and then seen him reduced to an empty shell. She'd helped us restore her old master, R.A., to the world, and now she was stuck babysitting him. I didn't want to ask her to face Apophis again, but she was right. She knew the enemy better than anyone, except maybe R.A. when he was in his right mind. All right, I said, but Amos will need more help than you can give, Bast. He'll need magicians. Walt frowned. Who? After the disaster in Dallas, we don't have many friends left. We could contact Sao Paulo and Vancouver, they're still with us, but they won't be able to spare many people. They'll be worried about protecting their own gnomes. I shook my head. Amos needs magicians who know the path of the gods. He needs us. All of us. Walt digested that silently. You mean abandoned Brooklyn house? Below us. The ankle-biters shrieked with joy as Shelby tried to tag them with her sparking crayons. Khufu sat on the fireplace mantel eating Cheerios, watching 10-year-old Tucker bounce a basketball off the statue of Thoth. Jazz was putting a bandage on Alyssa's forehead. Probably she'd been attacked by Sadie's rogue thermos, which was still on the loose. In the middle of all this, Cleo was sitting on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Brooklyn House was the first real home some of them had ever known. We'd promised to keep them safe and teach them to use their powers. Now I was about to send them unprepared into the most dangerous battle of all time. Carter, Bass said. They're not ready. They have to be, I said. If the first gnome falls, it's all over. Apophis will attack us in Egypt, at the source of our power. We have to stand together with the chief lector. One last battle. Walt gazed sadly at the great room, maybe wondering whether or not he'd die before that battle happened. Should we break the news to others? Not yet, I said. The rebel magician's attack on the first gnome won't happen until tomorrow. Let the kids have one last day at school. Bast, when they come home this afternoon, I want you to lead them to Egypt. Use freak, use whatever magic you have to. If all goes well in the underworld, Sadie and I will join you before the attack. If all goes well, Bast said dryly. Yes, that happens a lot. She glanced over at the sun god, who was trying to eat the doorknob to Sadie's room. What about R.A.? She asked. If Apophis is going to attack in 2 days, R.A. has to keep making his nightly journey, I said. That's part of Ma'at. We can't mess with it. But on the morning of the equinox, he'll need to be in Egypt. He'll have to face Apophis. Like that. Bast gestured toward the old god. In his loincloth? I know, I admitted. It sounds crazy, but Apophis still thinks R.A. is a threat. Maybe facing Apophis in battle will remind R.A. who he is. He might rise to the challenge and become what he used to be. Walt and Bast didn't answer. I could tell from their expressions that they didn't buy it. Neither did I. R.A. was gumming Sadie's doorknob with intent to kill, but I didn't think he'd be much good against the Lord of Chaos. Still, it felt good to have a plan of action. That was much better than standing around, dwelling on the hopelessness of our situation. Use today to organize, I told Bast. Gather up the most valuable scrolls, amulets, weapons. Anything we can use to help the first gnome. Let Amos know you're coming. Walt and I will head to the underworld and meet Sadie. We'll rendezvous with you in Cairo. Bast pursed her lips. All right, Carter, but be careful of Seton. However bad you think he is, he's 10 times worse. Hey, we defeated the god of evil, I reminded her. Bast shook her head. Set is a god. He doesn't change. Even with a god of chaos, you can pretty much predict how he'll act. Seton, on the other hand, he has both power and human unpredictability. Don't trust him. Swear to me. That's easy, I said. I promise. Walt folded his arms. So how are we going to get to the underworld? Portals are unreliable. We're leaving Freak here, and the boat is destroyed. I have another boat in mind, I said, trying to believe it was a good idea. I'm going to summon an old friend. Chapter 9. Zia breaks up a lava fight. I'd become quite an expert at visiting the godly nursing home, which was a sad statement on my life. The first time Carter and I found our way there, we had traveled the river of night, plunged down a fiery waterfall, and almost died in a lake of lava. Since then, I discovered I could simply call on Isis to transport me, as she could open doorways to many locations in the Duat. Honestly, though, dealing with Isis was almost as annoying as swimming through fire. After my Shabti conversation with Carter, I joined Zia on a limestone cliff overlooking the Nile. It was already midday in Egypt. Getting over portal lag had taken me longer than I'd expected. After changing into more sensible clothes, I'd had a quick lunch and one more strategy talk with Amos deep in the Hall of Ages. Then Zia and I had climbed back to the surface. Now we stood at a ruined shrine to Isis on the river just south of Cairo. It was a good place to summon the goddess, but we didn't have much time. Zia still wore her combat outfit, camouflage cargo pants, and an olive tank top. Her staff was slung over her back, and her wand hung at her belt. She rummaged through her pack, checking her supplies one last time. "What did Carter say?" she asked. "That's right, brother dear. I stepped out of earshot before I contacted you, so Zia didn't hear any of those teasing comments. Honestly, I'm not that mean. I told her what we discussed, but I couldn't bring myself to share how my mum's spirit was in danger. I'd known about the problem in general terms since I'd spoken with Anubis, of course, but the knowledge that our mother's ghost was huddled under a cliff somewhere in the Duat, resisting the pull of the Serpent's shadow, well, that bit of information had lodged in my chest like a bullet. If I tried to touch it, I feared it would go straight to my heart and kill me. I explained about my villainous ghost friend Uncle Vinny, and how we intended to solicit his help. Zia looked appalled. "Seton? As in the Seton? Does Carter realize?" "Yep. And Thoth suggested this?" "Yep. And you're actually going along with it?" "Yep." She gazed down the Nile. Perhaps she was thinking of her home village, which had stood on the banks of this river until it was destroyed by the forces of Apophis. Perhaps she was imagining her entire homeland crumbling into the sea of chaos. I expected her to tell me that our plan was insane. I thought she might abandon me and go back to the first gnome. But I suppose she had got used to the Kane family, poor girl. She must have known by now that all our plans were insane. "Fine," she said. "How do we reach this nursing home of the gods?" "Just a emo." I closed my eyes and concentrated. "You who? Isis?" I thought. "Anyone home?" Sadie, the goddess, answered immediately. In my mind, she appeared as a regal woman with dark braided hair. Her dress was gossamer white. Her prismatic wings shimmered like sunlight rippling through clear water. I wanted to smack her. Well, I said. If it isn't my good friend who decides whom I can and can't date." She had the nerve to look surprised. "Are you speaking of Anubis?" "Right, first try." I should have left it at that since I needed Isis's help. But seeing her floating there all shiny and queenly made me angrier than ever. "Where do you get the nerve, eh? Going behind my back? Lobbying to keep Anubis away from me? How is that your business?" Surprisingly, Isis kept her temper. "Sadie, there are things you don't understand. There are rules." "Rules?" I demanded. "The world is about to end, and you're worried about which boys are socially acceptable for me?" Isis steepled her fingers. "The two issues are more connected than you realize. The traditions of Ma'at must be followed, or chaos wins. Immortals and mortals can only interact in specific, limited ways. Besides, you cannot afford to be distracted. I'm doing you a favor." "Favor?" I said. "If you want to do me a real favor, we need passage to the fourth house of the night, the house of rest, Sunny Acres, or whatever you want to call it. After that, you can but out of my private life." Perhaps that was rude of me, but Isis had stepped over the line. Besides, why should I act proper with a goddess who had previously rented space in my head? Isis should have known me better. The goddess sighed. "Sadie, proximity to the gods is dangerous. It must be regulated with utmost care. You know this. Your uncle is still tainted from his experience with Set. Even your friend Zia is struggling." "What do you mean?" I asked. "If you join with me, you'll understand," Isis promised. "Your mind will be clear. This past time we united again and combined our strength." There it was, the sales pitch. Every time I called on Isis, She tried to persuade me to meld with her as we'd done before, mortal and god inhabiting one body, acting with a single will. Each time I said no. So, I ventured, proximity to the gods is dangerous, but you're anxious to join forces with me again. I'm glad you're looking out for my safety. Isis narrowed her eyes. Our situation is different, Sadie. You need my strength. Certainly it was tempting. Having the full power of a goddess at my command was quite a rush. As the eye of Isis, I would feel confident, unstoppable, completely without fear. One could get addicted to such power, and that was the problem. Isis could be a good friend, but her agenda wasn't always best for the mortal world, or for Sadie Kane. She was driven by her loyalty to her son Horus. She'd do anything to see him on the throne of the gods. She was ambitious, vengeful, power-hungry, and envious of anyone who might have more magic than she did. She claimed my mind would be clearer if I let her in. What she really meant was that I'd start seeing things her way. It would be harder to separate my thoughts from hers. I might even come to believe she was right by keeping Anubis and me apart. Horrifying idea. Unfortunately, Isis had a point about joining forces. Sooner or later we'd have to. There was no other way I'd have the power to challenge Apophis. But now wasn't the time. I wanted to remain Sadie Kane as long as possible, just my own wonderful self without any godly hitchhiker. Soon I told Isis, I have things to do first. I need to be sure my decisions are my own. Now, about that doorway to the house of rest. Isis was quite good at looking hurt and disapproving at the same time, which must have made her an impossible mother. I almost felt sorry for Horus. Sadie Kane, she said, you are my favorite mortal, my chosen magician. And still you do not trust me. I didn't bother to contradict her. Isis knew how I felt. The goddess spread her arms in resignation. Very well. But the path of the gods is the only answer. For all the Kanes and for that one. She nodded in Zia's direction. You will need to advise her, Sadie. She must learn the path quickly. What do you mean? I asked again. I really wished she would stop talking in riddles. Gods are so annoying that way. Zia was a much more experienced magician than I was. I didn't know how I could advise her. Besides, Zia was a fire elementalist. She tolerated us Kanes, but she had never shown the slightest interest in the path of the gods. Good luck, Isis said. I will await your call. The image of the goddess rippled and vanished. When I opened my eyes, a square of darkness the size of a doorway hovered in the air. Sadie, Zia asked. You were silent for so long. I was getting worried. No need. I tried for a smile. Isis just likes to talk. Next stop, the fourth house of the night. I'll be honest. I never quite understood the difference between the swirling sand portals that magicians can summon with artifacts and the doors of darkness that gods are able to conjure. Perhaps the gods use a more advanced wireless network. Perhaps they simply have better aim. Whatever the reason, Isis's portal worked much more reliably than the one I'd created to get to Cairo. It deposited us right in the lobby of Sunny Acres. As soon as we stepped through, Zia scanned our surroundings and frowned. Where is everyone? Good question. We'd arrived at the correct godly nursing home. The same potted plants, the same massive lobby with windows looking out on the lake of fire, the same rows of limestone columns plastered with tacky posters of smiling seniors and mottos like, "These are your golden centuries," but the nurse's station was unattended. For poles were clustered in one corner like they were having a conference. The sofas were empty. The coffee tables were littered with half-played games of checkers and Senet. Ugh, I hate Senet. I stared at an empty wheelchair, wondering where its occupant had gone, when suddenly the chair burst into flames, collapsing in a pile of charred leather and half-melted steel. I stumbled backward. Behind me, Zia held a ball of white-hot fire in her hand. Her eyes were as wild as a cornered animal's. "Are you mad?" I yelled. "What are you?" She lobbed her second fireball at the nurse's station. A vase full of daisies exploded in a shower of flaming petals and pottery shards. Zia! She didn't seem to hear me. She summoned another fireball and took aim at the sofas. I should have run for cover. I wasn't prepared to die saving badly upholstered furniture. Instead, I lunged at her and grabbed her wrist. Zia, stop it. She glared at me with flames in her eyes, and I mean that quite literally. Her irises had become discs of orange fire. This was terrifying, of course, but I stood my ground. Over the past year I'd got rather used to surprises. What with my cat being a goddess, my brother turning into a falcon, and Felix producing penguins in the fireplace several times a week. Zia, I said firmly, we can't burn down the nursing home. What's got into you? A look of confusion passed over her face. She stopped struggling. Her eyes returned to normal. She stared at the melted wheelchair, then the smoldering remains of the bouquet on the carpet. Did I decide those daisies needed to die? Finished. Yes, you did. She extinguished her fireball, which was lucky, as it was starting to bake my face. I'm sorry, she muttered. I thought I had it under control. Under control? I let go of her hand. You mean to say you've been throwing a lot of random fireballs lately? She still looked bewildered, her gaze drifting around the lobby. And no, maybe. I've been having blackouts. I come to, and I don't remember what I've done. Like just now. She nodded. Amos said, at first he thought it might be a side effect of my time in that tomb. Ah, the tomb. For months, Zia had been trapped in a watery sarcophagus while her Shabdi ran about impersonating her. The chief lector Iskandar had thought this would protect the real Zia from Apophis? We still weren't sure. At any rate, it didn't strike me as the most brilliant idea for a supposedly wise 2,000-year-old magician to have come up with. During her slumbers, Zia had endured horrible nightmares about her village burning and Apophis destroying the world. I suppose that might lead to some nasty post-traumatic stress. You said Amos thought that at first, I noted. There's more to the story then? Zia gazed at the melted wheelchair. The light from outside turned her hair the color of rusted iron. He was here, she murmured. He was here for eons, trapped. I took a moment to process that. You mean R.A.? He was miserable and alone, she said. He had been forced to abdicate his throne. He left the mortal world and lost the will to live. I stamped out a smoldering daisy on the carpet. I don't know Zia. He looked quite happy when we woke him up, singing and grinning and so on. No, Zia walked toward the windows, as if drawn by the lovely view of brimstone. His mind is still sleeping. I've spent time with him, Sadie. I've watched his expressions while he naps. I've heard him whimpering and mumbling. That old body is a cage, a prison. The true R.A. is trapped inside. She was starting to worry me now. Fireballs I could deal with. Incoherent rambling, not so much. I suppose it makes sense you'd have sympathy with R.A., I ventured. You're a fire elementalist. He's a fiery sort of god. You were trapped in that tomb. R.A. was trapped in a nursing home. Perhaps that's what caused your blackout just now. This place reminded you of your own imprisonment. That's right, Sadie Kane, junior psychologist. And why not? I'd spent enough time diagnosing my crazed mates Liz and Emma back in London. Zia stared out at the burning lake. I had the feeling that my attempt at therapy might not have been so therapeutic. Amos tried to help me, she said. He knows what I'm going through. He cast a spell on me to focus my mind, but... She shook her head. It's been getting worse. This is the first day in weeks that I haven't taken care of R.A., and the more time I spend with him, the fuzzier my thoughts get. When I summon fire now, I have trouble controlling it. Even simple spells I've done for years, I channel too much power. If that happens during a blackout, I understood why she sounded frightened. Magicians have to be careful with spells. If we channel too much power, we might inadvertently exhaust our reserves. Then the spell would tap directly into the magician's life force, with unpleasant consequences. You will need to advise her, Isis had told me. She must learn the path quickly. An uncomfortable thought began to form. I remembered Ra's delight when he had first met Zia. The way he tried to give her his last remaining scarab beetle. He'd babbled on and on about zebras, possibly meaning Zia. And now Zia was starting to empathize with the old god, even trying to burn down the nursing home where he'd been trapped for so long. That couldn't be good. But how could I advise her when I had no idea what was happening? Isis's warnings rattled around in my head. The path of the gods was the answer for all the Kanes. Zia was struggling. Amos was still tainted by his time with Set. Zia, I hesitated. You said Amos knows what you're going through. Is that why he asked Bast to watch RA today? To give you time away from the sun god? I suppose. I tried to steady my breathing. Then I asked the harder question. In the war room, Amos said he might have to use other means to fight his enemies. He hasn't been having trouble with Set. Zia wouldn't meet my eyes. Sadie, I promised him. Oh, gods of Egypt. He's calling on Set, trying to channel his power after all Set did to him. Please, no. She didn't answer, which was an answer in itself. He'll be overwhelmed, I cried. If the rebel magicians find out that the chief lector is meddling with the god of evil, just as they suspected. Set isn't just the god of evil, Zia reminded me. He is Ra's lieutenant. He defended the sun god against Apophis. You think that makes it all better? I shook my head in disbelief. And now Amos thinks you're having trouble with RA? Does he think RA is trying to... I pointed to Zia's head. Sadie, please. Her voice trailed off in misery. I suppose it wasn't fair for me to press her. She seemed even more confused than I was. Still, I hated the idea of Zia being disoriented so close to our final battle, blacking out, throwing random fireballs, losing control of her own power. Even worse was the possibility that Amos had some sort of link with Set, that he might actually have chosen to let that horrible god back into his head. The thought tied my gut into its Isis knots. I imagined my old enemy Michel Desjardins scowling. Ne voyez-vous pas, Sadie Kane? This is what comes from the path of the gods. This is why the magic was forbidden. I kicked the melted remains of the wheelchair. One bent wheel squeaked and wobbled. We'll have to table that conversation, I decided. We're running out of time. Now where? Have all the old folks gone? Zia pointed out the window. There, she said calmly. They're having a beach day. We made our way down to the black sand beach by the lake of fire. It wouldn't have been my top vacation spot, but elderly gods were lounging on deck chairs under brightly colored umbrellas. Others snored on beach towels or sat in their wheelchairs and stared at the boiling vista. One shriveled bird-headed goddess in a one-piece bathing suit was building a sand pyramid. Two old men, I assumed they were fire gods, stood waist-deep in the blazing surf, laughing and splashing lava in each other's faces. To where it the caretaker beamed when she saw us. Sadie, she called, you're early this week, and you've brought a friend. Normally, I wouldn't have stood still as an upright grinning female hippo charged toward me for a hug, but I got used to wear it. She traded her high heels for flip-flops. Otherwise, she was dressed in her usual white nurse's uniform. Her mascara and lipstick were tastefully done for a hippo, and her luxuriant black hair was pinned under a nurse's cap. Her ill-fitting blouse opened over an enormous belly, possibly a sign of permanent pregnancy, as she was the goddess of childbirth, or possibly a sign of eating too many cupcakes. I'd never been entirely sure. She embraced me without crushing me, which I greatly appreciated. Her lilac perfume reminded me of my gran, and the tinge of sulfur on her clothes reminded me of Gramps. To wear it, I said. This is Zia Rashid. To where its smile faded. Oh, I see. I'd never seen the hippo goddess so uneasy. Did she somehow know that Zia had melted her wheelchair and torched her daisies? As the silence got awkward, To where it recovered her smile. Sorry, yes. Hello, Zia. It's just that you look... Well, never mind. Are you a friend of Bess's too? Not really, Zia admitted. I mean, I suppose, but... We're here on a mission, I said. Things in the upper world have gone a bit wonky. I told Tuaret about the rebel magicians, Apophis's plans for attack, and our mad scheme to find the Serpent's shadow and stomp it to death. Tuaret mashed her hippoish hands together. Oh dear, doomsday tomorrow? Bingo night was supposed to be Friday. My poor darlings will be so disappointed. She glanced down the beach at her senile charges. some of whom were drooling in their sleep or eating black sand or trying to talk to the lava. To where it sighed, "I suppose it would be kinder not to tell them. They've been here for eons, forgotten by the mortal world. Now they have to perish along with everyone else. They don't deserve such a fate." I wanted to remind her that no one deserved such a fate. Not my friends, not my family, and certainly not a brilliant young woman named Sadie Kane, who had her whole life ahead of her. But to where it was so kind-hearted, I didn't want to sound selfish. She didn't seem concerned for herself at all, just the fading gods she cared for. "We're not giving up yet," I promised. "But this plan of yours," to where it shuddered, causing a tsunami of jiggling hippo flesh. "It's impossible." "Like reviving the sun god?" I asked. She conceded that with a shrug. "Very well, dear. I'll admit you've done the impossible before. Nevertheless," she glanced at Zia, as if my friend's presence still made her nervous. "Well, I'm sure you know what you're doing. How can I help?" "May we see Bess?" I asked. "Of course. But I'm afraid he hasn't changed." She led us down the beach. The past few months I'd visited Bess at least once a week, so I knew many of the elderly gods by sight. I spotted Hecate the frog goddess perched atop a beach umbrella as if it were a lily pad. Her tongue shot out to catch something from the air. Did they have flies in the "do it"? Farther on, I saw the goose god Gungan whose name, I kid you not, meant the great honker. The first time to wear it told me that I almost spewed tea. His supreme honkiness was waddling along the beach, squawking at the other gods and startling them out of their sleep. Yet every time I visited, the crowd changed. Some gods disappeared. Others popped up. Gods of cities that no longer existed. Gods who had only been worshipped for a few centuries before being replaced by others. Gods so old they'd forgot their own names. Most civilizations left behind pottery shards or monuments or literature. Egypt was so old, it had left behind a landfill's worth of deities. Halfway down the beach, we passed the two old codgers who'd been playing in the lava. Now they were wrestling waist-deep in the lake. One pummeled the other with an ankh and warbled, "It's my pudding! My pudding!" "Oh dear," to where it said. "Fire Embracer and Hot Foot are at it again." I choked back a laugh. "Hot Foot? What sort of godly name is that?" To where it studied the fiery surf, as if looking for a way to navigate through it without getting incinerated. "They're gods from the Hall of Judgment, dear. Poor things. There used to be 42 of them, each in charge of judging a different crime. Even in the old days, we could never keep them all straight. Now," she shrugged, "they're quite forgotten, sadly. Fire Embracer, the one with the ankh, he used to be the god of robberies. I'm afraid it made him paranoid. He always thinks Hot Foot has stolen his pudding. I'll have to break up the fight." "Let me," Zia said, to where it stiffened. "You, my dear." I got the feeling she was going to say something other than dear. "The fire won't bother me," Zia assured her. "You two go ahead." I wasn't sure how Zia could be so confident. Perhaps she simply preferred swimming in flames to seeing Bess in his present state. So I couldn't blame her. The experience was unsettling. Whatever the case, Zia strode toward the surf and waded straight in like a flame retardant. Baywatch lifeguard. To where it and I continued along the beach. We reached the dock where Ra's sunboat had anchored the first time Carter and I had visited this place. Bess sat at the end of the pier in a comfy leather chair, which to where it must have brought down especially for him. He wore a fresh red and blue Hawaiian shirt and khaki shorts. His face was thinner than it had been last spring, but otherwise he looked unchanged. The same scraggly nest of black hair, the same bristly mane that passed for a beard, the same lovably grotesque face that reminded me of a pug dog's. But Bess's soul was gone. He stared vacantly at the lake, not reacting at all when I knelt next to him and gripped his furry hand. I remembered the first time he'd saved my life, picking me up in a limo full of rubbish, driving me to Waterloo Bridge, then scaring away two gods who had been chasing me. He had jumped out of the car wearing nothing but a Speedo and screamed, "Boo!" Yes, he'd been a true friend. "Dear Bess," I said, "we're going to try to help you." I told him everything that had happened since my last visit. I knew he couldn't hear me. Since his secret name had been stolen, His mind simply wasn't there. But talking to him made me feel better. It sniffled. I knew she had loved Bess forever, though Bess hadn't always returned her feelings. He couldn't have had a better caretaker. Oh, Sadie, the hippo goddess wiped away a tear. If you truly could help him, I'd do anything. But how is it possible? Shadows, I said. This bloke said he found a way to use shadows for an execration spell. If the shoot is a backup copy of the soul, and if Seton's magic could be used in reverse. Its eyes widened. You believe you could use Bess's shadow to bring him back? Yes. I knew it sounded mad, but I had to believe. Saying it aloud to It, who cared about Bess even more than I did. Well, I simply couldn't let her down. Besides, if we could do this for Bess, then who knew? Perhaps we could use the same magic to get the sun god Ra back in fighting shape. First things first, however, I intended to keep my promise to the dwarf god. Here's the tricky bit, I said. I'm hoping you can help me locate Bess's shadow. I don't know much about gods and their shoots and whatnot. I understand that you often hide them. It shifted nervously, her feet creaking on the pier boards. Yes. I'm hoping they're a bit like secret names. I forged on. Since I can't ask Bess where he keeps his shadow, I thought I'd ask the person who was closest to him. I thought you'd have the best chance of knowing. Seeing a hippo blush is quite odd. It almost made It look delicate in a massive sort of way. I saw his shadow once, she admitted. During one of our best moments together. We were sitting on the temple wall in Sais. Sorry, a city in the Nile Delta, It explained. The home of a friend of ours, the hunting goddess Neith. She liked to invite Bess and me on her hunting excursions. We would, flush her prey for her. I imagined It and Bess, two gods with super ugly powers, plowing through the marshes hand in hand, yelling, "Boo!" to scare up bevies of quail. I decided to keep that image to myself. At any rate, It continued, one night after dinner, Bess and I were sitting alone on the walls of Neith's temple, watching the moon rise over the Nile. She gazed at the dwarf god with such adoring eyes. I couldn't help but imagine myself on that temple wall, sharing a romantic evening with Anubis. No, Walt. No, Ga. My life was horrid. I sighed unhappily. Go on, please. We talked about nothing in particular, It remembered. We held hands. That was all. But I felt so close to him. Just for a moment, I looked at the mud brick wall next to us, and I saw Bess's shadow in the torchlight. Normally gods don't keep their shadows so close. He must have trusted me a great deal to reveal it. I asked him about it and he laughed. He said, "This is a good place for my shadow. I think I'll leave it here. That way it can always be happy, even when I'm not." The story was so sweet and sad. I could hardly bear it. Down the shore, the old god Fire Embracer shrieked something about pudding. Zia was standing in the surf, trying to keep the two gods apart as they splashed her with lava from both sides. Amazingly, it didn't seem to bother her. I turned to It. That night in Sais, how long ago was it? A few thousand years. My heart sank. Any chance the shadow would still be there? She shrugged helplessly. Sais was destroyed centuries ago. The temple is gone. Farmers pulled down the ancient buildings and used the mud bricks for fertilizer. Most of the land has reverted to marshes. Blast. I'd never been a fan of Egyptian ruins. From time to time, I'd been tempted to pull down a few temples myself. But just this once, I wished the ruins had survived. I wanted to cuff those farmers. Then there's no hope? I asked. Oh, there's always hope, It said. You could search the area, calling on Bess's shadow. You're his friend. It might appear to you if it's still there. And if Neith is still in the area, she might be able to help. That is, if she doesn't hunt you instead. I decided not to dwell on that possibility. I had enough problems. We'll have to try. If we can find the shadow and puzzle out the proper spell. But, Sadie, the goddess said, you have so little time. You have to stop Apophis. How can you help Bess, too? I looked at the dwarf god. Then I bent down and kissed his bumpy forehead. I made a promise, I said. Besides, we'll need him if we're going to win. Did I really believe that? I knew Bess couldn't scare Apophis away simply by yelling boo, no matter how ghastly he looked in his Speedo. In the sort of battle we were facing, I wasn't sure one more god would even make a difference. And I was even less sure that this reverse shadow idea could work on RA. But I had to try with Bess. If the world ended the day after tomorrow, I would not go to my death without first knowing I'd done everything I could to save my friend. Of all the goddesses I'd met, Tewerit was the most likely to understand my motives. She put her hands protectively on Bess's shoulders. In that case, Sadie Kane, I wish you luck, for Bess, and for all of us. I left her on the dock, standing behind Bess as if the two gods were enjoying a romantic sunset together. On the beach, I rejoined Zia, who was brushing ashes out of her hair. Except for a few burn holes in her trousers, she looked perfectly fine. She gestured at Fire Embracer and Hot Foot, who were once again playing nice in the lava. They're not so bad, Zia said. They just needed some attention. Like pets, I said. Or my brother. Zia actually smiled. Did you find the information you need? I think so, I said. But first, we need to get to the Hall of Judgment. It's almost time for Seton's trial. How do we get there? Zia asked. Another doorway? I stared across the lake of fire, pondering that problem. I remembered the Hall of Judgment being on an island somewhere on this lake, but Duat geography is a bit dodgy. For all I knew, the hall was on a totally different level of the Duat, or the lake was 6 billion miles wide. I didn't fancy the idea of walking around the shore through unknown territory, or taking a swim, and I certainly didn't feel like arguing with Isis again. Then I saw something across the fiery waves, the silhouette of a familiar steamboat approaching, twin smokestacks trailing luminous gold smoke, and a paddle while churning through the lava. My brother, bless his heart, was absolutely mad. Problem solved, I told Zia. Carter will give us a ride. Chapter 10. Take your daughter to work day goes horribly wrong. As they approached the dock, Carter and Walt waved at us from the bow of the Egyptian queen. Next to them stood the captain, Bloodstained Blade, who looked quite dashing in his riverboat pilot's uniform, except for the fact that his head was a blood-speckled double-sided axe. That's a demon, Zia said nervously. Yes, I agreed. Is it safe? I raised an eyebrow at her. Of course not, she muttered. I'm traveling with the Kanes. The crew of glowing orbs zipped around the boat, pulling lines and lowering the gangplank. Carter looked tired. He wore jeans and a rumpled shirt with specks of barbecue sauce on it. His hair was wet and flat on one side as if he'd fallen asleep in the shower. Walt looked much better. Well, really, there was no contest. He wore his usual sleeveless shirt and workout pants, and managed to smile for me even though his posture made it obvious he was in pain. The shin charm on my necklace seemed to heat up, or perhaps that was just my body temperature rising. Zia and I climbed the gangplank. Bloodstained Blade bowed, which was quite unnerving, as his head could have sliced a watermelon in half. Welcome aboard, Lady Kane. His voice was a metallic hum from the edge of his frontal blade. I am at your service. Thanks ever so, I said. Carter, may I speak with you? I grabbed his ear and pulled him toward the deckhouse. Ow, he complained as I dragged him along. I suppose doing that in front of Zia wasn't nice, but I thought I might as well give her pointers on how best to handle my brother. Walt and Zia followed us into the main dining room. As usual, the mahogany table was laden with platters of fresh food. The chandelier illuminated colorful wall murals of Egyptian gods, the gilded columns, and the ornately molded ceiling. I let go of Carter's ear and snarled, Have you lost your mind? Ow, he yelled again. What is your problem? My problem, I said, lowering my voice, is that you summon this boat again and its demon captain, who Bast warned would slit our throats if he ever got the opportunity. He's under a magic binding, Carter argued. He was fine last time. Last time Bast was with us, I reminded him. And if you think I trust a demon named Bloodstained Blade farther than I can. Guys, Walt interrupted. Bloodstained Blade entered the dining room, dipping his axe head under the doorframe. Lord and Lady Kane, the journey is short from here. We will arrive at the Hall of Judgment in approximately 20 minutes. Thanks, BSB, Carter said as he rubbed his ear. We'll join you on deck soon. Very good, said the demon. What are your orders when we arrive? I tensed, hoping Carter had thought ahead. Bast had warned us that demons needed very clear instructions to stay under control. You'll wait for us while we visit the Hall of Judgment, Carter announced. When we return, you'll take us where we wish to go. As you say. Bloodstained Blade's tone had a hint of disappointment, or was that my imagination? After he left, Zia frowned. Carter, in this case I agree with Sadie. How can you trust that creature? Where did you get this ship? It belonged to our parents, Carter said. He and I shared a look, silently agreeing that was enough said. Our mum and dad had sailed this riverboat up the Thames to Cleopatra's Needle the night Mum had died releasing Bast from the abyss. Afterward, Dad had sat in this very room, grieving, with only the cat goddess and the demon captain for company. Bloodstained Blade had accepted us as his new masters. He'd followed our orders before, but that was little comfort. I didn't trust him. I didn't like being on this ship. On the other hand, we needed to get to the Hall of Judgment. I was hungry and thirsty, and I supposed I could endure a 20-minute voyage if it meant enjoying a chilled ribena and a plate of tandoori chicken with naan. The four of us sat around the table. We ate while we compared stories. All in all, it was quite possibly the most awkward double date in history. We had no shortage of dire emergencies to talk about, but the tension in the room was as thick as Cairo smog. Carter hadn't seen Zia in person for months. I could tell he was trying not to stare. Zia was clearly uncomfortable sitting so close to him. She kept leaning away, which no doubt hurt his feelings. Perhaps she was just worried about having another fireball-throwing episode. As for me, I was elated to be next to Walt, but at the same time I was desperately worried about him. I couldn't forget how he'd looked wrapped in glowing mummy linen, and I wondered what Anubis had wanted to tell me about Walt's situation. Walt tried to hide it, but he was obviously in great pain. His hands trembled as he picked up his peanut butter sandwich. Carter told me about the pending evacuation of Brooklyn House, which Bast was overseeing. My heart nearly broke when I thought of little Shelby, wonderful silly Felix, shy Cleo, and all the rest going off to defend the first gnome against an impossible attack. But I knew Carter was right. There was no other choice. Carter kept hesitating, as if waiting for Walt to contribute information. Walt stayed silent. Clearly, he was holding something back. Somehow or other, I'd have to get Walt alone and grill him for details. In return, I told Carter about our visit to the House of Rest. I shared my suspicions that Amos might be calling on Set for extra power. Zia didn't contradict me, and the news didn't sit well with my brother. After several minutes of swearing and pacing the room, he finally calmed down enough to say, "We can't let that happen. He'll be destroyed." "I know," I said, "but we can best help him by moving forward." I didn't mention Zia's blackout in the nursing home. In Carter's present state of mind, I thought that might be too much for him. But I did tell him what Tawerit had said about the possible location of Bess's shadow. "The ruins of Sais," he frowned. "I think Dad mentioned that place. He said there wasn't much left. But even if we could find the shadow, we don't have time. We've got to stop Apophis." "I made a promise," I insisted. "Besides, we need Bess. Think of it as a trial run. Saving his shadow will give us a chance to practice this sort of magic before we try it on Apophis. In reverse, of course. It might even give us a way to revive R.A. "But she's got a point," Walt interrupted. I'm not sure who was more surprised, Carter or me. "Even if we get Seton's help," Walt said, "trapping a shadow in a statue is going to be difficult. I'd feel better if we could try it on a friendly target first. I could show you how it's done while I still have time." "Walt," I said, "please don't talk like that. When you face Apophis," he continued, "you'll have only one chance to get the spell right. It would be better to have some practice. When you face Apophis." He said it so calmly, but his meaning was clear. He wouldn't be around when that happened. Carter nudged his half-eaten pizza. I don't see how we can do it all in time. I know this is a personal mission for you, Sadie, but she has to, Zia said gently. Carter, you once went off on a personal mission in the middle of a crisis, didn't you? That worked out. She put her hand on Carter's. Sometimes you have to follow your heart. Carter looked like he was trying to swallow a golf ball. Before he could say anything, the ship's bell sounded. In the corner of the dining room, a loudspeaker crackled with blood-stained Blade's voice. My lords and ladies, we have reached the Hall of Judgment. The Black Temple looked just as I remembered. We made our way up the steps from the dock and passed between rows of obsidian columns that marched into the gloom. Sinister-looking scenes of underworld life glittered on the floor and in friezes circling the pillars. Black designs on black stone. Despite the reed torches that burned every few meters, the air was so hazy with volcanic ash, I couldn't see far in front of us. As we moved deeper into the temple, voices whispered around us. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw groups of spirits drifting across the pavilion. Ghostly shapes camouflaged in the smoky air. Some moved aimlessly, crying softly or tearing at their clothes in despair. Others carried armfuls of papyrus scrolls. These ghosts looked more solid and purposeful, as if they were waiting for something. Petitioners, Walt said. They've brought their case files, hoping for an audience with Osiris. He was gone so long. There must be a real backlog of cases. Walt's step seemed lighter. His eyes looked more alert, his body less weighed down by pain. He was so close to death, I'd feared this trip to the underworld might be hard for him. But if anything, he seemed more at ease than the rest of us. How do you know? I asked. Walt hesitated. I'm not sure. It just seems correct. And the ghosts without scrolls? Refugees, he said. They're hoping this place will protect them. I didn't ask what from. I remembered the ghost at the Brooklyn Academy dance who'd been engulfed in black tendrils and dragged underground. I thought about the vision Carter had described. Our mother huddled beneath a cliff somewhere in the Duet, resisting the pull of a dark force in the distance. We need to hurry. I started to forge ahead, but Zia grabbed my arm. There, she said. Look, the smoke parted. 20 meters ahead stood a massive set of obsidian doors. In front of them, an animal the size of a greyhound sat on its haunches. An oversized jackal with thick black fur, fluffy pointed ears, and a face somewhere between a fox and a wolf. Its moon-colored eyes glittered in the darkness. It snarled at us, but I wasn't put off. I may be biased, but I think jackals are cute and cuddly, even if they were known for digging up graves in ancient Egypt. It's just Anubis, I said hopefully. This is where we met him last time. That's not Anubis, Walt warned. Of course it is, I told him. Watch. Sadie, don't, Carter said. But I walked toward the Guardian. Hello, Anubis, I called. It's just me, Sadie. The cute fuzzy jackal bared his fangs. His mouth began to froth. His adorable yellow eyes sent an unmistakable message. One more step, and I'll chew your head off. I froze. Right. That's not Anubis unless he's having a really bad day. This is where we met him before, Carter said. Why isn't he here? It's one of his minions, Walt ventured. Anubis must be elsewhere. Again, he sounded awfully sure, and I felt a strange pang of jealousy. Walt and Anubis seemed to have spent more time talking with each other than with me. Walt was suddenly an expert on all things deathly. Meanwhile, I couldn't even be near Anubis without invoking the wrath of his chaperone, Shu, the god of hot air. It wasn't bloody fair. Zia moved next to me, gripping her staff. So what now? Do we have to defeat it to pass? I imagined her lobbing some of her daisy-destroying fireballs. That's all we needed. A yelping, flaming jackal running through my father's courtyard. No, Walt said, stepping forward. It's just a gatekeeper. It needs to know our business. Walt, Carter said. If you're wrong. Walt raised his hands and slowly approached the jackal. I am Walt Stone, he said. This is Carter and Sadie Kane. And this is Zia. Rashid, Zia supplied. We have business at the Hall of Judgment, Walt said. The jackal snarled, but it sounded more inquisitive. Not so chew your head off, hostile. We have testimony to offer, Walt continued. Information relevant to the trial of Seton. Walt, Carter whispered. When did you become a junior lawyer? I shushed him. Walt's plan seemed to be working. The jackal tilted its head as if listening, then rose and padded away into the darkness. The obsidian double doors swung open silently. Well done, Walt, I said. How did you? He faced me, and my heart did a somersault. Just for a moment I thought he looked like... No. Obviously my mixed-up emotions were playing with my mind. How did you know what to say? Walt shrugged. I took a guess. Just as quickly as they'd opened, the doors began to close. Hurry, Carter warned. We sprinted into the courtroom of the dead. At the start of the autumn semester, my first experience in an American school, our teacher had asked us to write down our parents' contact information and what they did for a living, in case they could help with career day. I had never heard of career day. Once I understood what it was, I couldn't stop giggling. Could your dad come talk about his work? I imagined the headmistress asking. Possibly Mrs. Laird, I'd say. Except he's dead, you see. Well, not completely dead. He's more of a resurrected god. He judges mortal spirits and feeds the hearts of the wicked to his pet monster. Oh, and he has blue skin. I'm sure he'd make quite an impression on career day, for all those students aspiring to grow up and become ancient Egyptian deities. The Hall of Judgment had changed since my last visit. The room tended to mirror the thoughts of Osiris, so it often looked like a ghostly replica of my family's old apartment in Los Angeles, from the happier times when we all lived together. Now, possibly because Dad was on duty, the place was fully Egyptian. The circular chamber was lined with stone pillars carved in lotus flower designs. Braziers of magic fire washed the walls in green and blue light. In the center of the room stood the scales of justice, two large golden saucers balanced from an iron T. Kneeling before the scales was the ghost of a man in a pinstriped suit, nervously reciting from a scroll. I understood why he was tense. On either side of him stood a large reptilian demon with green skin, a cobra head, and a wicked-looking pole arm poised over the ghost's head. Dad sat at the far end of the room on a golden dais, with a blue-skinned Egyptian attendant at his side. Seeing my father in the duet was always disorienting, because he appeared to be two people at once. On one level, he looked like he had in life, a handsome, muscular man with chocolate-brown skin, a bald scalp, and a neatly trimmed goatee. He wore an elegant silk suit and a dark traveling coat, like a businessman about to board a private jet. On a deeper level of reality, however, he appeared as Osiris, god of the dead. He was dressed as a pharaoh in sandals, an embroidered linen kilt, and rows of gold and coral neckbands on his bare chest. His skin was the color of a summer sky. Across his lap lay a crook and flail, the symbols of Egyptian kingship. As strange as it was seeing my father with blue skin and a skirt, I was so happy to be near him again, I quite forgot about the court proceedings. Dad! I ran toward him. Carter says I was foolish, but Dad was the king of the court, wasn't he? Why shouldn't I be allowed to run up to say hello? I was halfway across when the snake demons crossed their pole arms and blocked my path. It's all right, Dad said, looking a bit startled. Let her through. I flew into his arms, knocking the crook and flail out of his lap. He hugged me warmly, chuckling with affection. For a moment I felt like a little girl again, safe in his embrace. Then he held me at arm's length, and I could see how weary he was. He had bags under his eyes. His face was gaunt. Even the powerful blue aura of Osiris, which normally surrounded him like the corona of a star, flickered weakly. Sadie, my love, he said in a strained voice. Why have you come? I'm working. I tried not to feel hurt. But, Dad, this is important. Carter, Walt, and Zia approached the dais. My father's expression turned grim. I see, he said. First let me finish this trial. Children, stand here on my right. And please, don't interrupt. My dad's attendant stamped his foot. My lord, this is most irregular. He was an odd-looking fellow, an elderly blue Egyptian man with a huge scroll in his arms. Too solid to be a ghost, Too blue to be human. He was almost as decrepit as R.A., wearing nothing but a loincloth, sandals, and an ill-fitting wig. I suppose that glossy black wedge of fake hair was meant to look manly in an ancient Egyptian sort of way, but along with the kohl eyeliner and the rouge on his cheeks, the old boy looked like a grotesque Cleopatra impersonator. The roll of papyrus he held was simply enormous. Years ago, I'd gone to synagogue with my friend Liz, and the Torah they kept there was tiny in comparison. "It's all right, disturber," my father told him. "We may continue now." "But, my lord, the old man, was his name really Disturber?" Became so agitated he lost control of his scroll. The bottom dropped out and unraveled, bouncing down the steps like a papyrus carpet. "Oh, bother, bother, bother." Disturber struggled to reel in his document. My father suppressed a smile. He turned back to the ghost in the pinstriped suit, who was still kneeling at the scales. "My apologies, Robert Wyndham. You may finish your testimony." The ghost bowed and scraped. "Why, yes, Lord Osiris." He referred to his notes and began rattling off a list of crimes he wasn't guilty of: murder, theft, and selling cattle under false pretenses. I turned to Walt and whispered, "He's a modern chap, isn't he? What's he doing in Osiris's court?" I was a bit troubled to find that Walt once again had an answer. "The afterlife looks different to every soul," he said, "depending on what they believe. For that guy, Egypt must have made a strong impression. Maybe he read the stories when he was young." "And if someone doesn't believe in any afterlife?" I asked. Walt gave me a sad look. "Then that's what they experience." On the other side of the dais, the blue god Disturber hissed at us to be quiet. Why is it when adults try to silence kids, they always make more noise than the noise they're trying to stop? The ghost of Robert Wyndham seemed to be winding down his testimony. "I haven't given false witness against my neighbors." Sorry, I can't read this last line." "Fish," Disturber yelped crossly. "Have you stolen any fish from the Holy Lakes?" "I lived in Kansas," the ghost said. "So, no." My father rose from his throne. "Very well. Let his heart be weighed." One of the snake demons produced a linen parcel the size of a child's fist. Next to me, Carter inhaled sharply. "His heart is in there?" "Shoo!" Disturber said so loudly his wig almost fell off. "Bring forth the destroyer of souls." On the far wall of the chamber, a doggy door burst open. Amit ran into the room in great excitement. The poor dear wasn't very coordinated. His miniature lion chest and forearms were sleek and agile, but his back half was a stubby and much less agile hippo bum. He kept sliding sideways, swerving into pillars, and knocking over braziers. Each time he crashed, he shook his lion's mane and crocodile snout and yipped happily. "Carter is scolding me, as always. He says Amit is female. I'll admit I can't prove it either way, but I've always thought of Amit as a boy monster. He's much too hyper to be otherwise, and the way he marks his territory. But never mind. There's my baby," I cried, quite carried away. "There's my putchykins." Amit ran at me and leaped into my arms, nuzzling me with his rough snout. "My Lord Osiris." Disturber lost the bottom of his scroll again, which unraveled around his legs. "This is an outrage." "Sadie," Dad said firmly, "please do not refer to the devourer of souls as putchykins." "Sorry," I muttered, and let Amit down. One of the snake demons set Robert Wyndham's heart on the scales of justice. I'd seen many pictures of Anubis performing this duty, and I wished he were here now. Anubis would have been much more interesting to watch than some snake demon. On the opposite scale, the feather of truth appeared. Don't get me started on the feather of truth. The scales wavered. The two saucers stopped just about even. The pinstriped ghost sobbed. With relief, Amit whimpered disappointedly. "Most impressive," my father said. "Robert Wyndham, you have been found sufficiently virtuous, despite the fact you were an investment banker." "Red Cross donations, baby," the ghost yelled. "Yes, well," Dad said dryly. "You may proceed to the afterlife." A door opened to the left of the dais. The snake demons hauled Robert Wyndham to his feet. "Thank you," he yelled, as the demons escorted him out. And if you need any financial advice, Lord Osiris, I still believe in the long-term viability of the market. The door shut behind him. Disturber sniffed indignantly. Horrible man. My father shrugged. A modern soul who appreciated the ancient ways of Egypt. He couldn't have been all bad. Dad turned to us. Children, this is Disturber, one of my advisors and gods of judgment. Sorry, I pretended not to have heard. Did you say he's disturbed? Disturber is my name, the god shouted angrily. I judge those who are guilty of losing their temper. Yes, despite my father's weariness. His eyes sparkled with amusement. That was Disturber's traditional duty, although now that he's my last minister, he helps me with all my cases. There used to be 42 judgment gods for different crimes, you see, but, like Hot Foot and Fire Embracer, Zia said. Disturber gasped. How do you know of them? We saw them, Zia said. In the fourth house of the night. You saw? Disturber almost dropped his scroll altogether. Lord Osiris, we must save them immediately. My brethren. We will discuss it, Dad promised. First, I want to hear what brings my children to the do-it. We took turns explaining. The rebel magicians and their secret alliance with Apophis, their impending attack on the first gnome, and our hope to find a new sort of execration spell that might stop Apophis for good. Some of our news surprised and troubled our father, like the fact that many magicians had fled the first gnome, leaving it so poorly defended that we'd sent our initiates from Brooklyn House to help, and that Amos was flirting with the powers of Set. No, Dad said. No, he can't. These magicians who've abandoned him. Inexcusable. The House of Life must rally to the chief lector. He began to rise. I should go to my brother. My lord, Disturber said. You are not a magician anymore. You are Osiris. Dad grimaced, but he eased back into his throne. Yes, of course. Please, children, continue. Some of our news Dad already knew. His shoulders slumped when we mentioned the spirits of the dead who were disappearing, and the vision of our mum lost somewhere in the deep do-it, fighting against the pull of a dark force that Carter and I were certain was the shadow of Apophis. I have searched for your mother everywhere, Dad said despondently. This force that is taking the spirits, whether it's the serpent's shadow or something else, I cannot stop it. I can't even find it. Your mother. His expression turned brittle as ice. I understood what he was feeling. For years he had lived with guilt because he couldn't prevent our mum's death. Now she was in danger again, and even though he was the Lord of the Dead, he felt helpless to save her. We can find her, I promised. All of this is connected, Dad. We have a plan. Carter and I explained about the shoot and how it might be used for a king-sized execration spell. My father sat forward. His eyes narrowed. Anubis told you this? He revealed the nature of the shoot to a mortal. His blue aura flickered dangerously. I'd never been scared of my dad, but I'll admit I took a step back. Well, it wasn't just Anubis. Thoth helped, Carter said. And some of it we guessed. Thoth, my father spat. This is dangerous knowledge, children. Much too dangerous. I won't have you. Dad, I shouted. I think I surprised him, but my patience had finally snapped. I'd had quite enough of gods telling me what I shouldn't or couldn't do. Apophis's shadow is what's drawing the souls of the dead. It has to be. It's feeding on them, getting stronger as Apophis prepares to rise. I hadn't really processed that idea before, but as I spoke the words, they felt like the truth, horrifying, but the truth. We've got to find the shadow and capture it, I insisted. Then we can use it to banish the serpent. It's our only chance, unless you want us to use a standard execration. We've got the statue ready to go for that, don't we, Carter? Carter patted his backpack. The spell will kill us, he said, and it probably won't work. But if that's our only option. Zia looked horrified. Carter, you didn't tell me. You made a statue of him? You'd sacrifice yourself to... No, our father said. The anger drained out of him. He slumped forward and put his face in his hands. No, you're right, Sadie. A small chance is better than none. I just couldn't bear it if you... He sat up and took a breath, trying to regain his composure. How can I help? I assume you came here for a reason, but you're asking for magic I don't possess. Yes, well, I said. That's the tricky part. Before I could say more, the sound of a gong reverberated through the chamber. The main doors began to open. My lord, Disturber said, the next trial begins. Not now, my father snapped. Can't it be delayed? No, my lord. The blue god lowered his voice. This is his trial. You know. Oh, by the 12 gates of the night, Dad cursed. Children, this trial is very serious. Yes, I said. Actually, that's what. We'll talk afterward. Dad cut me off. And please, whatever you do, don't speak to the accused or make eye contact with him. This spirit is particularly... The gong sounded again. A troop of demons marched in, surrounding the accused. I didn't have to ask who he was. Seton had arrived. The guards were intimidating enough, 6 red-skinned warriors with guillotine blades for heads. Even without them, I could tell Seton was dangerous from all the magical precautions. Glowing hieroglyphs spiraled around him like the rings of Saturn. A collection of anti-magic symbols like suppress, dampen, stay, shut up, powerless, and don't even think about it. Seton's wrists were bound together with pink strips of cloth. 2 more pink bands were tied around his waist. 1 was fastened around his neck, and 2 more connected his ankles so he shuffled as he walked. To the casual observer, the pink ribbons might have looked like the Hello Kitty incarceration play set, but I knew from personal experience that they were some of the most powerful magic bonds in the world. The 7 ribbons of Hathor, Walt whispered. I wish I could make some of those. I've got some, Zia murmured, but the recharge time is really long. Mine won't be ready until December. Walt looked at her in awe. The guillotine demons fanned out on either side of the accused. Seton himself didn't look like trouble, certainly not someone worthy of so much security. He was quite small, not best small, mind you, but still a diminutive man. His arms and legs were scrawny. His chest was a xylophone of ribs. Yet he stuck out his chin and smiled confidently as if he owned the world, which isn't easy when one is wearing only a loincloth and some pink ribbons. Without a doubt, his face was the same one I'd seen in the wall at the Dallas Museum, and again in the Hall of Ages. He'd been the priest who sacrificed that bull in the shimmering vision from the New Kingdom. He had the same hawkish nose, heavy-lidded eyes, and thin, cruel lips. Most priests from ancient times were bald, but Seton's hair was dark and thick, slicked back with oil like a 1950s tough boy. If I'd seen him in Piccadilly Circus, with more clothes on, hopefully, I would have steered clear, assuming he was handing out advertisements or trying to sell scalp tickets to a West End show. Sleazy and annoying? Yes. Dangerous? Not really. The guillotine demons pushed him to his knees. Seton seemed to find that amusing. His eyes flickered over the room, registering each one of us. I tried not to make eye contact, but it was difficult. Seton recognized me and winked. Somehow I knew that he could read my jumbled emotions quite well, and that he found them funny. He inclined his head toward the throne. Lord Osiris, all this fuss for me? You shouldn't have. My father didn't answer. With a grim expression, he gestured at Disturber, who shuffled through his scroll until he found the proper spot. Seton, also known as Prince Kamewasset. Oh, wow! Seton grinned at me, and I fought the urge to smile back. Haven't heard that name in a while. That's ancient history. Right there, Disturber huffed. You stand accused of heinous crimes. You have blasphemed against the gods 4,092 times. 91, Seton corrected. That crack about Lord Horus, that was just a misunderstanding. He winked at Carter. Am I right, pal? How in the world did he know about Carter and Horus? Disturber shuffled his scroll. You have used magic for evil purposes, including 23 murders. Self-defense. Seton tried to spread his hands, but the ribbons restrained him. Including one incident where you were paid to kill with magic, Disturber said. Seton shrugged. That was self-defense for my employer. You plotted against 3 separate pharaohs, Disturber continued. You tried to overthrow the House of Life on 6 occasions. Most grievous of all, you robbed the tombs of the dead to steal books of magic. Seton laughed easily. He glanced at me as if to say, "Can you believe this guy? Look, Disturber," he said. "That is your name, right? A handsome, intelligent judgment god like you. You've got to be overworked and underappreciated. I feel for you, I really do. You've got better things to do than dig up my old history. Besides, all these charges. I answered them already in my previous trials." "Oh," Disturber looked confused. He adjusted his wig self-consciously and turned to my dad. "Should we let him go, then, my lord?" "No, Disturber." Dad sat forward. "The prisoner is using divine words to influence your mind, warping the most sacred magic of Marat. Even in his bindings, he is dangerous." Seton examined his fingernails. "Lord Osiris, I'm flattered, but honestly, these charges—" "Silence!" Dad thrust his hand toward the prisoner. The swirling hieroglyphs glowed brighter. Around him, the ribbons of Hathor tightened. Seton began to choke. His smug expression melted, replaced by absolute hatred. I could feel his anger. He wanted to kill my father, kill us all. "Dad," I said, "please don't." My father frowned at me, clearly unhappy with the interruption. He snapped his fingers, and Seton's bonds eased. The ghost magician coughed and retched. "Kamwasit, son of Ramses," my father said calmly, "you have been sentenced to oblivion more than once. The first time you managed to plead for a reduced sentence, volunteering to serve the pharaoh with your magic." "Yes," Seton croaked. He tried to recover his poise, but his smile was twisted with pain. "I'm skilled labor, my lord. It would be a crime to destroy me." "Yet you escaped en route," my father said. "You killed your guards and spent the next 300 years sowing chaos across Egypt." Seton shrugged. "It wasn't that bad. Just a bit of fun." "You were captured and sentenced again," my father continued. "3 more times. In each instance you connived your way to freedom. And since the gods have been absent from the world, you've run amok, doing as you pleased, committing crimes and terrorizing mortals." "My lord, that's unfair," Seton protested. "First of all, I missed you gods. Honestly, it was a dull few millennia without you. As for these so-called crimes, well, some people might say the French Revolution was a first-class party. I know I enjoyed myself. And Archduke Ferdinand? A total bore. If you knew him, you would have assassinated him too." "Enough," Dad said. "You are done. I am the host of Osiris now. I will not tolerate the existence of a villain like you, even as a spirit. This time you are out of tricks." Emmett yipped excitedly. The guillotine guards chopped their blades up and down as if they were clapping. Disturber cried, "Here! Here!" As for Seton, he threw back his head and laughed. My father looked stunned, then outraged. He raised his hand to tighten the ribbons of Hathor, but Seton said, "Wait, my lord. Here's the thing. I'm not out of tricks. Ask your children over there. Ask their friends. Those kids need my help." "No more lies," my father growled. "Your heart shall be weighed, again, and Amit will devour." "Dad," I shrieked. "He's right. We do need him." My father turned toward me. I could practically see the grief and rage roiling inside him. He'd lost his wife again. He was powerless to assist his brother. A battle for the end of the world was about to begin, and his children were on the front line. Dad needed to serve justice on this ghost magician. He needed to feel that he could do something right. "Dad, please listen," I said. "I know it's dangerous. I know you'll hate this, but we came here because of Seton. What we told you earlier about our plan. Seton's got the knowledge we need." "Sadie's right," Carter said. "Please, Dad, you asked how you could help. Give us custody of Seton. He's the key to defeating Apophis." At the sound of that name, a cold wind blew through the courtroom. The braziers sputtered. Amit whimpered and put his paws over his snout. Even the guillotine demons shuffled nervously. "No," Dad said. Absolutely not. Seton is influencing you with his magic. He is a servant of chaos. My lord, Seton said, his tone suddenly soft and respectful. I'm a lot of things, but a servant of the snake? No, I don't want the world destroyed. There's nothing in that for me. Listen to the girl. Let her tell you her plan. The words worked their way into my mind. I realized Seton was using magic, commanding me to speak. I steeled myself against the urge. Sadly, Seton was ordering me to do something I loved. Talk. It all came spilling out. How we tried to save the book of overcoming Apophis in Dallas. How Seton had spoken with me there. How we'd found the shadow box and struck on the idea of using the shoot. I explained my hopes to revive Bess and destroy Apophis. It's impossible, Dad said. Even if it wasn't, Seton can't be trusted. I would never release him, especially not to my children. He'd kill you at the first opportunity. Dad, Carter said, we're not children anymore. We can do this. The agony in my father's face was hard to bear. I forced back my tears and approached the throne. Dad, I know you love us. I gripped his hand. I know you want to protect us, but you risked everything to give us a chance at saving the world. Now it's time we did that. This is the only way. She's right. Seton managed to sound regretful, as if he were sorry he might get a reprieve. Also, my lord, it's the only way to save the spirits of the dead before the shadow of Apophis destroys them all, including your wife. My father's face turned from sky blue to deep indigo. He gripped the throne like he wanted to tear off the armrests. I thought Seton had gone too far. Then my father's hands relaxed. The anger in his eyes changed to desperation and hunger. Guards, he said. Give the prisoner the feather of truth. He will hold it while he explains. Himself. If he lies, he will perish in flames. One of the guillotine demons plucked the feather from the scales of justice. Seton looked unconcerned as the glowing plume was placed in his hands. Right, he began. So your kids are correct. I did create a shadow execration spell. In theory, it could be used to destroy a god or even Apophis. I never tried. Unfortunately, it can only be cast by a living magician. I died before I could test it. Not that I wanted to kill any gods, my lord. I was just thinking I'd use it to blackmail them into doing my bidding. Blackmail? The gods, Dad growled. Seton smiled guiltily. This was back in my misguided youth. Anyway, I recorded the formula in several copies of the Book of Overcoming Apophis. Walt grunted. Which have all been destroyed. Okay, Seton said. But my original notes would still be in the margins of the Book of Thoth that I stole. See? Being honest. I guarantee you even Apophis hasn't found that book. I hid it too well. I can show you where it is. The book will explain how to find the shadow of Apophis, how to capture it, and how to cast the execration. Can't you just tell us how? Carter asked. Seton pouted. Young master, I'd love to, but I don't have the whole book memorized. And it's been millennia since I wrote that spell. If I told you one wrong word in the incantation, well, we wouldn't want any mistakes. But I can lead you to the book. Once we get it. Zia asked. Why can't you just give us directions to the book? Why do you need to come along? The ghost grinned. Because, doll, I'm the only one who can retrieve it. Traps, curses, you know. Besides, you'll need my help deciphering the notes. The spell is complicated. But don't worry. All you gotta do is keep these ribbons of Hathor on me. Zia, right? You've got experience using them. How did you know? If I cause you any trouble, Seton continued, you can tie me up good like a Harvest Day present. But I won't try to escape. At least not until I lead you to the Book of Thoth and then get you safely to the shadow of Apophis. Nobody knows the deepest levels of the do-it like I do. I'm your best hope for a guide. The feather of truth didn't react. Seton didn't go up in flames, so I guessed he wasn't lying. 4 of us, Carter said. 1 of him. Except he killed his guards last time, Walt pointed out. So we'll be more careful, Carter said. All of us together should be able to keep him under control. Seton winced. Oh, except, see, Sadie's got her little side task, doesn't she? She's got to find the shadow of Bess. And actually, it's a good idea. I blinked. It is. Absolutely, doll, Seton said. We don't have much time. More specifically, your friend Walt there doesn't have much time. I wanted to kill the ghost, except he was already dead. I suddenly hated that smug smile. I gritted my teeth. Go on. Walt Stone, sorry, pal, but you won't survive long enough to get the Book of Thoth. Travel to the shadow of Apophis and use the spell. There just isn't time left on your clock. But getting Bess's shadow, that won't take as long. It'll be a good test of the magic. If it works, great. If it doesn't, well, we've only lost one dwarf god. I wanted to stomp his face, but he gestured for patience. What I'm thinking, he said, is we split up. Carter and Zia, you two go with me to get the Book of Thoth. Meanwhile, Sadie takes Walt to the ruins of Sais to find the dwarf's shadow. I'll give you some notes on how to capture it, but the spell is just theory. In practice, you'll need Walt's charm-making skill to pull it off. He'll have to improvise if anything goes wrong. If Walt succeeds, then Sadie will know how to capture a shadow. If Walt dies afterward, and I'm sorry, but casting a spell like that will probably do him in, then Sadie can rendezvous with us in the Do-It, and we'll hunt down the snake's shadow. Everybody wins. I wasn't sure whether to weep or scream. I only managed to keep my calm because I sensed that Seton would find any reaction extremely funny. He faced my father. What do you say, Lord Osiris? It's a chance to get your wife back, defeat Apophis, restore Bess's soul, save the world. All I ask is that when I come back, the court take my good deeds into consideration when you sentence me. How fair is that? Huh. The chamber was silent except for the crackling fires in the braziers. Finally, Disturber seemed to shake himself out of a trance. My lord, what is your ruling? Dad looked at me. I could tell he hated this plan. But Seton had tempted him with the one thing he couldn't pass up, a chance to save our mum. The vile ghost had promised me one last day alone with Walt, which I wanted more than anything, and a chance to save Bess, which was a close second. He'd put Carter and Zia together and promised them a chance to save the world. He'd put hooks in all of us and reeled us in like fish from a sacred lake. But despite the fact that I knew we were being played, I couldn't find a reason to say no. We have to, Dad, I said. He lowered his head. Yes, we do. May Ma'at protect us all. Oh, we'll have fun, Seton said cheerfully. Shall we get going? Doomsday isn't gonna wait. Chapter 11. Don't worry, be happy. Typical. Sadie and Walt go off looking for a friendly shadow, while Zia and I escort a psychotic murderous ghost to his heavily trapped stash of forbidden magic. Gee, who got the better end of that deal? The Egyptian queen burst out of the underworld and into the Nile like a breaching whale. Its paddle will churned through the blue water. Its smokestacks billowed golden smoke into the desert air. After the gloom of the Do-It, the sunlight was blinding. Once my eyes adjusted, I saw we were chugging downriver, heading north, so we must have surfaced somewhere to the south of Memphis. On either side, marshy green riverbanks columned with palm trees stretched into the humid haze. A few houses dotted the landscape. A battered pickup truck rumbled down the riverfront road. A sailboat glided by on our port side. No one paid us any attention. I wasn't sure exactly where we were. Could have been anywhere along the Nile. But judging from the position of the sun, it was already late morning. We'd eaten and slept in my father's realm, figuring we wouldn't be able to close our eyes once we had custody of Seton. It hadn't felt like much of a rest, but obviously we'd spent more time down under than I realized. The day was slipping by. Tomorrow at dawn, the rebels would attack the first gnome, and Apophis would rise. Zia stood next to me at the bow. She'd showered and changed into a spare set of combat clothes. A camo tank top, olive cargo pants tucked into her boots. Maybe that doesn't sound glamorous, but in the morning sunlight she was beautiful. Best of all, she was here in person. Not a reflection in the scrying bowl, not a shabdi. When the wind changed directions, I caught the scent of her lemon shampoo. Our forearms touched as we leaned against the rail, but she didn't seem to mind. Her skin was feverishly warm. What are you thinking? I asked. She had trouble focusing on me. Up close, The flecks of green and black in her amber eyes were sort of hypnotizing. "I was thinking about R.A.," she said, "wondering who's taking care of him today. I'm sure he's fine, but I felt a little disappointed. Personally, I was thinking about the moment when Zia had taken my hand in the dining room last night. Sometimes you have to follow your heart. This might be our last day on Earth. If it was, I should really tell Zia how I felt about her. I mean, I thought she knew, but I didn't know that she knew, so... Oh man, headache." I started to say, "Zia." Seton materialized next to us. All better. In the daylight, he looked almost like flesh and blood. But when he turned in a circle, showing off his new clothes, his face and hands flickered holographically. I'd given him permission to put on something besides the loincloth. In fact, I'd insisted. But I hadn't expected an outfit so mind-boggling. Maybe he was trying to live up to Sadie's nickname for him, Uncle Vinny. He wore a black suit jacket with padded shoulders, a red t-shirt, a crisp pair of jeans, and blindingly white running shoes. Around his neck was a heavy gold chain of interlocking anks. On each pinky he wore a ring the size of a jawbreaker with the symbol of power was set in diamonds. His hair was combed back with even more grease. His eyes were lined with kohl. He looked like the ancient Egyptian mafia. Then I noticed something missing from his ensemble. He didn't seem to be wearing the ribbons of Hathor. I'll admit, I panicked. I yelled the command word Zia had taught me, Taz. The symbol for bind flared in Seton's face. The ribbons of Hathor reappeared around his neck, wrists, ankles, chest, and waist. They expanded aggressively, cocooning Seton in a pink tornado until he was wrapped tight as a mummy, with nothing showing but his eyes. He protested. I took a deep breath. Then I snapped my fingers. The bindings shrank back to their normal size. What was that for? Seton demanded. I didn't see the ribbons. You didn't? Seton laughed. Carter. Come on, pal. That's just an illusion. A cosmetic change. I can't really get out of these things. He held out his wrists. The ribbons vanished, then reappeared. See? I'm just concealing them. 'Cause pink doesn't go with my outfit. Zia snorted. Nothing goes with that outfit. Seton shot her an irritated look. No need to get personal, doll. Just relax. Okay? You saw what happens. One word from you and I'm tied up good. No problems. His tone sounded so reasonable. Seton was no problem. Seton would cooperate. I could just relax. In the back of my mind, the voice of Horus said, careful. I raised my mental guard. Suddenly I was aware of hieroglyphs floating in the air around me. Half-visible wisps of smoke. I willed them to disappear, and they fizzled like gnats in a bug zapper. Stop it with the magic words, Seton. I'll relax when our business is done and you're back in my dad's custody. Now, where are we going? A moment of surprise passed over Seton's face. He hid it with a smile. Sure, no problem. Glad to see that path of the gods' magic is working out for you. How you doing in there, Horus? Zia snarled impatiently. Just answer the question, you maggot, before I burn that smile off your face. She thrust out her hand. Flames wreathed her fingers. Zia, whoa, I said. I'd seen her get angry before, but the burn your smile off tactic seemed a little harsh even for. Seton didn't seem concerned. From his jacket he pulled a strange white comb. Were those human finger bones? And brushed his greasy hair. Poor Zia, he said. The old man is getting to you, isn't he? Having any trouble with temperature control yet? I've seen a few people in your situation spontaneously combust. Not pretty. His words obviously rattled Zia. Her eyes seethed with loathing, but she closed her fist and extinguished the flames. You vile, despicable. Take it easy, doll, Seton said. I'm just expressing concern. As for where we're going south of Cairo, the ruins of Memphis. I wondered what he'd meant about Zia. I decided this wasn't the time to ask. I didn't want Zia's flaming fingers in my face. I tried to recall what I knew about Memphis. I remembered it was one of the old capitals of Egypt, but it had been destroyed centuries ago. Most of the ruins were buried under modern Cairo. Some were scattered in the desert to the south. My dad had probably taken me to excavation sites in that area once or twice, but I didn't have any clear recollection. After a few years, all the dig sites sort of blended together. Where exactly? I demanded. Memphis was a big place. Seton wiggled his eyebrows. You got that right. Man, the times I used to have in Gambler's Alley. But never mind. The less you know, pal, the better. We don't want our snaky chaos friend gleaning information from your mind. Do we? Speaking of which, it's a miracle he hasn't already seen your plans and sent some nasty monster to stop you. You seriously need to work on your mental defenses. Reading your mind is way too easy. As for your girlfriend here, he leaned toward me with a grin. Would you like to know what she's thinking? Zia understood the ribbons of Hathor better than I did. Instantly, the band around Seton's neck tightened and became a lovely pink collar with a leash. Seton gagged and clawed at his throat. Zia grabbed the other end of the lead. Seton, you or I are going to the wheelhouse, she announced. You will give the captain exact information about where we're going, or you'll never breathe again. Understood. She didn't wait for a response. He couldn't have given one anyway. She dragged him across the deck and up the stairs like a very bad dog. As soon as they disappeared into the pilot's house, someone next to me chuckled. Remind me not to get on her bad side. Horace's instincts kicked in. Before I knew what was happening, I'd summoned my Kopesh from the do-it and was resting the curved edge against my visitor's throat. Really? Said the god of chaos. This is how you greet an old friend? Set leaned casually against the rail in a black three-piece suit and a matching pork pie hat. The outfit was striking against his blood-red skin. The last time I'd seen him, he'd been bald. Now he had braided cornrows decorated with rubies. His black eyes glittered behind small round glasses. With a chill, I realized he was impersonating Amos. Stop that. I pressed my blade against his throat. Stop mocking my uncle. Set looked offended. Mocking? My dear boy, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Now, please, can we talk like civilized, semi-divine beings? With one finger, he pushed the Kopesh away from his neck. I lowered my blade. Now that I was over my initial shock, I had to admit I was curious about what he wanted. Why are you here? I demanded. Oh, pick a reason. The world ends tomorrow. Perhaps I wanted to say goodbye. He grinned and waved. Bye. Or perhaps I wanted to explain. Or give you a warning. I glanced toward the wheelhouse. Couldn't see Zia. No alarm bells were ringing. No one else seemed to have noticed that the god of evil had just materialized on our boat. Set followed my gaze. How about that Seton, huh? I love that guy. You would, I muttered. Was he named after you? Nah. Seton is just his nickname. His real name is Kamwasit, so you can see why he likes Seton better. I hope he doesn't kill you right away. He's a lot of fun. Until he kills you. Is that what you wanted to explain? Set adjusted his glasses. No. It's the thing with Amos. You've got the wrong idea. You mean that you possessed him and tried to destroy him? I asked. That you almost shattered his mind? And that now you want to do it again? The first two true. The last one, no. Amos called me kid. You gotta understand, I could never have invaded his mind in the first place if he didn't share some of my qualities. He understands me. I clenched my sword. I understand you, too. You're evil. Set laughed. You figure that out all by yourself? The god of evil is evil? Sure I am, but not pure evil. Not pure chaos, either. After I spent some time in Amos's head, he understood. I'm like that improvisational jazz he loves. Chaos within order. That's our connection. And I'm still a god, Carter. What do you call it? The loyal opposition. Loyal. Yeah, right. Set gave me a sly smile. Okay, I want to rule the world. Destroy anyone who gets in my way. Of course. But that snake Apophis, he takes things too far. He wants to pull the whole of creation down into a big soupy primordial mess. Where's the fun in that? If it comes down to Ra or Apophis, I fight on Ra's side. That's why Amos and I have a deal. He's learning the path of Set. I'm going to help him. My arms trembled. I wanted to cut Set's head off, but I wasn't sure I had the strength. I also wasn't sure it would hurt him. I knew from Horus that gods tended to laugh off simple injuries like decapitation. "You expect me to believe you'll cooperate with Amos?" I asked, "without trying to overpower him?" "Sure, I'll try, but you should have more faith in your uncle. He's stronger than you think." "Who do you think sent me here to explain?" An electric charge went through my body. I wanted to believe Amos had everything under control, but this was Set talking. He did remind me a lot of the ghost magician Set, and that wasn't a good thing. "You've done your explaining," I said. "Now you can leave." Set shrugged. "Okay, but it does seem like there was one more thing." He tapped his chin. "Oh, right. The warning." "The warning," I repeated, because usually when Horus and I fight, it would be me who was responsible for what's about to kill you. But this time, it's not. I thought you should know. Apophis is so copying my moves, but like I said. He took off his pork pie hat and bowed, the rubies glittering in his cornrows. "Imitation is flattery. What are you?" The riverboat lurched and groaned as if we'd hit a sandbar. Up in the wheelhouse, the alarm bell dinged. The glowing crew orbs zipped around the deck in a panic. "What's happening?" I grabbed the rail. "Oh, that'd be the giant hippo," Set said casually. "Good luck." He disappeared in a cloud of red smoke as a monstrous shape rose from the Nile. You might not think a hippo could inspire terror. Screaming hippo doesn't have the same impact as screaming shark. But I'm telling you, as the Egyptian queen careened to one side, its paddle wheel lifting completely out of the water, and I saw that monster emerge from the deep, I nearly discovered the hieroglyphs for accident in my pants. The creature was easily as big as our riverboat. The skin glistened purple and gray. As it rose near the bow, it fixed its eyes on me with unmistakable malice and opened a maw the size of an airplane hangar. Its bottom peg-like teeth were taller than me. Looking down the creature's throat, I felt like I was seeing a bright pink tunnel straight to the underworld. The monster could have eaten me right there, along with the front half of the boat. I would have been too paralyzed to react. Instead, the hippo bellowed. Imagine someone revving a dirt bike, then blowing a trumpet. Now imagine those sounds amplified 20 times, coming at you in a blast of breath that smells of rotten fish and pond scum. That's what a giant hippo's war cry is like. Somewhere behind me, Zia yelled, "Hippo!" which I thought was a little late. She stumbled toward me over the rocking deck, the tip of her staff on fire. Our ghostly pal Seton floated behind her, grinning with delight. "There it is." Seton shook his diamond pinky rings. "Told you Apophis would send a monster to kill you. You're so smart," I shouted. "Now, how do we stop it?" "Brara." The hippo shoved its face against the Egyptian queen. I tumbled backward and slammed against the deckhouse. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Zia blast a column of fire at the creature's face. The flames went straight up its left nostril, which just made the hippo mad. It snorted smoke and bashed the ship harder, catapulting Zia into the river. "No!" I staggered to my feet. I tried to summon the avatar of Horus, but my head was throbbing. My focus was shot. "Want some advice?" Seton wafted next to me, unaffected by the rocking of the ship. "I could give you a spell to use." His evil smile didn't exactly fill me with confidence. "Just stay put." I pointed at his hands and yelled, "Taz!" The ribbons of Hathor tied his wrists together. "Oh, come on," he complained. "How am I supposed to comb my hair like this?" The hippo peered at me over the rail, its eye like a greasy black dinner plate. Up in the wheelhouse, blood-stained Blade rang the alarm bell and shouted at the crew, "Hard to port! Hard to port!" Somewhere over the side, I heard Zia choking and splashing, which at least meant she was alive, but I had to keep the hippo away from her and give the Egyptian queen time to disengage. I grabbed my sword, charged up the tilting deck, and leaped straight onto the monster's head. My first discovery: hippos are slippery. I scrambled for a handhold, not easy while wielding a sword, and almost slid off the other side of the hippo's head before I hooked my free arm around its ear. The hippo roared and shook me like a dangle earring. I caught a glimpse of a fishing boat sailing calmly by as if nothing were wrong. The crew orbs of the Egyptian queen zipped around a large crack in the stern. Just for a moment, I saw Zia floundering in the water, about 20 yards downstream. Then her head went under. I summoned all my strength and drove my sword into the hippo's ear. Brara! The monster thrashed its head. I lost my grip and went sailing across the river like a three-point shot. I would have hit the water hard, but at the last second I changed into a falcon. I know. That sounds crazy. Oh, by the way, I just happened to change into a falcon. But it was fairly easy magic for me, since the falcon was Horus's sacred animal. Suddenly, instead of falling, I was soaring over the Nile. My vision was so sharp I could see field mice in the marshes. I could see Zia struggling in the water, as well as every bristle on the hippo's massive snout. I dove at the monster's eye, raking it with my claws. Unfortunately, it was heavily lidded and covered with some kind of membrane. The hippo blinked and bellowed in annoyance, but I could tell that I hadn't done any real damage. The monster snapped at me. I was much too fast. I flew to the ship and perched on the wheelhouse roof, trying to catch my breath. The Egyptian queen had managed to turn. It was slowly putting distance between itself and the monster, but the hull had taken serious damage. Smoke billowed from the cracks in the stern. We were listing to starboard, and Bloodstained Blade kept ringing his alarm bell, which was really annoying. Zia was working to stay afloat, but she drifted farther downstream from the hippo and didn't seem to be in immediate danger. She tried to summon fire, which isn't easy to do when you're floundering in a river. The hippo lumbered back and forth, apparently looking for the pesky bird that had poked it in the eye. The monster's ear was still bleeding, though my sword was no longer there, maybe at the bottom of the river somewhere. Finally, the hippo turned its attention to the ship. Seton materialized next to me. His arms were still tied, but he looked like he was enjoying himself. "You ready for that advice now, pal? I can't cast the spell myself 'cause I'm dead and all, but I can tell you what to say." The hippo charged. It was less than 50 yards away, closing fast. If it hit the ship at that speed, the Egyptian queen would break into kindling. Time seemed to slow down. I tried to gather my focus. Emotions are bad for magic, and I was completely panicked. But I knew I'd only get one shot at this. I spread my wings and flew straight at the hippo. Halfway there, I transformed back into a human, dropped like a stone, and summoned the avatar of Horus. If it hadn't worked, I would have ended my life as an insignificant grease spot on the chest of a charging hippo. Thankfully, the blue aura flickered around me. I landed in the river encased in the glowing body of a 20-foot-tall hawk-headed warrior. Compared to the hippo, I was still tiny, but I got its attention when I drove my fist into its snout. That worked really well for about 2 seconds. The monster forgot all about the ship. I sidestepped and made it turn toward me, but I was way too slow. Wading through the river in avatar form was about as easy as running through a room full of bouncy balls. The monster lunged. It twisted its head and clamped its mouth around my waist. I staggered, trying to break free, but its jaws were like a vice grip. Its teeth sank into the magical shielding. I didn't have my sword. All I could do was pummel its head with my glowing blue fists, but my power was fading rapidly. "Carter!" Zia screamed. I had maybe 10 seconds to live. Then the avatar would collapse, and I'd be swallowed or bitten in half. "Seton!" I yelled. "What's that spell?" "Oh, now you want the spell," Seton called from the ship. "Repeat after me. Happy Yuhaiwai. I didn't know what that meant. Seton might have been tricking me into self-destructing or transforming into a chunk of Swiss cheese. But I was out of options. I shouted, "Happy Yuhaiwai." Blue hieroglyphs, brighter than I'd ever summoned, blazed above the hippo's head. Seeing them written out, I suddenly understood their meaning. Happy, arise and attack. But what did that mean? At least they distracted the hippo. It let go of me and snapped at the hieroglyphs. My avatar failed. I plunged into the water, my magic exhausted, my defenses gone. Just tiny little Carter Kane in the shadow of a 16-ton hippo. The monster swallowed the hieroglyphs and snorted. It shook its head as if it had just gulped down a chili pepper. Great, I thought. Seton's awesome magic summoned an appetizer for the devil hippo. Then, from the boat, Seton yelled, "Wait for it! 3, 2, 1. The Nile boiled around me. A huge mass of brown seaweed erupted beneath me and lifted me skyward. Instinctively I held on, slowly realizing that the seaweed wasn't seaweed. It was hair on top of a colossal head. The giant man rose from the Nile higher and higher, until the hippo looked almost cute in comparison. I couldn't tell much about the giant from the top of his head, but his skin was darker blue than my father's. He had shaggy brown hair full of river muck. His belly was hugely swollen, and he seemed to be wearing nothing but a loincloth made of fish scales. Brara! The hippo lunged, but the blue giant grabbed its bottom teeth and stopped it cold. The force of the impact nearly shook me off his head. "Yay!" the blue giant bellowed. "Hippo toss! I love this game!" He swung his arms in a golf swing motion and launched the monster out of the water. Few things are stranger than watching a giant hippo fly. It careened wildly, kicking its stubby legs as it sailed over the marshlands. Finally, it crashed into a limestone cliff in the distance, causing a minor avalanche. Boulders collapsed on top of the hippo. When the dust settled, there was no sign of the monster. Cars kept driving down the river road. Fishing boats went about their business, as if blue giants fighting hippos was nothing remarkable on the stretch of the Nile. "Fun!" the blue giant cheered. "Now who summoned me?" "Up here!" I yelled. The giant froze. He carefully patted his scalp until he found me. Then he picked me up with 2 fingers, waded over to the riverbank, and gently set me down. He pointed to Zia, who was struggling to reach the shore, and the Egyptian queen, which was drifting downstream, listing and smoking from the stern. "Are those friends of yours?" "Yes," I said. "Could you help them?" The giant grinned. "Be right back." A few minutes later, the Egyptian queen was safely moored. Zia sat next to me on the shore, wringing Nile water out of her hair. Seton hovered next to us, looking quite smug, even though his arms were still tied. "So maybe next time you'll trust me, Carter Kane." He nodded at the giant, who loomed over us, still grinning like he was really excited to be here. "May I present my old friend Happy?" The blue giant waved at us. "Hi!" His eyes were completely dilated. His teeth were brilliant white. A mass of stringy brown hair fell around his shoulders, and his skin rippled in different shades of watery blue. His belly was much too big for his body. It sagged over his fish-scale skirt like he was either pregnant or had swallowed a blimp. He was, without a doubt, the tallest, fattest, bluest, most cheerful hippie giant I had ever met. I tried to place his name, but I couldn't. "Happy?" I asked. "Why, yes, I am happy." Happy beamed. "I'm always happy because I'm happy. Are you happy?" I glanced at Seton, who seemed to find this terribly amusing. "Happy is the god of the Nile," the ghost explained, "along with his other duties. Happy is the provider of bountiful harvests and all good things, and so he is always happy." I guessed. Zia frowned up at the giant. "Does he have to be so big?" The god laughed. Immediately he shrank down to human size, though the crazy cheerful look on his face was still pretty unnerving. "So," Happy rubbed his hands with anticipation. "Anything else I can do for you kids? It's been centuries since anybody summoned me. Since they built that stupid Aswan Dam, the Nile doesn't flood every year like it used to. Nobody depends on me anymore. I could kill those mortals." He said this with a smile, as if he'd suggested bringing the mortals some home-baked cookies. I did some quick thinking. It's not often a god offers to do you favors, even if that god is psychotically overcaffeinated. "Actually, yes," I said. "See, Seton suggested I summon you to deal with the hippo, but—" "Oh, Seton." Happy chuckled and pushed the ghost playfully. "I hate this guy. Absolutely despise him. He's the only magician who ever learned my secret name." "Ha!" Seton shrugged. "It was nothing, really. And I gotta say, you came in handy many times back in the old days." "Ha, ha." Happy's smile became painfully wide. "I'd love to rip off your arms and legs, Seton. That would be amazing." Seton's expression remained calm, but he drifted a little farther away from the smiling god. Anyway, I said, we're on a quest. We need to find this magic book to defeat Apophis. Seton was leading us to the ruins of Memphis, but now our boat is busted. Do you think? Oh, Happy clapped excitedly. The world is going to end tomorrow. I forgot. Zia and I exchanged looks. Right? I said. So, if Seton told you exactly where we were going, could you take us there? And, if he won't tell you, then you could rip his limbs off. That would be fine. Yay! Happy cried. Seton gave me a murderous look. Yeah, sure. We're going to the Serapeium, the temple of the Apis bull. Happy smacked his knee. I should have figured. Brilliant place to hide something. That's pretty far inland, but sure, I can send you there if you want. And just so you know, Apophis has demons scouring the riverbanks. You'd never get to Memphis without my help. You'd get torn into 1,000,000 pieces. He seemed genuinely pleased to share that news. Zia cleared her throat. Okay then, we'd love your help. I turned toward the Egyptian queen, where blood-stained blades stood at the railing, awaiting further orders. Captain, I called. Wait here and continue repairing the ship. Oh, the ship can go too. Happy interrupted. That's no problem. I frowned. I wasn't sure how the river god was going to move the ship, especially since he'd told us Memphis was inland, but I decided not to ask. Belay that order, I called to the captain. The ship is coming with us. Once we reach Memphis, you'll continue repairs and await further orders. The captain hesitated. Then he bowed his axe-blade head. I obey, my lord. Great, Happy said. He held out his palm, which contained 2 slimy black orbs like fish eggs. Swallow these, 1 each. Zia wrinkled her nose. What are they? They'll take you where you want to go, the god promised. They're happy pills. I blinked. What now? The ghost Seton cleared his throat. He looked like he was trying not to laugh. Yeah, Happy invented them, so that's what they're called. Just eat them, Happy said. You'll see. Reluctantly, Zia and I took the pills. They tasted even worse than they looked. Instantly, I felt dizzy. The world shimmered like water. It was nice to meet you, Happy cried, his voice turning murky and distant. You do realize you're walking into a trap, don't you? Okay, good luck. With that, my vision went blue, and my body melted into liquid. Dear listener, we close the pages on another tale, a journey through words, imagination, and emotion. Here at the Falls Audiobook, where stories flow like a river's current, carrying you to distant worlds and uncharted depths. We thank you for joining us. As always, we invite you to linger a little longer. Subscribe to our channel to discover more stories waiting to be heard, each a cascade of voices, ideas, and artistry. And remember, every great story begins with a single word. Perhaps the next one will begin with you. Until our voices meet again, may your days be filled with quiet moments, rich pages, and the soothing sound of a story well told. This is the Falls Audiobook, signing off.